Mike McDonald sits and waits patiently with Miss Amanda. As our next pair of stock eliminator cars get ready to roll up. Stockers, need everybody to the lanes, please. If you have not been down track yet for round number 1, need you to the staging lanes, please. Stock eliminator, need you to the staging lanes, please. All right, McDonald's H-Stock Automatics, small block Chevelle. In on 11:57. Go to Spot Amanda's Oldsmobile for the young lady out of Lebanon. Making her way up from the Volunteer State. Stock eliminator, need the rest of our field to the lanes, please. Stock, need you to the staging lanes, please. And a perfect light takes Miss Amanda down track. How about a 17 thousandths package? 1191.7 on the 90 dial for Amanda. This McDonald's Chevelle comes up short with an 11:57 at 111 miles an hour. Logan Galbraith and Shane Smith rolling in next. Logan in the thick of the points battle. Shane Smith, double A6, big block Camaro here on the right-hand side. Ooh, cheddar in the tires. Big time with Shane. Shane goes 10:61 to get the win. 12:11 on the 12:12. Logan got down to the other end of the racetrack. Took a little bit of stripe, but Shane, after chattering the tires here on this end, not able to, or was able to recoup down on the other end and pull out the W. Mark Howes, I'll say New Brunswick, Canada. Houston Rakes, your Jag Sportsman champ here at Bowling Green. A couple of years back, trying to chase down a hard runner out of New Brunswick. Not going to get her done. 10:76 on a 10:72 by Howes. 004 light parlayed into the win for Mark. 10:46 by Houston, trying to chase him down at 121 miles an hour. And a 10:46 on a 10:50 dials. Not going to be the way to get her done. Bobby Butler's M-Stock automatic ride, the little 302 Mustang. A little over a second plus, handicap start. Going to go to Butler against Phil Mandela, 396. G-Stock automatic Chevelle. There goes the pony, here comes the Chevelle. Standing the front end up in the air, getting a good look at that partly cloudy sky overhead here at Bowling Green. Phil working it down to the other end, gets the win. 11:13, dead on 9 at 112 miles an hour. 12:28 by Butler on his 12:30 dial. Bobby a little tardy leaving the starting line, and Phil Mandela drives it on into round number 2. It's Butch Payne. C-Stock automatic, the 94 Bird, Mr. Big Stuff. Mr. Big Stuff's son over there. Butch. On a 1083, Brian Rogers, 302, 4-speed, C28 Camaro. Brian grabbing the gearbox, banging it hard, shoving it into high before the half-track mark. Little 302 screaming down there at the other end. Goes 1069. About 118 for the win. 1082 on a 1083. My big stuff, but that's just a little quick. Just a skosh. But it only takes a skosh. Here's Jimmy Boudreau and Denny Hillman. Hillman's 67, 327, 4-speed convertible. Denny does not get staged in time. Jim Boudreau gets the win automatically. Once 3 bulbs are lit, you got a certain amount of time to get your final bulb lit. Denny Hillman that time did not get her done. Dim 11 by Jim Boudreau, 130 miles an hour. For the Tewksbury, Massachusetts runner, Chris Stevenson taking on Danny Colville now. Colville up on the left-hand side, the 360. Stick shift Dodge Dakota, 1999 edition. Stevenson's F-Stock automatic. Firebird here on the right-hand side. 400 cubic inch runner. The winner automatically. Won it all up in Brainerd, Minnesota just a few weeks back at the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event. Just picks up another round win here. Goes 11:09 on his 1095. 11:82 by Colville after the red light start. The truck was done the minute he let out the clutch. Rob Beal's been to the final round before this year. Just wasn't quite there to close that final round out. The in-stock automatic entry. Out of Ashland, Kentucky, a little 4-door Chevelle there on the left-hand side. Taking on number 4 in the division last year, Jeff Atkinson. One of Rich Schaefer's Dixie Rebel boys. Jeff's already the winner because Rob Beal turned on the red bulb. Jeffrey says, woohoo, another time run. Well, he may say something else, but you get the idea. 937 at 143. Jeffrey gets the win. Beal mumbling under his breath and inside his helmet to himself. Finally gets there with a 21:18 lap at a blistering 54 miles an hour. He's going slightly slower than the guy in the Chevy truck that passed me this morning in the 35 mile an hour zone. Guy must have been late to work. That's all I got to say. Because I was doing 40 in the 35 and he blew by me like I was standing still. Not to say that there would, be any speeders or anything here in Bowling Green. Stock Eliminator, about halfway through our large field of 116 cars. In fact, our largest field of competition here at Beach Bend this weekend is our Stock Eliminator contestants. And Stock Eliminator, if you have not been to the lanes yet for round number 1, you're invited to come on down. Stock Eliminator, round number 1 contestants need you to the lanes, please. Kelly Sperry's already picked up the Race to Win Motorsports Bounty Hunter gift certificate in Super Street. Waiting to see who Ben Wenzel's going to be paired up with, because Ben is our Stock Eliminator bounty in the Race to Win Motorsports Bounty Hunter program. It won it all at Joliet, Illinois, Route 66 Raceway, our last event. And the winners carry over to the next race with the Race to Win Motorsports gift certificate program. But here's T.C. Morris and Greg Lubin right now. Lubin's Camaro on the left-hand side, the runner up from Florida. one of the D2 contestants, TC Morris. TC's put it all together for the winner's circle here at Bowling Green. Gets the round win here. Greg Lubin lights the red ball. Too quick out of the gate for Gregory. TC cruises through 1075 at 122. 1076 by Lubin at 123 the speed. Austin Alvey, stock automatic entry coming up next. Number 2 in the division last year. Gave it a pretty good tussle for the 18-year-old driver out of Taylorsville. Mouse motored, 69 Nova on the right-hand side, 1117 the dial. Mark Pools, 340. Barracuda coming up from the Volunteer State. Dialed in at 1095, so Austin going to get a bit of a handicap start. It'll be Poole trying to chase him down. We need our Mosier Sportsman Shootout contestants to the oval track staging lanes, please. With your cars. For your time trial run, getting ready to come up, our Mosier Sportsman Shootout contestants. Need you to lanes, please. Austin Alvey gets the win by 13 ten-thousandths of a second. 11:22 at 115 to an 11:07. Austin had the worst of the two lights. The Cuda was much better on the tree. Austin able to get down to the other end and steal it at the finish line. Tommy Mattingly, 65 Chevelle wagon, rolls in next. Runner on 1187 dial, taking on Ronnie Richards. Camaro here in the right lane, the 305 combination, goes red by Ron. Mattingly sees the win lights on already on top of the Budweiser scoreboard. Get a free ride into round number 2. He goes 1181 doing it. 109 miles an hour, 1137 by Richards. At 112. Kenny Friedman's in stock automatic machine. Kenny made it to the finals. Back in our opening event in Columbus, Ohio. National Trail Raceway. He's dialed in here in the wagon at a 1247. Luke Umahar, runner out of Indiana, the drag pack challenger on a 1012. So a 2.35 second handicap start. Gonna go to the wagon. Here goes Kenny. Here comes Luke. Trying to reel him in the other end of the racetrack. Not gonna get her done. 12:48. Friedman gets the win at 99.99 miles an hour. 10:07 by Umahar. He's a little late off the line. Tried to make it up at the other end. And what's the old expression? 2 wrongs don't make a right. It didn't work out that time either. Brent Vogus, the California Special Mustang, coming up next. Taking on Gary Hershey's 455 Buick. Grand Sport Skylark out of Indiana. Hershey in the right lane, 11:05. Vogus in 302 Mustang gets the handicap start. He's off and running. Brent now looking over his right shoulder. Checking that right rear view mirror. Trying to size up the nose of the Buick as he comes closing in, and the Buick gets him. Dead on the dial with a 9. 11:059 on the 11:05. 12:39 by Vogus. Got down to the other end of the racetrack. Took a little bit too much. Breaks out by a couple of hun. Captain Jack and Tony Hughes get ready to do battle next. Final call, stock eliminator, round number 1 to the lanes. If you haven't made your run yet, don't know what you're waiting on. Christmas is 122 days from now, and we're not waiting on that long. Captain Jack, John McCarthy, 2-stock automatic El Camino off and running. Used a little 283 Chevy Deuce. Comes up short in the pair by 30 thou. 1330 dead on 4 by McCarthy. Hughes goes cruising through 11:56 at 112 miles an hour. R.C. Clark's machine. Runner out of Spruce Grove, Alberta, Canada. Let me tell you, it gets cold there in the wintertime, kids. You think it gets cold here? Darcy standing the front end up with that 426 Max Wedge Mopar. Giving chase down to Donnie Beeler's little stick shift Corvette. Coming. Top end. Not going to get him. 11-10 on the 11.06. 8 thousandths of a second margin of victory for Beeler. 10:34 by Darcy at 126 miles an hour. Got down there to the other end of the track. Said, do I, don't I, do I, don't I? Oh, I'm not going to. Oh, I should have. There might have been a few other words thrown in there, but for Carla and Mom's sake, we won't discuss those words. Jamie Greening, the little V6 powered Chevy S10. Well, I know Mom's watching, and I know Carla's watching. Marissa Hammond's H-Stock automatic Camaro. Looks like Marissa's got problems. Sweet Marissa. No, that was Melissa. Melissa, not Marissa. Well, it could be Marissa. Yeah. Jamie Greening out of Missouri, the Show B State runner. Little stick shift, B6 powered S10. Works its way through the gearbox. Your number 15 qualifier, dial to 1202, goes 11.99. But when your competition breaks, you can use it as a tune-up run, and Jamie did just that. Got her tuned up, ready to go. Mosier Sportsman Shootout contestants. Need 16 of you to the hot car staging lane. Mosier Sportsman Shootout contestants. Looking for our 16 contestants to the oval track staging lanes, please. Jeff Sharp and Justin Solnat. Justin Solnat's going to get the win. His 98 Mustang GT, the little 281 mod motor. 1262 at 104. 1143 by Jeff Sharp on his 1150 dial. That didn't work so well. Brett McFarland and Dennis Patterson. 396 stick shift Camaro. That's the red one, left lane. 350 automatic small block Camaro. Over on the right-hand side. They're first generation F-bodied machines for the McFarland out of Ohio and Patterson out of Tennessee. And McFarland gets the win on a double breakout, 10:01 over the 11:27. Big deal, Freeman off and running. Here comes Reggie Winkle. Mr. Winkle trying to track him down. Reggie with the little 305 Camaro. 1171 at 104 by Reggie. 1499 by McNeil on his 1507 dial. McNeil comes up a little short at the other end. Rick Winchester and Dennis Martins going to do battle next. Winchester's Endless Agony Camaro on the left-hand side. Dennis Martins, K-Stock automatic, the 305 Malibu. Over here on the right-hand side. Martins hikes the front end of the wagon up and then gives it away at the stripe. How about an identical 1186.3? because Winchester was on an 1187 and the other guy was on an 1189. You come up a little bit short. Mosier, shootout contestants, need you to the oval car staging lanes, please. Looking for 16 of you. Mosier, shootout contestants, need you to the oval car staging lanes. Doug Baker, Todd Kuhn, Mark Smith, Allison Prose, Ricky Decker, Jeff Dona, Logan Galbraith, Austin Alvey, Danny Waddle, J.B. Straswell, Jerry Albert, Scott Wasco, Jeremy Mason, Phil Smida, Jeremy Mason, and Mike Jurassic. Need you to lanes, please. Chris Usler. Usler outgrows 1172 on the 1174, 1065 by Baker. The 428 Mustang way quick down there at the other end of the racetrack. Josh Green, D-Stock Automatic. Camaro taking on Jeff Harrington, F-Stock. Factory Showdown. Ford Mustang. Red line start by Harrington. 6 mile too quick out of the gate. And Josh Green, the big block Camaro, gets the win automatic. Moving on to round number 2 with a 1091 at 120. 1015 by Harrington at 130 miles an hour. George Warren's 394. Gets ready to take on Rob Holmes, the Kimosabi Pontiac over here on the right-hand side. Holmes, 400 cubic inch poncho, 1134 the dial. Gets the handicap start, the FOMO code. Barely. Going to try and chase him down. Holmes out of Ohio. Doesn't want to go home yet. Not going to. 1132 on the 1134. Under by 12. 1093 by Warren at 117. He's under by 38. Do the math. Rob Holmes closer. He gets the win. Here's Terry Fritz taking on Ben Wenzel. Wenzel, you might recall, our race to win Motorsports Bounty Hunter car. Over here on the right-hand side. Won it all up in Joliet at Route 66 Raceway. Terry Fritz, Factory Showdown machine. The Cobra Jet on a 935. Wenzel on a 1050. Pretty substantial handicap. Going to go to that 67 Camaro. Ben and his brother Dave bought the car new back in 1967. Took it to the U.S. National. Won. And Wenzel goes red. Terry Fritz picks up the round win. Picks up the Race to Win Motorsports gift certificate. 918 at 144. Ben Wenzel ought to get the certificate for taking himself out, but it doesn't work that way. So congratulations to Terry Fritz. Our Race to Win Motorsports Bounty Hunter here, collector here in stock Eliminator. This is Kenny Bomar and Gary Merrick come rolling in. Need our Mosier shootout contestants to the oval track staging lane, please. 16 of you. Need you to the lane. Here in the oval track. Kenny Bomars. Hot rod there on the left-hand side gets the win. 1033 at 114. 1015.9 by Gary Merrick's Camaro on the 1017. Under by 11 thousandths of a second. We're not going to get her done. Brina Frank, the C-Tech Manufacturing. Wisconsin-based Copo Camaro there on the left-hand side. New hot rod for Brina. Taking on Dirk Olson, another Wisconsinite. The 396 4-speed Nova over here on the Jegs side of the racetrack. Dirk on a 1002, Brina on a 940. Dirk turns it red. Brina gets the win for C-Tech. Jim Greeneck and the rest of the gang. And the Copo go cruising through. 932 at 143. 1006 by Dirk after going 001 red. And taking himself out of eliminations. Jimmy Gowers, stick shift, 283 Chevelle wagon. And Lance Line, Cromwell, Minnesota, Line Performance, 428 Mustang. Lance Hikes the front end up. Heads to the other end of the racetrack. Chase down Jimmy Gower. Gets it done. 10:07. Dead on the dial with a 4. Gower goes through 12:39.9 on a 12:44 at 104 miles an hour. Mosier Sportsman Shootout contestants, you should be in the oval track, staged up and ready to go. We now need Super Gas to the lanes, please. Super Gas, round number 1. Need you to the lanes, please. Todd Hughes. Pontiac GTO, 11:24 the dial. Half a second handicap start for him over Donnie Votts. Small block, 4-speed Camaro over here on the right-hand side for the Tennessee-based runner. There goes Todd. Everybody say goodnight, Donnie. Hi, Donnie. Red light start, 0.07 of a second for Donnie Votts. So Todd Cute and his Pontiac to speed back one more time. 11:19 and a $1.16 for the win. 10:74. Dead on the dial by Donnie. 10:74.4, but all of that negated by the red light start. Here's John Livingston and Jerry Bennett. Bennett's D-stock automatic machine. One very tough 340 Duster over here on the right-hand side. Livingston's little I-stock automatic. 91 Camaro there on the left. Not a bad one. Gone is over. And Jerry Bennett's 0.05 of a second too quick. And boy, he's going to look at that time slip and see what John Livingston's reaction time was, and he will cringe. Livingston gets the win, though. 11:43 and a $1.14. 10:905 by Jerry. Shutting it off to a 90-mile-an-hour run down at the other end of the racetrack. Joey Ship taking on Sheila Holt. Sheila May, the Lupe Tortilla Mexican restaurant. 327, 4-speed Chevy Nova there on the left-hand side. 1067. Joey Ship's little F-stock automatic, 69 Nova. Skillman Chevrolet entry on 1139 over here on the right-hand side. Super Gas, need you lanes, please. Super Gas. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Come on, come on. Super Gas. Need you to the lanes. Come on down. Second generation Chevy 2, third generation Chevy Nova. Which one's going to be your victor? It's going to be Joey getting the win on a double breakout. 36 on a 39 by Joey. 60 on a 67 by Sheila. 40,000 difference between them down at the other end of the racetrack when you put all the numbers together. Jim Watson's little 63 Nova for the Greenbrier, Tennessee runner. Coming up alongside Mitch Kite. This is a 383 powered 67 Barracuda. Again, Mosier Sportsman Shootout contestants, your time runs, you should be staged up in the oval track staging lanes. Super Gas needs you to the lanes now, please. Super Gas need you to the staging lanes. Jimmy Watson and Mitch Kite getting ready to do battle next as we continue on. V-Stock automatic ride. Little 194 cubic inch six-pack for the Rock Crusher out of Greenbrier, Tennessee. Dialed in 14-90. Mitch on an 11-12 with his 383 powered Barracuda. Big handicap start, gonna go to Jimmy. Heads up race coming up next. Watson off and running. Here comes Mitch. Big bad romping, stomping Barracuda, trying to chase down that little six-pack Chevy Nova and gets it done. 11:09 on the 11-12. Kite gets the win on a double breakout. Watson goes 14.82 on a 14.90 and an 87-mile-an-hour lap. Joe Santangelo and Brian Merkel. Heads up, B-Stock automatics, a pair. First one to the finish line is your winner. There is no breakout. Two cars from the identical class run each other in elimination. Pull out all the stops, pull out the weight. Merkel hikes the front end up in the air. Santangelo does the same thing. Ooh, down track they go. A little bit quicker. Joe on the left-hand side, he gets the win. Hit the 112 to 50 miles an hour, but Santangelo wins the heads-up battle as Bill McClister's F-Stock automatic machine. The Pontiac out of Shore Acres, Texas, over there on the left-hand side. And Bob Usler, Robert at the wheel of his Martinsville, Indiana-based Malibu wagon, 1267. The dial for Robert. A little over a second and a half handicap start. Going to go to the wagon man. He's in the graphics business, in case you couldn't tell. Need a car wrap, needs the vinyl done. Your son will get you handled and taken care of. There goes Robert. Here comes Wild Bill. Runner out of the Lone Star State, trying to reel him in. Top end of the racetrack, coming and got him. Dead on one by McClister. 11:05.1 on his 11:05. 12:55 by Usler. At 104 miles an hour out of the wagon. Scott Lamar's B-Stock automatic, Chevy Camaro, taking on Tommy Reese's little K-Stock automatic. 350 combo left side, 1080 the hot combination over here on the jig side of the racetrack on an 1180 dial. So a couple of bulbs difference. Handicap start. Going to go to the mouse motor. Here comes the little bit bigger 350 combination. Trying to reel him in on the left-hand side, the Budweiser lane. Lamar closing, not going to get it done. 1078 on the 1080 by Scott. Took 35 stripe to break out by 16 down at the other end. So the 305 gets to come back and play. Gary Summers should be taking on Carl Weisinger. Weisinger's drag pack challenger, a no-show for round number one. So Summers and Super Stang. The little 302 4-speed Mustang 2 over there on the left-hand side. Going to get to make a single run, a competition 5, if you will, into round number 2 of eliminations. So Summers easing his way down the racetrack. He'll cruise on through with a 13:57 lap. His quickest run of the weekend. Gives him a little something to play with and work with going into round number 2 of eliminations. Randy Campbell, your number one qualifier. 98 under the index with the odd lot number of cars. Your number one qualifier gets the official buy run. And he gets a free tune-up. The 350 powered Chevy C10 over here on the left-hand side. A little hike of the front end as he works his way down the racetrack. And Campbell will cruise on into the next round. 12:27 on a 91 mile an hour lap. Joe Martin's A-stick car should be taking on Dan Williams, likewise A-stick car, but no Joe. So Dan Williams, Northampton, England-based runner. Big block 396 Nova. Martin's 396 Camaro. Unfortunately, not able to answer the call. So another competition by, and Dan Williams, all the way from across the pond in the UK. There's a little tune-up action in here before we go to Indianapolis next week for the big go, the U.S. National. And Williams with a 991 lap on 135 miles an hour. Doug Baker, Todd Kuhn. We need you to the hot car staging lanes, the oval track lanes right now, please. Doug Baker and Todd Kuhn need you for the Mosier Sportsman Shootout competition. Need you to lanes now, please. Please use the oval track staging lane. Steve Walker should be taking on Cody Harris. Walker's ride, the Pennsylvania-based stick shift Camaro on the right-hand side. Free ride as Kobe's Mustang a no-show. 1085 lap for Welkers. He goes down track. And the attrition continues on as once again a competition by run. Lynn Johnson should be taking on Denny Ford. Denny Ford at the wheel of the 69 Camaro. Not available for round number 1 of elimination. So Lynn Johnson's 428 4-speed Mustang. Another runner out of the great state of Minnesota, making the toe down. And yet another competition by. A few of the cars just not able to answer the bell here for round number 1 of eliminations. And Lynn says, I'll take a tune-up run. Thank you very much. 1046 at 113 miles an hour. Super Gas needs you to lanes, please. Super Gas needs you to lanes. At our Mosier Sportsman Shootout contestants, you should be in the oval car staging lanes as well. As Dana from Norton's Children's Hospital. I saw the ambulance over there a while ago. I was wondering if, somebody's breakfast didn't agree with them. But Dana's with us here from Norton Children's Hospital. Understand that you and Lester Johnson have got quite a deal worked out here. All of his qualifying money goes to you.
Yeah, we're pretty excited. Last year he came to us and said, let's start something special for your hospital. And so decided to start Racers for Kids for Norton Children's Hospital. And they have raised last year alone over $6,000 with the support of the racing community and fans. And so this year their goal is $10,000. In Norton Children's Hospital, we provide care to over 180,000 children from across the state of Kentucky. And it's a full-service pediatric hospital.
Those of you that have never had dealings with a pediatric hospital, I'm just going to share with you that when you have a son born that weighs less than 4 pounds, fits in the palm of your hand, and spends 3 months in an incubator, it gives you a whole new perspective on life. And I speak from personal experience on that. Let me tell you, anything you can do for a pediatric hospital, and especially us here in the racing community, it is so appreciated by so many families that are really put into a spot. I hate to say it's between a rock and a hard spot, but it becomes a very tenuous position. And you want to talk about dealing with some strife in your life. You make those daily jaunts 3 times a day to the incubator to feed your baby, and you put up with a team of ICU pediatric nurses that would give their life for your kid. The ambulance, I see the lights flashing over there. Dana, I didn't mean to get carried away on that, but the lights, racers, step up and help out if you can, because it is wonderful.
Yeah, Yeah, we'd love for them to stop by, visit with us for a minute. We've got more stories to share. It is about the families, and it's about these stories because the mission continues. We want to make these kids healthy and get them back home to their communities. And with the support of people like the racers, it makes an impact. And last year, Lester came out with our Braveheart families, and these kids lit up. They're on heart journeys the rest of their life. And for them just to get in a race car and experience that just for a moment, to take pictures, it was so special. So definitely, this is making a difference.
It does make a difference, and I don't care if you've got a couple of bucks in your pocket or $100 bill in your pocket. You want to donate it to the cause. The Norton Children's Hospital. Now, I'm from Kansas City, so obviously I'm not a local. Where is Norton Children's Hospital?
We're located in Louisville, but we stretch the entire state of Kentucky. Our ambulance, they'll drive. We've got airplane, helicopter transport team, and they've flown as far as California, Florida to pick up children, take care of them. So we are located in Louisville, but we take care. It's far across the state.
Todd Kuhn needs you to the Mosier Shootout right now. Todd Kuhn, we're going to go without you if you're not there. You might want to, never mind. Todd Kuhn, we need you to the Mosier Shootout, please. Need you into the oval track staging lanes. Todd Kuhn, you are the sole missing person for our shootout. Nitro Joe here in the tower, he walks up and he says he puts out a challenge to everybody. Nitro Joe just handed Dana a $10 bill. As soon as I get done talking and have an opportunity to do something, I'm going to donate as well. Because like I said, I've been there, I've experienced that. Of course, my son is now 24 years old, stands 6'4", weighs 240 pounds. But let me tell you, it definitely is a life-changing experience, and everything that you do in those hospitals is simply
It does give a different perspective on life when you're in the hospital and meeting these children. They are the bravest kids, and these families, what they endure and go through, it's phenomenal. And since I've been working for Norton Children's Hospital, my whole life has changed in the way I look at things. And so to meet these children, they're so brave, and they look to the racers as their heroes to them. They become superheroes because these children, they might never get to experience something like this.
Okay, so the ambulance is set up over here in the pit area. You got the flashing lights on the ambulance. You're walking away already with money in hand from all of us here in the tower. Folks, swing by the ambulance over in the concession stand. Like I said, drop in a 1, a 5, a 10, a hun, whatever you may have that you feel is a worthy cause. But just remember that the kids, as they grow up, will remember everything that we as racers do for them here in the early part and the forming part of their lives.
And this
And Lester, all the qualifying money Lester takes in for the Excalibur 55 Chevrolet here in Top Sportsman, his qualifying money goes to you all. He doesn't pocket a dime of it. It all goes to you all.
Yeah, he continues to step up to the plate and continues to give, and wow, what a difference it's making.
He's quite a guy.
He is. I think a lot of Lester and his wife, his family, they're all pretty amazing. That's
Okay, we're going to shut up about him now because I want his helmet to still fit when he has to get in the car here in a little bit.
That's very true. Yeah, I want to do that.
All righty, boys and girls, guys and gals, the ambulance over in the concessions area. Dana, thank you very much for coming up and sharing some time with us. If you need, come back up and remind me a little bit later on, and we'll hit it again. But glad to have you in the house, Lester. Glad for everything you can do. And racers, do what you can do. It's all for a very, very, very good cause. Yep, just look for the ambulance with the flashing lights. Our Mosier Shootout contestants getting ready to come up. Super Gas here in the lanes. We're ready to rock and roll. As soon as we get our Mosier time runners down track, we will get them rolling and then get into round number 1 of Super Gas. Follow Super Gas with Super Stock. Round number 1 of our Mosier Sportsman Shootout after that. And in round number 1 of Super Cop as we work our way through race day, Eliminations Day. Here at Beach Bend Raceway Park has Mother Nature giving us a glorious day today, but the forecast for tomorrow not quite so good. So the decision was made late yesterday evening to get into eliminations today and try and get as many of our racers accommodated and taken care of before we get hung out to dry by Mother Nature, so to speak. Getting all of our Mosier Sportsman Shootout contestants strapped in and ready to go for their 8th mile time run, and we'll be diving straight into round number 1 of a Super Gas. Getting ready to come at us. Do want to say congratulations to our Race to Win Bounty Hunter winners already today. Kelly Sperry in Super Street. She was able to take out Mark Smith. And Terry Fritz in Stock Eliminator as he was able to get around Ben Wenzel in the opening round of Stock. Super Gas getting ready to come up. We'll be looking for Brad Schultz. Excuse me, Terry. At the wheel of her Mustang. Slap my face and call me speechless. Speechless. Or slap my face and call me toothless, one of the two. I don't care, but And I do believe we've got all of our photographs taken now of our Mosier Sportsman Shootout contestants. So we should be ready to load them in. They should be loaded in by now and ready to go for their qualifying lap down the track here. Their time run, an 8th mile run for them as our Mosier Sportsman Shootout takes place on the 8th mile. A $15,000 cash purse up for grabs. $5,000 going to the winner, $2,000 to the runner-up, $1,000 to each of the semifinalists. So a very important race for many of our sportsman competitors. And through the season-long points battle that's taken place, the top two in each of our Mosier Sportsman classes get slated into the 16-car field. And we'll have them come up for their time run and then round one of eliminations in just a little bit. Jeremy Mason and Mike Jurassic working their way down track. They do a little quick 8th mile shoot. And it gives them their data, their information. As we get into our Mosier Shootout. Round number one will be coming up here in just a little bit. Super Gas getting ready to come at us. We've got these 16 cars for the Mosier Shootout. Then 100 Super Gas machines. Another 75 in stock. And then round one of our Mosier Shootout as we continue on, giving our drivers the opportunity to make their way down track. Our Super Street contestants, Mark Smith and Allison Prose. Allison able to get through the opening round of Super Street. Mark, unfortunately, coming to Kelly Sperry, who picked up the race to win. Bounty Hunter gift certificate for that round one. Attack on the Bowling Green Mustang. And again, our Mosier Sportsman Shootout run on the 8th mile rather than the full quarter mile. So as they pass the half-track mark down there, you'll see the scoreboards line up. Thankfully, this is a time run and not a race. Because Allison would have been dead late out of the gate. She goes 7:35 at 110, 7:57 for Mark Smith at 116 miles an hour. Phil Spider there on the left-hand side. JB. Well, Matt Straswick over here on the right-hand side of the racetrack. JB, whoa, 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 where you going, JB? Whoa, JB. JB goes through 403 at 174. Phil Smida there on the left-hand side, a 616 at 142. Looked like something may have come off the back of JB's machine. Check down track there about the 300-foot mark. Right. So it helps to have all of the parts and pieces on the race car when it gets down at the other end that you started with on this end. Looks like JB may be needing to reattach a piece or two. Sportsman ride. The Camaro over here on the right-hand side doing his burnout in the Jegs lane. He'll be back to take on Scott Wasco's machine. The opening round of our Mosier Sportsman Shootout. Jeff Dona's Firebird, one of our super stock competitors. He and Ricky Decker will do battle when they line up side by side. Jeff Dona out of Gordonville, Missouri. Always a gorgeous and well-maintained Pontiac in his race stable. Firebird always just super clean. Dona there on the left. Gary Albert over here on the right. The Jags, Mickey Thompson. .439, Jerry Albert goes down track at 162, 616. Danny Waddle's top dragster machine comes rolling in next here on the Jegs lane. And Ricky Decker's super stock Camaro. Battle all year long has been between Ricky Decker and Jeff Dona. Not only for the division championship, but the spot on the Jegs All-Star race as well. Both the drivers qualifying for the Mosier Sportsman Shootout. Danny cruises through 390 at 184 miles an hour in his top dragster machine. 618, 108 for Ricky Decker. They're on the left-hand side. The Budweiser lane runner, Scotty Wasco. Scotty went used car shopping over the winter months. Struck up a deal on a slightly used Pontiac top sportsman machine. Bought a few hot rod pieces out of his old Chevy Lumina top sportsman car and proceeded to come out and win the opening race of the year. Always makes you feel pretty good when your hot rod comes out and does what it needs to do. Austin Alvey Chevy 2 over here on the right-hand side. One of our stock eliminator competitors. Austin at the wheel of the small block machine. Scotty goes through 421 at 171 miles an hour. That's what you call hauling an eighth mile. Flicking off a 171 mile an hour run, 701. For young Austin Alvey is Logan Galbraith. And Doug Baker come rolling in next. Baker's 428 Mustang over here on the right-hand side. Logan with the Pontiac there in the left-hand lane. Second generation racer. Logan with the opening race win in Columbus to start our season off. He's had some up and down moments with the 428 Mustang. Looking pretty good here this weekend. 668, 101 for Doug. 773 for Logan. He cruises through down at the other end of the racetrack on his time run. Todd Kuhn's hot rod. Todd Kuhn's Pontiac. And Jeremy Mason at the wheel of the Super Cop machine. Super Gas getting ready to roll up next. 990 will be going up on the scoreboard. The round of elimination be going into the history books. Todd Kuhn's going to cruise through 709 at 94 miles an hour, 636. Buck 27 to speed for Jeremy. Round one gets ready to roll in. Ron Ruggles going to step in, tell you all about it as we go to the 990 category. Let Ron tell you about it as Travis Giddens and Phil Stamps come rolling in.
All right, what a beautiful day here at the beach as, well, we had a little cool front roll closing in on that finish line, win line. Right there, Travis Giddens. He had a pretty good advantage on the reaction time. Goes 4 over the dial for the win. Stamps was 993. Quickly we move in with the next pair. Rob Goins. Well, he'll be going down the track. The sales manager out of Orlando, Florida. Don Davis Ford Power Plant. Jason Lynch next door in the jegs.com lane. The mechanic. It's 990s till we change the scoreboard. So we're going to try to drive the number. Well, Rob Goins got that red spray paint can, straight the ball on the left side of the 3. Jason gets the first round win very quickly. Very short race. Lynch just taking it easy down there, cruising, checking out the countryside down here in Kentucky. And Goins, well, he's going home. Tim Millwood, Ron Lower. Next pair up, the executive with the Challenger up to the challenge in the Bud lane. And Ron Lower is next door with the Cutlass. The dog groomer out of Dundee, Ohio. So Ron moves in second. Away we go. Millwood not on the stops very long. Here comes Ron Lower. Got that foot planted through the floorboard. Can get there. Oh, on the double breakout. Check this out. Ron Lower, 9.899. Tim Millwood, 9.889. That was tighter than Loctite. Next pair up, Double J out of Clarksville, Tennessee. That's Jeff Jensen and Doug Croft, general contractor out of Wabash, Indiana. The Flying Firebird, the Kaufman Racing Engine sponsored Firebird. Got that big block Pontiac to get the job done. Jeff Jensen running for Spruil's Racing. All right, they got the low beams on the tree. They'll pull the high beams on. They'll go the button. A little bit of a wiggle for Double J as he heads down track. He's got her lined up through the tunnel. Side by side at the 8-mile finish line. The ambush zone, win light. Jeff Jensen, double breakout. He goes 9.884 to Doug Croft's 9.874. A tight one on the double breakout. Scott Deffenbaugh steps in from Lebanon, Indiana. The Nova SS, bright red with a black vinyl top. He looks left. There's Tyler Kahele standing in the way to round number 2. So it's the Corvette and the Nova. Both of them step into the pre-stage area. Got to roll in a little bit, get them buttons mashed nice and tight and let them go like they put a nice electric shock. Oh, nice run at it. Scott squirts out there very quickly. Here comes Tyler Kahele turning that big bow tie on top end. Can get there. Oh. Tyler Kahele turned that Corvette into a dump truck down there, takes the win with a 991. Scott should have found the brake pedal as he broke out with a 985. Tony Elrod, the Green Machine out of Howell, Michigan, the beautiful green Monza. And Pat Martin sits next door out of London, Ohio, running for Armor Paving and Sealing. The drivers are going to try to bend that tree over without breaking it to try to get some real estate bought ahead of time before they get to the finish line. Tony rolls in, Pat's in, and away they go. Pat's going to hang on to the stop a little longer. Tony's already in. Here comes Martin. Can he get there? He does. How about 9.900 and you don't get the W? As Martin had about 400ths on the tree, goes dead on with an 8 and takes a good win there. Man, oh man, what's it take? Well, you got to get the tree to cooperate too, because if you run the 990 on the end of the racetrack, you don't have the Christmas tree on your side of the equation, why, you're in trouble. As Mark Sanders, Jim Terry drifts to the right. He's got that steering wheel. He used it. He's out ahead of the 8th mile, but here comes Mark Sanders trying to get it done in the Cavalier, and does. Sanders. How about 17th Thou Pack Racing, 990 with a 4. Thierry breaks out behind about 800ths, had to spend the reserve and breaks out. Oh, look at Randy DeLuca's 50 Fleet line. It's a beauty. It's plum purple. He's on the Jegs.com line. Oh, trying to take down the classic car of Randy. Oops, oops, oops. I'll tell you what, Carl hit the button too many times, but on the double breakout, both of them really keeping the pedal down, but Randy goes 984 on the breakout for the win to the 979 next door. Oh, I love these names. Nathan Vrooman, perfect for drag racing. The farmer out of Wabash, Indiana with the Beretta. He'll take the passing lane of our 2-lane interstate. Bob Locke, the veteran racer out of Whiteland, Indiana, running for Custom Business and Tax Solutions. Beautiful sunshine here. Drag Racer TV up and running. Hopefully you're following along. Make sure you tell you, oh, Bob Locke, we had to cut in there. Bob's car just went left very quickly. He had to quickly grab the wheel. Is it going to cost him? No. Nathan Vrooman bails him out, breaking out with a 988. Locke was dead on with a 5 to go with it for a 24 pack. But I'll tell you what, Bob quickly recovered from that car darting sideways as Dave Thomas and Joe Harper looking sharper with the Avenger. So it's Joe on the Jegs lane trying to turn on that wind light. Dave Thomas is not ready to head north just yet. He's got the maroon Beretta. We're green, we're gone, we're good. Joe Harper said, wait for me, I got to get there. And he's working at it, working real hard. Harper takes the double breakout affair. Harper was 9.884 to Dave's 9.87 with a 0. Steve Whitlow plugs in next with the Mustang out of Hendersonville, Tennessee, the volunteer stage. Steve's got the top down today, enjoying the nice, beautiful sunshine, the cool breeze here at the beach. We're at the beach having a ball today. Ken Sanders bringing the truck, got plenty of room to haul the money home and the trophy. Wants to take that back to St. Louis, Missouri, but there's a lot of other racers with the same game plan here. Super Gas, round number 1. A lot of glass. We are deep into Super Gas. Steve Whitlow, he's digging his spurs into that Mustang down there, trying to pull alongside on the double breakout. Another one. Whitlow breaks out the lease, 9.872, as Kenneth took the stripe first and goes a little deeper into the finish line. Al Walker, Larry Burnshausen. Larry racing last weekend, a little track up there in Illinois, having a good time. Al Walker, ooh, Larry, where are you going, Larry? Larry's going over to the concession stand quickly, thought, hey, I'm racing, got to get to business here. Walker still trying to get down there, but Burnshausen goes dead on with a 7. How about 9,000's package for Burnshausen? He took the stripe, takes the win by 81/10,000. Todd Sensini and Tom Diamond step up to the plate. Tom Diamond out of Dublin, Ohio, 27-4T. Another one with the top down, enjoying this beautiful day. And Sherry's like, I knew Larry could do that. Larry just putting down a number. Anyway, Todd Sensony, the Flying Firebird out of Clarksville, Tennessee. Beautiful city there in Tennessee. And Todd says, I'm not ready to go back to that beautiful city. We want to go to the winner's circle. Got to take out Tom and Phil and everybody else that's here. A great field of race cars. This is going to be good. Nice race developing. They're looking at each other's front fender, the finish line, and Tom Diamond did it just right. 992 on top of the hill for the win. Todd goes 6th thou under the 990 number. Should have hit that big bug on the windshield down there, and he'd have ran dead on the number. Well, let's bring up the champ. Mellow Yellow National Champion Devin Eisenhower for 2018. Roy Eisenhower is Santovenia. We'll get it out in a minute. Sergio's way down track. Identical reaction times, and Devin turns that Camaro into a dump truck down and runs dead on with a deuce as Sergio breaks out with a 982. That was an interesting race developing down at the top end as Devin, way behind, but kicked that car into high gear down there, caught up and takes the win. Morris Yates, the bright red 61 Corvette. Blake Richardson. Blake very familiar with this race. Circle here a few times over his young career. And Richardson continues on with a 994 as Morris Yates goes 10:33. Blake 400s behind on the tree, but his competitor did not run the number at the finish line. Former U.S. Nationals winner Kevin Adams pulls into the right side of the racetrack. And Freddie Martin trying to take him down. 20-year-old racer, and Freddie grabbed the red ornament out of the box and Kevin Adams, not a great light, but it's a green one, the only one in the pair, and Adams goes 991 and takes the win into the next round. That'll be round number 2. All right, rapid fire we go. Gary Linkhorn, the decorated racer from Cumberland, Ohio. 27-14. Jake Lane and Jesse Serna. The Trans Am trying to take down Linkhorn. Here comes the dump zone. Who's got it? It'll be Jesse Serna. 500s on the tree, goes 993 for the win to Gary Hyder, 991. Jesse took the stripe and also gets the W. Brian Johnson, Plymouth Valiant. I don't get to say that too much. Around Kenny Threat, always a threat to take the ball. Threat on the left, Brian on the right. Here comes the dancing zone down there. Win light, Kenny Threat. 11 thousandths package in the win as Brian Johnson breaks out with a 987. Richard Spradlin, 67 Nova. It's a beauty. He can park that in my driveway on Sunday and I'll take it cruising. Gorgeous car, the Brooks Truck and Trailer Repair. The school bus driver, well, this has got to be more fun than driving a school bus. And Steve Hoyt, the decorated racer out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. Steve and Jan's 63 vet. We like to see at the start. We got a race going on down there, and Hoyt takes the double whammy, the double breakout. Hoyt 9.890 to Richards 9.869. Oh, the sunshine is making eye candy out of Kelly Keith's 34 Chevy, the farmer out of Hernan, Kentucky. And Teddy Barlow, the Quick Fuel Technology 00 Camaro. The Millennium Camaro. Oh, They're both on the stop. Just about to bring the time, and it was a long time. Big high horsepower cars coming at us. And Teddy Barlow says, no problem, gang. 990 with an egg. He was behind on the tree about 3 hunts, but I'll tell you what, that team's got it all together. Nice run at it. Shannon Brinkley steps in. Another Corvette out of Highlands, Texas. Michelle Furr, Division II runner. Number 22 on the car for Michelle Furr. Had a good year last year. Running for Papa Motorsports. And we'll just throw a couple Corvettes down the racetrack in Corvette Town here in Bowling Green, Kentucky. Careful staging process. Got to find that spot. And away we go. Got a race. 2 Corvettes duking it out. Only one gets a W. Who's going to blow whose candles off their birthday cake? Win light, double breakout. Shannon Brinkley, both of them keeping the power down. Brinkley, 9.849 to a 9.825. Tight racing. That's what I love about the .90 classes. Well, former champ Jacob Elrod blinking the taillights at us with the Corvette, running for Sunoco, Hoosier Tire, and a Bruzy transmission. Chuck Ridenauer next door with the Vega. The clean Vega out of Plainfield, Indiana. So we got a strong arm, that Christmas tree, for all it's worth. Try to squeeze all the juice out of the orange called the Christmas tree. Try to keep the bulb green at the bottom. Jacob's ready. Chuck's going to test the timer out there at timeout time. Well, Jacob's sitting back here waiting. We're still waiting. He's trying to find high gear. He's got to get it here pretty soon. Elrod heading, double breakout. Elrod 9.869 to Chuck's quicker 9.796. This air is so good. These cars are making so much horsepower. It's throwing curveballs at the racers. They're trying to deal with it, but you give them a time or two at it, and they'll lock those throttle stops down a little tighter. Steve Eckert, you can't take this away. Our first 82 world champion super gas. You'll never have that taken away, as Osby Brewer took away from him today. Eckert chasing hard, trying to step on the gas to make the pass. Double breakout, Osby, winner by 3 thou. 9.867 for Osby, 9.864 for Eckert in a tight double breakout affair. A lot of pacing going on down there through the stripe as we bring up the Dragon Wagon. Rob Stigl out of Brentwood, Tennessee, the fluids engineer, 66 Chevy 2 wagon. I love it. Jerry Hamilton trying to blow out Rob's candle. Here we go. Jerry's trying to get there, working at it, double breakout again. Wow, Jerry, 9.830 to Rob's 9.822. Rob took the stripe, breaks out the most. Win light goes to the other lane. Jim Perry with the truck, running the jegs.com lane, the S10 version. Out of the volunteer stage, there's Tony Tanner. It's Kentucky versus Tennessee. Sounds like a football game. Tony, the truck driver, way behind down there. Hopefully Jim's paying attention, and he was. Jim gets down there and he cuts the spark plug wires and flattens the tires, goes 999 for the win, as Tony was having problems as he goes 1175. Jeff Lawson, the Lexington, Kentucky chassis builder, heading down the jegs.com lane. Oh, double breakout. Lawson takes it with a 9.875 to a 9.859. A ton of breakout affairs going on here. Maybe they shortened the track up last night from a quarter mile to maybe 1,200 feet, but a lot of breakouts here today. But The weather is so much better. We've got a tailwind, as we've noticed the flag out here waving pretty good. Tom Kanan got it here. 2 red cars, only 1 red car was number 2. It's Ohio and Michigan. Who's going to take it down there? Oh, another double breakout affair. Tom Keenan is your winner. 9.879 to Denny Napier's 9.851. Denny took the strike, didn't work out. Jeff Webb out of Goodlettsville, Tennessee with his Corvette. And Jeff Reed Jr. out of the Buckeye State. Nice and steady as Jeff glides in very easily. Goes right, turns the wheel left, right down the groove. Now he's drifting over towards the center line a little bit. Jeff Reed trying both sides of the groove. And Jeff Webb, sorry about that. Jeff Webb goes 991 and takes the win, but he was trying out both sides of the groove. Yeah, he knows what he's doing as his opponent breaks out. Dwight Noose, Jamaican Bacon, 82 Rampage out of Coots, Indiana. And Jerry Dukes, Beretta. Both of them putting the power down, just about the same as throttle stops. We're just about the same area set right. And my goodness, Jerry Duke, 006 on the tree, 9895 on the double breakout for the win. Dwight, a little further under, 9.828. Steve Conley, Jamie Southards, the next pair to try to get the win light to come on. Steve Conley, the business owner, the S10 version of the Chevrolet pickup truck, small block. Jamie Southard, 67 Corvette with a bigger block. And Steve Conley, knocked out the pre-stage bulb, and that's a red light for Conley and a win light for Jamie Southard. Southard's got a free time run with a 9.858. Hopefully they'll learn from that and do a little work in the magic box, and they'll be back. There's John Sickish and Jeff Mandel's probably listening to Drag Racer TV, and it's like, wow, look at all these breakouts. I hope we got our boxes set right. John Sickish running for Advanced Chassis, running the jegs.com lane, and Jeff Mandel said, Bud, just give me a lane. Just give me a green light. Just give me a win light. Ooh, good race, side by side down there, and John Sickish ambushes Jeff Mandel for the win. Sickish 9.860 to Jeff's 9.838. Super stock. Super stock, super stock. Need you to the lanes. Left side of the ladder, left side of the ladder. Warren Evans says super stock, left side. And first 3 pair on the left side of the ladder. All right, the bold man, Larry Rodell, 009 on the tree, but well, he's on the top of the hill with a 992 for the win as George Warren gets down there a little on the quick side on the breakout route, 9.83. Mercy, mercy, mercy. Never seen so many double breakouts, but hey, the weather's that good. Mike Duke, Carl Root, left to right. Carl's got that locked into the jegs.com line. Ooh, baby. Carl Root, 200s on the tree, but another double breakout affair. Carl Root, winner, 9.885 to Mike Duke's 9.854. Woo. John Taylor, Tommy Cook. It's the battle of the double breakouts here so far in round number 1. Tommy Cook running for Cook's Transmission in the Bud lane. John Taylor, he'll try to light up the scoreboard on the jegs.com lane. 8th mile, wait for those times. Ooh, mercy. Well, double breakout. John Taylor gets this one. He goes 9.897 to Tommy Cook's tight 9.867. Tim Gillespie steps in, Mark Skipper. Some of these racers coming up here is probably going to pull a spark plug wire off of a spark plug to run 990 is Mark Skipper out of Transylvania, Louisiana. He'll take care of the jegs lane. Tim Gillespie hopefully will make a light shine on the jegs. Here we go. Mercy. Well, Tim Gillespie looked in that rear view mirror and it's like, where's Mark? Okay, we better drag our feet down here. 993, and that is your winner. Mike Jurasek, Bo Butler, the 3rd. The green Corvette out of Floyd's Knob, Indiana. And Mike Jurasek from Elyria, Ohio. So we're going to send a couple Corvettes down our one-way. Let the best person win. Ooh, nice. Nice. Finish line, here they come, sorted out. Bo Butner, the 3rd, on top of the hill. How about 993.5 for Butner to 993.4 for Jurasek? 97 10,000ths margin of victory for our winner. Brian Shockley, the 66 Chevy 2. What a beautiful race car out of Spring Hill, Tennessee. And Leo Zinda, the Ring and Pinion Shop, Cavalier. Oh, Zinda taking it. 9890 for Zinda in the win. 9886 for Shockley. 1 thou separating them with the tree when they left down here. And boy, did they do a lot of pacing down there as Connie Rudy steps in. The bright red fire engine red 75 Gremlin. And Alan Kaner out of Tremont, Illinois. And I had a chance to talk to Alan last weekend. He was at a track I was announcing. The guy, my name is pronounced Kaner. I said, got it, okay. Let's see if we can pronounce his name as a winner. Nope, double breakout. Connie Rudy, 9.861 for the win to Alan Kaner's 9.802. One of the regulars there at Lucas Oil Raceway. That's Tom Small with the red 68 Camaro. And Brian Casson, the electrician out of Evansville, Indiana, the white Grand Am. Tom Small hoping that Chevrolet's got the power to get there, and the wind light shines for Tom Small. 995 as Brian breaks out by 5 thou. As Tom Small carved out about 500ths, Brian took the stripe down there, and bad plan that pair. Never seen so many red colors at the bottom of my screen up here as double breakouts. Well, we're on the double breakout plague here in round number 1. This time we got Tim Powell and Dave Dahlem. Dave ran some great numbers yesterday. We got a better weather conditions, so this is going to be really interesting to see if Dahlem continues those number crunches down there. Dahlem wandering around down there a little bit, but Dahlem's got the win, 993 with an 8. Taking the win. Tim Powell took the stripe first and breaks out with a 9.854. 4 thou separating them at the start as Morgan Napier is on 3rd base. Vince Damro on 1st base. The Speedline Racing Cedar Hill, Tennessee runner running the jegs.com lane. And the Cutlass, the choice of weapon for the Pataskala, Ohio racer Morgan Napier. All right, they are pre-stage. We got to roll in before we roll on down the highway. Now we're ready. And Vince Damrow got caught leaving the office early. Morgan Napier's got the win. Morgan's got a time run at it. Let's see what they got down there. 9.835, and Vince won't get any time, as sometimes you really get caught with your hand in the cookie jar, and Vince did that time. So Morgan will advance. They'll take that 9.835 run and learn from that as Lynn Ellison and Presley Ray Wilkerson. The Mustang, the Corvette, right to left. So Presley Ray, the gym manager out of Louisville, Kentucky, and Lynn Ellison out of Central Kentucky. Well, a Kentucky resident's going to win this thing. Well, I'll tell you what, you hope a racer, well, Presley Ray just plain missed the tree, and Lynn Ellison goes 10-11, and that'll tell the rest of the story right there. We need to go into how many numbers and what there, but Skeeter Wayne and Gene Quinn are our next pair up. Yeah. All right, Skeeter Wayne, Gene Quinn coming up. Gene from one of those Division II runners, 63 vet. Skeeter Wayne running for Tri-State Towing and Recovery. And they're just sitting on the ball. Here we go. Put the phone down, and oh my. Let's see how this plays out to the finish line. Well, Gene Quinn ran a 10.06 and gets the win to Skeeter's 9.92. So I think you can figure out what happened there, and I think I'm going to leave that right there. That Christmas tree can be very good to you, and it can be very unkind, but usually it's self-inflicted on the reaction time sometimes. Thomas Baker Jr., John LaBouse. John, the tough racer out of Goodlettsville, Tennessee, will be in the jegs.com. Tom Baker in front of that car wiggled a little bit as he put the power down. Now we're putting a lot of fuel through them big blocks as they approach the finish line. Win light, John LaBouse, 004 on the tree as Tom Baker, well, he grabbed the red spray paint can and sprayed the left bulb on the tree, and that'll send you packing in a hurry. Janice Swan up next to run John Mays, S10 bright yellow pickup out of Dothan, Alabama, the structural engineer. He'll take care of the traffic. And it is heading down track very quickly. John May working and getting there, and Janice Swan with a 10.06. Oh my goodness. Janice got a break there. John May breaks out with a 9.899. And oops, that's an oops as a driver. Joey Ship out of that Ship Racing family, the respiratory therapist running for the Ray Skillman Chevrolet Group. And Tony Thompson, 27 Ford coming up from Florida. Got a lot of Division II runners coming up here, but I'm sure there's a lot of them looking at the engine list and heading to the 65-year running of the Chevrolet Performance US National. Good race going on right here. Oh, Tony had the bulb and Joey Ship's got the W. Ship goes 9.93 as Tony Thompson ekes under with a 9.890. Ouch. Next up, Alan Bush with that Cavalier, big horsepower race car, left lane, skip walls in the truck out of Knoxville, Tennessee. Alan Bush has got one of those motors underneath the hood. It's like, I'll drive the car, you change the spark plugs. All right, I'll tell you what, Alan Bush kept the timeout timer, and he got that car snuck in there. Well, let's see what goes on down at the finish line. The decision zone, and it will be Alan Bush, 007 out of the gate. Skip Walls was not, as Alan Bush goes 10:13 to a 10:02. So I believe both of them were sticking their feet out at the 1,000-foot, dragging them across the finish line down there. As Matt Tankersley and Angela Neely sneak up. All right, left side of the ladder, super stock, and we do need the first 3 pairs, please, thank you. Oh, Matt Tankersley goes 991 with a 6 for the win. Angela Neely gets down there, 9875. Should have left the spare in the trunk of the car. Jeremy Mason, the tough racer out of Richmond, Kentucky, 66 Chevy with a 2 to go with it. And Bob Prose running for Hunting Creek Collision Center. A little bit of the old, little bit of the new. And Bob Prose, ouch, got into the bark of that Christmas tree, and there's red at the RT for Bob Prose. Jeremy Mason goes 985 out the back door after he was clean and green at the start. All righty, we keep on keeping on with Joe Fisher out of Clayton, Ohio. He'll tie into the left side of the racetrack and Rockin' Rock Haas. The Haas Carruthers racing team. That car was featured in National Dragster not too many issues ago. All right, final call. Left side of the super stock ladder. First 3 designated pairs left side. All right, the one-way runway. We're burning it up right now with super gas. Oh, Rock Haas just vaporized the bulb. 002 clean and green, 993, taking the win from Joe Fisher. Joe 1020. Well, super gas, we've cut them in half, and we're going to basically shuffle the deck here, and we've got a lot of racing to go today, but I'll tell you what, it is going to be fun from the top side up here to watch the activity all day today. Bob Unkerfer, it's been good. We got a long ways to go, but it's going to be fun.
Do have a long ways to go. Our Mosier Sportsman Shootout competitors should be getting ready for round number 1. You'll be following our Super Stock. Super Comp, you will follow Top Sportsman as we need to get into our alcohol time session and our Oakley Top Dragster, Comp Eliminator, and Oakley Top Sportsman final qualifiers as well. So Super Comp, you are being bumped back a little bit. Super Stock, our Mosier Sportsman Shootout round number 1. And then we'll go into Top Alcohol Dragster for their first qualifying session. Our Best Appearing Award going on right now down here, or excuse me, Best Engineered. Best Appearing Award down here in front of the tower. Bob Mandel's gorgeous 55 Chevrolet. Saw Ken Height's little gremlin come up a little bit earlier. He got the Best Appearing Award with his little gremlin. Best Engineered Award going to Bob Mandel down here in front of the tower. That beautiful 55 Chevrolet. All the photos. Super Stock, you should be paired up and ready to go. Round number 1 combination. Super Stock in the lane, paired up and ready to go. Round number 1. Super stock, left side of the ladder, and first three pair have been called. You all should be in the lanes paired up and ready to go. Super gas, round number one into the books already. Mosier Sportsman Shootout round one, and into alcohol dragster, alcohol funny car, top dragster, top sportsman contestants. Of course, our top dragster and top sportsman contestants also looking to earn some points here this weekend for the national championship. Sponsored by our own Joe Fisher, Patty Fisher, and the RacingRVs.com team. They sponsor the national championship chase in the top dragster, top sportsman category. But they're coming out for their final qualifiers here in just a little bit. Set our field, determine who's going to run who for a little bit later on in the day. But right now, left side of the ladder, super stock and our first three pair. You see some of our first three pair already paired up and ready to go. A little late. Don't forget to stop by the Norton Children's Hospital ambulance over there. See Dana and the crew. Make a donation. Remember, there is a $10 challenge for all of our racers here this weekend. With 560 some odd racers, I do believe, on the grounds. If all of our racers give a $10 spot, it'll be a great fundraiser. Just for Kids program at Norton's Children's Hospital up in Louisville. And let me tell you, anybody who's ever been around a young child in a neonatal ICU unit or in a pediatric hospital, and it just tugs at the old heart. So swing by the ambulance, see Dana. $10 challenge put out by Nitro Joe. Everybody here in the tower stepped up when Joe threw out that challenge. Dana was able to take a nice little fistful of money back with her to the ambulance there in the Norton Children's Hospital. Fundraiser, of course, all of it sparked by Lester Johnson, our own top sportsman, Chevrolet, the Excalibur car for Lester. Big tip of the cap to him for getting it all motivated and started. And a big tip of the cap to all of our racers stopping by the ambulance over there in the pit area, the concession area, as they offering up their $10 for the challenge as well. Jeff Swagger, Bill Jenkins getting ready to do battle here in the opening round of Super Stock. For Jenkins, hoping for a much calmer ride than he had last night. The Buick Apollo came off the line, launched, rocked back on the single point wheelie bar, twisted a little bit in the air and came down headed for that right hand concrete wall. And let me tell you, I'm going to put my money on the wall every time. Jenkins right now, though, going to be dialed in with that little white Buick on a 1055 Jeff Dicewangers. Former Jegs All-Star Championship winning Camaro there on the left-hand side. Going to be on a 1007. Quite a full, half-second start. Go to Jenkins. One bulb on the tree as it'll click down. The wheel stands will commence. Both cars will head for the other end of the racetrack. Round number one, Super Stock coming down. Jenkins up in the air, much calmer today than it was yesterday. Nice right alongside. The former Jeff chasing down top. Give it to Jeff. 10:15 on a 10:07. 117 miles an hour. Jenkins goes 10:53 on a 10:55. At 124 mile an hour speed. Dan Steed. Speaking of speed and Steed, well, anyway, the PK Race Cars entry up on the right-hand side. Little 66 Chevy Deuce, Super K automatic, 1048 the dial. Alan Wade's 912 in dial in for his big block time. Rail down the left-hand side, and Wade lights the red bulb. The car not happy leaving the starting line. It goes 001 red. And Steve going to cruise on through 1048, dead on 6. A little 31 thousandths package. That'll make Allen feel a little bit better. Going down the racetrack. Ricky Decker, points leader. Should be taking on Gary Summers, the Cobra Jet Mustang, Super Stang number 6, but Gary not able to answer the bell here in the opening round of elimination. So Ricky Decker gets some freebies. And Decker cruises through with a 10:02 lap at 110 miles an hour. An Ami car. Former national champion Keith Lynch comes rolling in to take on Jimmy Hidalgo. Trump, who bowed out the opening round of stock eliminator, certainly doesn't want to do that here in super stock. Keith Lynch up there on the left-hand side, though. Certainly doesn't want to give him anything to play with. So Jimmy Hidalgo off and running. Keith Lynch right alongside him on Nashville. Event winners doing battle, and Keith Lynch gets the win on a double breakout. 960 at 129, 972 by Hidalgo. Takes 10th stripe, breaks out by, well, a bunch. Frankie Morris, 396. Super F automatic Camaro on the left-hand side, and Mitch Autry's Brett over here on the right-hand lane, the runner out of Henderson. Down in the volunteer state, the 350. Powered Beretta. Handicap start 975 to 970. Frankie tried to grab a little bit more and leave it. Is it going to work out for him? Yes, indeed it is. 10:05 at 111. 10:05 at 128 by Mitch. Autry left a little late off the starting line, and well, it just didn't work out quite so well for him down at the other end. Kevin Craddock's ride. The Beech Grove, Tennessee, Super High automatic Camaro there on the left. And Jack Goods. Jack Good off and running. Small handicap start going to the Firebird out of Indy. Good, working his way down track. He's looking at that left window at Craddock. Craddock looks over at him, sees the win light come on the scoreboard. 10:43 at 123. 10:45 by Good. He comes up 13 fouls short down at the other end of the racetrack. Dick Lux out of San Antonio, Texas. Super M automatic, 289 cubic inch Comet. Used to be a stick shift car. Dick converted it over to an automatic, and I asked him how come. He says, because I'm getting old and working on them clutches isn't as much fun as it used to be. Hey. There goes Dick. here comes Larry Wilson. Big Lutz there on the left-hand side. Out of San Antone, going to get the win. 11:25, 99 miles an hour as Mr. Wilson has problems. Wonder if Dennis had anything to do with it. 12:01 on an 87-mile-an-hour lap. If you laughed at that, you are old. Dan Foley sitting down there at the other end of the racetrack laughing his, you know what, anyway. Tyler Green's big block Corvette on the left-hand side, and Irvin Johns, the Suburban Heavy Haulers Cavalier. Irvin dialed in 9:49. He's going to go first. Tyler Green's big block Corvette going to be trying to track him down. Tyler on the 9:15 dial. Superstock, need all y'all to the lanes now, please. Superstock, right side of the lane. Everybody in Superstock. Need you to the lanes, please. 9:49 by Irvin. Dead on the dial with a 4 at 137. 9:16 by Tyler on a 9:15. Irvin had the better light. Makes the better lap. Lights up the scoreboard and gets to come back. That's Matt Potts. 69 Camaro. Got the old school paint look to it, doesn't it? Get on Kenny Schindler out of Hendersonville. Down there at Archie's Park, where if they don't got it, you don't need it. You only think you do. Big block 427. Super D automatic Corvette over here on the jig side. Coming. Not going to close the deal. Double breakout. Potts gets the win of the Camaro. 986 at a buck 30. 932 by Schindler at 140 miles an hour. And for Ken Schindler and Archie's Parts, well, they go back to selling parts. They got some time on their hands now. Don O'Malley's Super H automatic Corvette on the left, the 327 for the Illinois-based machine. Jimmy Bridges. He's been in the left lane his last two runs down this racetrack, and it hasn't worked out quite so well. Move him over here to the right-hand side. He's on a 904 now. That's a 427 stick shift, 1966 Corvette. Whoa! And Bridges' machine. Instead of going right, hikes the left front up in the air. Red line start by Jimmy. Win for Don O'Malley as O'Malley goes 969. 131 miles an hour. Jimmy Bridges has not had a Jimmy Bridges type of weekend. That car is usually just dead on consistent. Jimmy Bridges at the age of 79, been racing for a long time. "61 years. Jimmy Bridges has been racing. Started in 1958. Been at it a long time. And Bridges is going to coast on through down at the other end of the racetrack. 427 4-speed Corvette and just not a happy camper. It's Tony Alvey and Dave Tincher. Get ready to do battle now. Tincher's Corvette, the 95 edition, 350, and an automatic for him. On Alvey. You can see Sonoma there on the left-hand side. Tony, who works for the Big Brown Truck people during the week as a manager, gets away from the Big Brown Truck on the weekends and plays with his little yellow truck. GMC Sonoma dialed in at a 1015, Tincher on a 980. Corvette's going to be doing a whole lot of giddy-upping. Trying to get him down, catch up to him down at the other end of the racetrack. There goes Alvey, here comes Tincher. David a little tardy out of the gate. That's going to open up the door for Tony. 10:21 at a buck 19. 970 by David at 121 miles an hour. Brianna Kelly. GTI automatic machine over there on the left-hand side. And Mr. Bishop. Super K automatic, little 283 Chevy 2. Runner out of Cordova, Tennessee. Brianna on the 984 dial. Big handicap start going to Howard, who's leading with an 11-24. Howard's green, Brianna's green. And all those big handicap starts are now different leaving the starting line. But Bishop's going to get the win here. It was 11:35 on the 11:24. 982 by Brianna on the 984 dial. She's under by a couple of hun down at the other end of the racetrack. Matt Forbes, GTM automatic. The Lucas Oil VP Fuels. Camaro there on the left-hand side. Taking on Johnny Rakes, fellow Bluegrass State competitor. Rakes GTI automatic. Grand Am down the right-hand side. The 350 combination. 988 the dial for Johnny. Man, it's Johnny. Sounds like a country song, doesn't it? It's Johnny. 30 miles an hour. Forbes 17 thou behind at the finish line stripe. Runs dead on the dial. 10:23.8 on his 23. Tyler Kahele should be taking on Jerry Rich, the GTL automatic Chevy 2 for the Louisville runner. But no deuce. So Tyler get a freebie in his Anvil Gray Chevy S10. So Tyler on a competition by run, working his way through to a 907 lap at 145. Break for Jerry Rich, not being able to answer the bell. Oh, doggy. Look at this pair pulling into the starting line. Jeff Atkinson left side, David Rampy right. Off and running, 10:16 is dial. Atkinson 9:69 off and running. Two good drivers, two good lights. Who's going to do better at the stripe? It's going to be Rampy. Lighting it up. 10:19, 126. Getting there first for the W. 975 by Atkinson. 130 miles an hour. Down at the other end of the racetrack, Chuck Bellinger taking on Andy Cronenbitter. Cronenbitter and Bellinger. Oh. Cronenbitter trying to chase down fellas just top in. The PK race cars. Snowball gets it done. 947. 130 miles an hour. 1032 by Bellinger. Buck 27 to speed. Fred Allen's truck comes rolling in, taking on Darcy Clark. Darcy, who bowed out a little bit earlier in stock eliminator, if memory serves correctly. Want to try and hang around now in Cinderella. For Savoy out of Alberta, Canada. Green and off and running. Here comes Freddie. The Fred Allen Auto Center. Winnemac, Indiana based S10 coming, got him. A94 to 138, 15 style stripe for Fred. 942 by Darcy on a 945. Darcy, to be honest with you, a little tardy leaving the starting line. And that don't work out so well here in super stock action. TC Morris Up in the Cavalier on the right-hand side. Dave Manning's machine there on the left. The GTG 327 stick shift powered Barretta. TC at the wheel of the Cavalier. Formerly driven by his son. One of those Kentucky-based distilleries where they, make that fine, smooth water. Yeah. 973 by TC on the 978. 933, David Manning gets the win. Jeff Dona coming up next, taking on Alex Miller. Talked a little bit earlier when Dona was up, that red and silver Firebird. Gorgeous automobile for the Missouri-based runner. And Alex Miller's 6-cylinder, 92 Beretta, experimental Chevrolet over here on the right-hand side. Handicap start going to go to Jeffrey. Half a second. One bulb on the tree. Solid. Offense running. Jeff trying to chase a division championship. Ouch, that one hurts. 973.7. Took 46 strike, breaks out by 3. Miller gets the win, goes 927 at 135. So Matt Alvey and Carl Weisinger come rolling in next. Weisinger's factory GT car on a 985, Alvey on a 956 for the Taylorsville, Kentucky-based little Pontiac Sunfire. Pontiac Sunfire, G5. Cobalt's the Cavaliers. Alvey gets his Sunfire there first, 966 for the win at 119. Weisinger goes 1021 on a 985 dial. So Alvey will be back. Carl can head north to Indy. There, Christian out of Louisiana, the Christian Racing. 66 Chevy too. Hard charging car for Darren. Darren's had a pretty good year this year. Little Super G automatic machine. Probably drawn North Carolina based. Stick shift, small block, Corvette. How about Darren's machine? Like on the front end up in here big time on that little Chevy too. Hanging the front end out, cost him though at the other end. 986 on a 983 by Darren. 971, 10 on 8 by Robbie in the Corvette. 132 miles an hour down at the other end of the racetrack. Robbie doing what he needed to do. That was get from point A to point B at a very rapid rate. And do it on the time he allotted. Ronnie Dutton and Emily Volkman. Emily on the right-hand side as we call our Mosier Shootout. Round 1 contestants to the lanes, please. And again, use the staging lanes and the oval track. Mosier Shootout contestants. Need you to the lanes, please. Round number 1. Mosier Shootout. Need you to the lanes, please. Round number 1. Alcohol be getting them ready. Emily off and running. Ronnie Dutton there on the left-hand side. Dutton's going to be your winner. 1069. 113. Emily cruises through 1060. At 127 miles an hour. And Emily not exactly having the Volkman type of weekend that you'd like to see done. Don Kennedy. Don jumped up last night, a stout 909 lap. Now he's got to see what he can do with Dave Dupps. Dupps on an 841 dialed down from his previous best. Kennedy's dialed up 500 from his previous best. See who's got the better weather station, who's the better prognosticator. Don Kennedy goes red, so it's all for naught. Dave Dupps dead laid out of the gate. It goes 854 to 144. 987 by Kennedy and a 97 mile an hour run. Again, Mosier Shootout contestants. Round number one. It needs you to the hot car staging lanes, please. Dan Kyle and Jeremy Budd doing battle next. A pair of Pontiacs, the 87 Bird left side, the 93 Grand Am over here on the right-hand lane. Jeremy rocks that Pontiac C-modified car back on the wheelie bars. Set sail for the other end of the race. On an 869 dial. 994 by Dan Kyle on his 10 flat. See, Jeremy's on the plus side. Kyle's on the minus side. Take the plus, subtract the minus. So you get the idea. Mike Bryant's new Copo Camaro for the New Orleans Trucking Company owner. Michael started out with one truck many years ago and has blossomed it now to a small fleet of trucks there in the NOLA area. Wendell Howell's Hemikuda. And it's not looking good for Mike Bryant as they are pushing him off the starting line or pushing him back on the starting line. And they keep pushing him back, and that's not a good sign for anybody except for Wendell House. Because the Hemikuda gets a free ride into round number 2. And the Hemi with an 8:49.5 lap on an 850 dial. So it'll be back for round number 2. Tough break for Mike Bryant, your former JEGS Sports Nationals champion. Everybody needs to clear the way so we can get Mr. Bryant's machine out. Again, Mosier Sportsman Shootout. Contestants need you to the oval track staging lanes, please. Need our Mosier Sportsman competitors to the lanes, please. Ricky Decker, that includes you. Look at Casey McCarty. Pontiacs working their way down track. 86 bird left side for Jerry. The 87 bird right side for Casey. Pretty good reaction times. Casey gets the win. About a 15 thou package for the runner out of Indiana. 9:54.7 on a 9:54. 008 on the tree. And the 10:39 at 129 for the 86 bird. There on the left-hand side is Mike Stokes. Captain D's Seafood comes rolling in. C-modified Chevrolet Cavalier. Again, Mosier Shootout contestants, need you to the hot car staging lanes, please. The oval track lanes. Mosier Shootout contestants, need you to the lanes, please. Side B, 427. Stick shift, 64 fair lane on the right-hand side. You take out Mr. Stokes, that's going to get her done. 983, Stokes your winner at 140. 902 by Dallas Kelly, 150 miles an hour. PJ North and Mike Crutchfield come rolling in next. Couple more of the round-bodied Pontiac cars. The G5 over on the right from 2008. The Sunfire there on the left for PJ North from 2005 production run. Crutchfield for DragRaceTires.com. Based out of Montgomery, based on a off and running. Crutchfield and PJ going to duke it out. Final line stripe is going to be Crutchfield getting the win. 890 at 151, 915 on a 920 by PJ. PJ gets down there, takes the stripe, breaks out. Kenny Sharp's Cadillac, the Eldorado. This car is for sale. You want to buy the car, he'll make you a deal. Car, trailer, 3 engines. And let me tell you, it's a sweetheart of a deal if you want to go super stock race. The Eldorado out of Ohio, 425 cubic inch Cadillac, 1098 the dial. Ryan Hogg over on the left-hand side, 951 the dial for him. And Kenny off and running. X machine, this little 67 396 Camaro. Chased out at the other end of the racetrack. Kenny Sharp goes 11:01 on the 1098 at 121. Comes up short. Ryan able to get there first by 4 thousandths of a second. Cranking out a 9:57 run down at the other end of the racetrack. But that Cadillac, 11:01 on a 1098 dial. Pretty good super stock car. Pretty good deal if you want to go super stock racing. You can go find him over there in the pit area. You sit down and have a chat with him. He'll work out a deal with you. Tom Armanino out of San Mateo, California. Barrel down the left. I love the California runners making it here to Bowling Green and then on to Indy. He's got Mark Nowicki though. Mark is a mean one. 971 and 136 as the M&M Express gets the win. Armanino goes 966.2, takes 44 stripes to break out by 8 down at the other end of the racetrack. And that makes you say words like golly gee willikers, son of a gun, and gosh darn, maybe even a dag nabbit. Todd France comes rolling in on next on the left-hand side. 917 by Todd. Stan Holt on the right, the Super K, 283 4-speed Chevy 2. Lupe Tortilla, Mexican Restaurante and Cantina down in Houston. If you like Mexican, you're ever in the Houston area, look up Lupe Tortilla. Gotta do it. Stan off and running. Here comes Todd. Stan trying to track him down. Stan looking over his shoulder. Top end winner picker says give it to Todd. 920 on a 917. 1026 by Stan on a 1023. Todd's over by 3. Stan's over by 3. 23 thousandths of a second difference between them down at the other end of the racetrack. And whew. Christie Ships GTO automatic, the 327. 69 Camaro, and Brandon Wilkins, Super Stock A. Order from right here in Bowling Green. 427 stick shift Corvette. Handicap start, a little 327. Here comes the big old gnarly 427. Corvette closing in, top end, got him. 874 on the 873. 147 miles an hour. 1075 by Christie on a 1073. Corvette had the better light. Corvette turned it in to the wind light down at the other end. Is Nick Morris and Jeff Colbert. Factory GT 98 Mustang, 352 late model Cobra Jet engine underneath the hood for Nick. Jeff Culver, the GTD, he's got a 428 Cobra Jet combination underneath the hood of his 88 Celine Mustang over here on the right-hand side. Two good cars, two good drivers. One of them's going to advance. Morris on the left, going to go first. Culver got given chase here on the right. Runner out of Arkadelphia, Arkansas. Trying to reel him in, closing in, top in, coming, right out of racetrack. 964 on a 961. Nick good for the win at 138, 890. On the 895, Colbert never did get there. Ran too quick, left too late. And there was just too much, too wrong for that twosome. Or at least Colbert on that run. Jimmy Hills, 64 Mustang. 302 combination and a 4-speed. Not exactly an option you could walk into the Ford dealership in 1964 and order. Therefore, it's a GT car. David Woolley, GTK automatic machine. 98 Grand Am, 327 combination for David. David a little tardy off the line. We get to see that 302 Mustang again. The Hill Performance, the Pony Car Stableman out of Fayetteville, Georgia. Mike Morris's truck, the small block powered S10, gets ready to take on Tyler Bohannon. Tyler's been running on mean of late, been to several final rounds. Been coming up just a little bit short in those final rounds. Well, the final round is several rounds away yet here at this weekend. But you got to start somewhere, and Tyler gets the freebie. Car drifts a little bit to the left, but Mike Morris is already gone red. And you know what happens when you go red? You can't do a thing about it. That's what happens when you go red. Your day is done. 991 with a 4 by Tyler on a 992 dial. He cruises through at 133 miles an hour. Joseph Santangelo, national points leader in the super stock category, taking on young Mr. Dale Hultquist. Crosby, Texas-based Glacier. The 305 Pontiac-powered Cobalt, a GTJ automatic entry. Hultquist gets the lead first. Hopefully he gets the car hooked up. It's not been a happy camper leaving the starting line, and once again, it is not a happy camper leaving the starting line. You can see the rear end wash out from underneath it. Joe Santangelo says, I don't need much, but you give me that much and I'll take it. 1034, 99 miles an hour. Joe good for the win down at the other end. 1085 by Dale. They'll have that one back on the rack and on the lift, looking it all over real good. Jeremy Duncan's Mr. Pest Control, little 350 Super G automatic Camaro left side. 972 the dial. David Neal, another one of those round-bodied Pontiac Sunfires. Columbus, Indiana-based runner, got a 327 4-speed combination in here. Got a 915 dial. Spots to Mr. Pest Control. Now he's going to get down to the other end of the racetrack, see if he can debug that Camaro. Nope, not going to happen. Better on the tree was Jeremy. Better at the stripe was Jeremy. 973, 127. As Neal goes through with a 917 lap at 143 miles an hour. Steve Ballinger up in his wheel stand in a little Chevy 2. Should be taking on Kim Fritz, the hard-working Worry Mustang out of Illinois. Only problem is They've been doing a lot of hard work, and, well, they're still worrying about it because they're not here. So Bellinger gets the freebie. Chevy 2 hikes the front end up in the air. 327 cubic inches. It's about 7,000 horsepower, and says, shift me, will you? 968 at 134 by Bellinger as he goes cruising through. Close out round number 1 of Super Stock. Again, Super Comp, you have been moved to follow our Oakley Top Sportsman contestants with your round of eliminations. Ricky Decker, Logan Galbraith, and Austin Alvey need you to the hot car lanes right now, please. Round number 1 of our Mosier Shootout. Logan Galbraith, Austin Alvey, and Ricky Decker need you to lanes right now, please. We've been calling round number 1 of eliminations. Don't know where you guys are, but we need you to the lanes right now, please. The hot car lanes, if you would. As round number 1 of our Mosier Sportsman Shootout getting ready to come up. Right behind them will be Alcohol Dragster and Alcohol Funny Car for their first shot at the racetrack this weekend. Follow that with our Oakley Motorsports, Oakley Competition, Top Dragster, Top Eliminator, and Oakley Top Sportsman final qualifiers. As our Top Dragster and Top Sportsman contestants try to earn points this weekend towards that RacingRVs.com National Championship. They'll get their final qualifying effort in, and boy, I'm telling you what, we are going to shuffle the field here this morning with the final qualifier for not only Top Dragster and Top Sportsman, but Comp Eliminator as well, because it is certainly a nice day today. Humidity's out of the air. Got a little bit of a tailwind. They're going to run quicker. They're going to run faster. And, well, they were running quick and fast last night as it was. So we're going to see who can do what as we get ready to go and set the fields and final qualifying for our Top Sportsman and Top Dragster competitors, as well as our Comp Eliminator field. 75 under to lead the pack in Comp Eliminator last night. Let me tell you, kids, that is quick. Right now, our Mosier Sportsman round number 1 contestants getting suited up for their chance at the racetrack. An Alcohol Dragster and Alcohol Funny Car. Round number 1 of qualifying for you, as you'll be following them right out from underneath the walkover bridge here at Beach Bend Raceway Park. And we want to extend a special welcome to everybody. Glad to have you in the house here this weekend. Some great racing opportunities going on today.
Mosier Engineering has been racing across 4 decades with 3 generations, and we are proud to be an official NHRA sponsor here today. Everything we make, from our rear ends, axles, suspension, and even our brakes, are made with one goal in mind: so you can finish first. We offer standard 2-day turnaround on custom axles, housings, and center sections. Visit us on the web at mosierengineering.com or call and talk to our knowledgeable vendor. Whether you are a weekend enthusiast or a serious racer, Mosier Engineering has the highest quality, made in the USA products for all of your extreme street and racing applications. Finish first with Mosier Engineering.
All right, round number 1 of our Mosier Sportsman Championship. Coming at us now is Jeremy Mason. Mike Jurassic going at it. You can hear the womp-womp on the throttles, and Mikey getting the win. Jeremy coming up a little bit short, 7 flat, dead on the dial with a 9 for Mike. Jeremy goes 7:21 on a 7:16. Jurassic moves on to the quarterfinals. Todd Kuhn and Doug Baker going to do battle now. A couple of our stock eliminator runners got in being the wild card draw. We have the top 2 from 7 different categories to make it a 16-car field. We call a couple of wild card names. And it so turned out this year that one of them was, or they were both from stock. Eliminator. Doug Baker's 428 Mustang on a 669 dial. Got cute Pontiac GTO on a 706. One of them is going to advance to the Elite 8 of our Mosier Engineering Sportsman Shootout. Racing in a race. For those that have raced all season long and built up their points. Better at the stripe, going to be Todd, 707 on a 706. Doug Baker goes 672 on his 669 dial. So Todd gets to stay and play at least one more round. So we take our Sweet 16, and just like the NCAA tournament, whittle it down to the Elite 8. They'll come back a little bit later on today for the Final Four. And then, of course, the championship as well. Ooh, starting to hear some of the heavy hitters coming out now. It'll be J.B. Straswag taking on Danny Waddle. Our top dragster competitors. JB on a 396, Danny on a 391. The dials respectively, left to right, Budweiser to Jegs Lane. Crossweg at the wheel of the Meyer Distributing Machine. Based out of Indiana. Waddle at the wheel of the hot rod over here on the right-hand side, the Pickerington, Ohio based hot rod. JB on the left, going to go first, and he's going to be playing a whole lot of ketchup. Hold the mustard, hold the mayonnaise, hold the pickles, just ketchup only, please. Well, at least that's what Danny's doing. Side by side out of the gate, and it's going to be Waddle, 393 on his 391 as JB goes 395.9. On a 396, breaks out by 1,000th of a second down at the other end of the racetrack. Can you say, great golly, Miss Molly? JB's probably saying that and a few other things as well. Allison Prose taking on Mark Smith now as our Super Street car. Get ready to do battle. Puts it on a 738 dial. Mr. Smith on a 761. Mustang here on the right-hand side, out of Bowling Green. Allison out of Honey Creek Collision, up Terre Haute, Indiana way. Family Biz, the brand new state-of-the-art collision repair facility. Allison trying to bump in with the Camaro. She's in. Ford Chevrolet, red light start by Mark. Allison gets the win. Mark Smith is not having a Mark Smith type of day, let me tell you. Bows out in the opening round after coming off the win up in Illinois just a few short weeks ago. Back here to his hometown track, bows out in the opening round of Super Street, bows out in the opening round of the Mosier Sportsman Shootout. There's Jerry Albert and Scott Wasco, our top of sportsman cars. Get ready to do battle now. Albert's right out of Ohio there on the left-hand side. Winner on the national level this year. Doing it one of the events down in the southeast portion of the United States. Down at the 4-wide nationals in Charlotte. Scotty Wasco. Heard me tell earlier. The runner out of Columbia Station, Ohio. Went used car shopping over the winter. Picked up this mildly used but well-maintained Pontiac GXP. Debuted at the opening division race up in Columbus, Ohio. Took it all the way to the winner's circle. Scotty on a 422 dial, Albert on a 437. So a little bit of a handicap start going to go to Albert Wasco. Over here on the right-hand side, let's see if he can do what Danny Waddle did. Just hold the mayo, hold the pickle, and hold the mustard. Get them only please. Dead laid out of the gate. Albert goes through with a 447, 425 by Scott. Albert at 158, Wasco at 171 miles an hour. Austin Alvey and Logan Galbraith now as our stockers return. Logan over on the left-hand side, the 74 Grand Am on a 768 dial. Alvey on a 704, the Taylorsville, Kentucky. Young man with the small block Chevy 2 over here on the right-hand side. Going to give Logan's Pontiac a bit of a handicap start. Winner gets to come back and take on either A, Ricky Decker, or B, Jeff Dona. C, take your pick. Either way, it's going to be tough. Alvey on the right, Logan on the left. Separated on this end by 7 fouls. Separated on the other end by 35 as Logan gets the win. Dead on 5, an 18,000 package. Austin Alvey goes 707. He was 20 on the tree. Austin was shut out the minute they left the starting line. We just hadn't seen all the numbers play out yet. So Logan gets the come back to run either the red and silver Firebird or the white and silver Camaro. Jeff Dona and Ricky Decker, two of the best. Super stock competition. Duking it out for a division championship this year. Duking it out for a Jegs All-Star berth. Right now, duking it out for a semifinal appearance in the Mosier Engineering Sportsman Shootout. Handicap start going to go to Decker. Red line start to Ricky. He's 001 red. Jeff Dona is 002 green. Dona goes 615 out of 109. 622 by Decker on his 21, but man, a thousandth of a second too quick out of the gate. So it'll be Todd Kuhn and his Pontiac taking on Allison Prose and her Camaro. Jeff Dona's Pontiac taking on Logan Galbraith and his Pontiac. Danny Waddle and Jerry Albert doing battle. Mike Jurassic's going to come back and run either Jeremy Mason or Phil Smida, because we've only got one pair left. Alcohol Dragster, Alcohol Funny Car. Need you to lanes, please. If you're not there yet, Alcohol Dragster and Alcohol Funny Car. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Come on down. Phil Smida over here on the right-hand side of the track. There in the left. Smida on a 617 dial. Jeremy on a 639 for the Richmond, Kentucky-based runner there on the left-hand side. Alcohol Dragster and Alcohol Funny Car. You should be in the lanes, please. Alcohol Dragster and Alcohol Funny Car. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Final pair, round number 1 on Mosier Engineering Sportsman Shootout. A red light start by Jeremy. Biden going to be your winner, chicken dinner. He cruises through 6:16 on a 6:17. 6:38 by Jeremy on a 6:39 dial. So it'll be Phil Smida taking on Mike Jurassic. Next round of eliminations, and Jerry Albert and Danny Waddle doing battle in the quarterfinals of our Mosier Sportsman Shootout here at Bowling Green, Kentucky this weekend. Great opportunity for our racers to get in a little action. Alcohol dragster and alcohol funny car getting ready to come up next, as they will be taking to the track for their first run this weekend. We'll follow them up with final qualifying for our Oakley Diamond Pistons top dragster competitors, Comp Eliminator, and our Oakley top sportsman cars. And those cars need to be on standby because you'll be coming up right behind the alcohol cars. Top dragster, Comp Eliminator, top sportsman, you all are on standby. As our alcohol cars make their way into the lanes, great opportunity for everybody to grab a quick snack, a little bite to eat, something cold to drink from one of our many concessionaires. I know the back porch burger guys over here on the spectator side always serve up a good burger. Our Racers for Kids program, the ambulance with the lights flashing. Dana sent up word a while ago that the racing community has been very gracious. But then again, we've got that $10 challenge that Nitro Joe started this morning. $10 to the Racers for Kids program at Norton's Children's Hospital. Challenging each and every one of our contestants this weekend to put a 10 spot in for the Racers for Kids program. A little track work going on, a little track prep, getting ready for our alcohol cars to make their first shot down the racetrack. And as they do that, we'll do this and be back in just a moment.
If you're a new car dealership principal, service manager, or parts manager, turn to the source dealers trust, Service Department Solutions. With over 40 years of industry experience, the SDS team will help you improve your processes and increase your profits. They will work with you to improve sales and service processes, training, and customer retention rates, and help you work with your manufacturer to secure increases in parts and labor reimbursements that you're entitled to. In some cases, hundreds of thousands of dollars left on the table. Service Department Solutions helps dealerships nationwide, and they can help you too. No upfront fees, no hassles, and no risk. Call them today at 412-651-2356 or visit them online at servicedepartmentsolutions.com. Service Department Solutions, the source dealers trust. Racers, if you're looking for winning high-performance horsepower, look no further than Oakley Competition Engines. For over a decade, Philip Oakley and his team have built championship-winning power plants for drag racing, circle track, tractor pulling, and the street, including some of the quickest and fastest nitrous combinations in the country. Find out more today. They are on Facebook and on the web at www.oakleyperformance.com. Oakley Performance, proud sponsor of the Oakley Performance Diamond Pistons Top Dragster and Top Sportsman Series in the NHRA North Central Division.
Is your goal an NHRA championship? Then Altronics has what you need. Altronics DataQuest system is the latest in state-of-the-art data recording. The DataQuest full-color touchscreen dash is the only system available that puts your data at the touch of a fingertip. DataQuest's new integrated switch panel allows complete control of all of your car's accessories directly through the touchscreen. And Altronics DataQuest is an NHRA contingency product, which means you get paid to win. With tech support experts available 7 days a week, Altronics is always there when you need them. for products that will get you to that final round. Remember, Altronics and DataQuest data acquisition systems. Order one now at www.altronixinc.com. Altronics is always there when you need them. Get the high performance you're looking for at a price you won't believe from Jegs High Performance. Free shipping makes it easy. Dial 1-800-345-4545 or click on jegs.com. Tire covers, logbooks, parts, and more parts. 100% guaranteed with free shipping. The place for performance, Jegs. Mosier Engineering has been racing across 4 decades with 3 generations, and we are proud to be an official NHRA sponsor here today. Everything we make, from our rear ends, axles, suspension, and even our brakes, are made with one goal in mind: so you can finish first. We offer standard 2-day turnaround on custom axles, housings, and center sections. Visit us on the web at mosierengineering.com or call and talk to our knowledgeable and friendly technicians. Remember, whether you are a weekend enthusiast or a serious racer, Mosier Engineering has the highest quality made in the USA products for all of your extreme street and racing applications. Finish first with Mosier Engineering.
Get the loudest fireworks for the lowest prices at HoustonCheapFireworks.com. 11 locations fully stocked with the newest, hottest, loudest consumer fireworks by Texas Outlaw, Black Cat, Hog Wild, Red Rhino, Brothers, Big, and other major brands. Go to HoustonCheapFireworks.com for the location nearest you, or shop the largest selection at our indoor super warehouse on I-10 East in Channelview. HoustonCheapFireworks.com.
FTI Performance is the leader in racing transmission and torque converter technology and is proud to sponsor racers in the NHRA this year, posting $172,000 in contingency awards for the 2019 season. Make sure you run FTI Performance products and get paid. Reliability, consistency, and performance is what FTI Performance is all about, with outstanding customer service, including trackside support at select races across the country. See why all the winners choose FTI. Find them on Facebook or visit them online at www.ftiperformance.com. Lucas Oil is proud to continue our support of Sportsman racers again in 2019 as a major contingency sponsor with NHRA. Lucas Oil awards contingency payments on oil, transmission, and differential gear oils at all NHRA National and Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series events. New for 2019, Lucas Oil has expanded its oil contingency program to include not only racing oils, but also select truck and API passenger oils as well. Lucas Oil has made signing up for the program simple. To sign up, visit a Lucas Oil representative at the track and purchase $100 worth of oil, $75 worth of transmission or differential gear oil, or both, per race car. National event winners will receive $300, $100 for a runner-up. Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series winners will receive $100 and $50 for a runner-up. You will be eligible for the contingency program for 1 year from the date of your sign-up. Stop by the Lucas Oil trailer on the Midway at NHRA National events to sign up with Joe or Pam Phillips, or look for the following companies at most of the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series events. In Divisions 1 and 2, see Jeff Kondratik of JKR Racing Product. In Division 3, sign up with Dwayne LaFleur of Lucas Oil. Division 4, stop by and see Rick or Chase Huffman of Accelerated Graphics. And in Division 7, see Les Figueroa of Fig Speed. Thanks for your support of Lucas Oil, and best of luck this season.
Well, the alcohol cars getting lined up in the hot car staging lanes here behind the tower. Track prep just about being wrapped up. Spray a little water down in the water box. Get our alcohol dragsters and alcohol funny cars ready to head down track for their first of 2 qualifiers. Do want to remind everybody that we have a non-denominational chapel service, 7:15 tomorrow morning. Our Racers for Christ chapel service, the covered grandstands. We also have a second service at 9 a.m. Tomorrow morning, so 7:15 to 9 o'clock tomorrow for the Racers for Christ non-denominational chapel service. And while you're out and about, racers, be sure and stop by our official Division III photographers trailer located over here at the top of the staging lanes. Kevin Pepper and his beautiful bride, Nancy, along with Alex, have been snapping up photos all weekend long. They've got the photos on display for you now. You can stop by. Check out the ones that you want to have printed, suitable for framing type photos, and they'll get you squared away and taken care of. Our official Division III photographer, Kevin Pepper, over here, the trailer, the motorhome, right at the top of the staging lanes. Be sure and stop by and check them out. Alcohol dragster getting ready to come out. Alcohol funny car behind them. Our Oakley competition, or Oakley Motorsports top dragster. Cop Eliminator and Oakley top Sportsman cars right behind them. Super Comp, then round number 2 of our Mosier Sportsman Engineering, our Mosier Engineering Sportsman Shootout. And then back into eliminations for Super Street and Stock Eliminator. Our Mosier Sportsman Shootout semifinals will follow Stock round number 2. Final qualifying for Alcohol Dragster and Funny Car. Our top dragster, top sportsman contestants will continue to earn points for the RacingRVs.com National Championship as we get into round number 1 of eliminations for them, along with round number 1 of eliminations for our very nice field of Comp Eliminator cars here this weekend. Back into Super Gas, Super Stock, Super Comp for their second round of eliminations. Our Mosier Sportsman Shootout final round. Alcohol Dragster and Alcohol Funny Car. First round of eliminations be coming up around about 6 o'clock. Dive back into Super Street, Stock, Super Gas, Super Stock, and Super Comp. And another round of our Oakley Performance Top Dragster, our Comp Eliminator field, and our Oakley Performance Top Sportsman cars as we continue to work our way through eliminations here at Beach Bend Raceway Park. Stop number 5 of our 6-race tour throughout the 2019 season. We've already contested our events at Columbus, Ohio, Norwalk, Ohio, Indianapolis, Indiana, Joliet, Illinois. Here this weekend at Bowling Green, we'll wrap up the season a few weeks down the road at Gateway Motorsports Park over in St. Louis. Wrap up our championship. Speaking of championships, don't forget to get a hold of the headquarters motel for our Champions Banquet. The awards banquet will be coming up Saturday, December the 14th. Reception at 5 o'clock. Our Hall of Fame services at 5:30. Dinner at 6. The award ceremony at 7. The Land of the Winners party and practice tree race at 10 o'clock or thereabouts following our banquet and all the awards presentation. You want to get a hold of the Wyndham Indianapolis West Hotel. You can find all the information on the Division III website, but a special room rate will only be in effect for a while. Everybody here, I'm sure, is aware of the fact that that is also the PRI weekend, and they will only hold our special room rate for so long before they open the motel up for the rest of the PRI hotel, our PRI conventionaires. So those of you planning on attending the banquet, I would highly suggest checking in on the D3 website. and locking in your reservations for the banquet at the Wyndham West in Indianapolis. Again, special room rates will be coming to a conclusion, so you do need to get that done within the next couple of weeks. Take advantage of the special room rate. Save yourself a shekel or two. This alcohol dragster, alcohol funny car, getting ready to come up their first shot at the quarter mile here at Beach Bend Raceway Park. And again, on behalf of everybody here at Beach Bend, Dallas and his entire crew, I want to thank everybody for coming out today. What a glorious day for some racing here at Beach Bend. Mother Nature, after being a little bit humid and spitting at us some yesterday, giving us a beautiful day today. The forecast for tomorrow doesn't look near as pretty as this one, so we're just going to keep on rocking and rolling our way through the day and try to get as much of our competition and our eliminations done as possible. But Alcohol Dragster getting ready to roll up. Understand Mick Steele and Will Smith going to be our first pair out.
A K&N high-flow air filter will keep your vehicle running at high efficiency day after day. As it protects your engine, K&N's technology allows your engine to breathe all the air that it needs. The original lifetime air filter's easy to clean when it gets dirty, and it never needs replacing. K&N, it's like having a new air filter in your car every day. These filters are handmade in the USA, and you can find out more online at knfilters.com.
Fast Ignition Systems carry on a legacy that has been winning races and championships for over 2 decades. The groundbreaking technology in fast distributors, boxes, coils, wires, and accessories comes from significant R&D testing and a wide range of manufacturing resources. No matter your vehicle, Fast Ignition products are designed to keep you firing. For more information about Fast Ignition, call 877-334-8355 or check out fuelairspark.com. For over 30 years, RacePack has been the leader in data acquisition and racing instrumentation. From Top Fuel to Sportsman drag racing, RacePack has you covered. In addition to RacePack's line of dedicated data loggers, RacePack's new IQ3 Drag Logger Dash combines a data logger and drag instrumentation in one compact package. The Drag SmartWire is the perfect power distribution system and wiring solution for your drag car. And we've got a virtual dash app that streams your dash data to a tablet or phone, letting your crew monitor your car's vital signs in the pits and on the starting line. Get control of your data quickly and easily with RacePack's entire line of performance products. Check us out on the web at racepack.com.
Do you know if you walk around the pit area at any NHRA divisional event, all of these world-class cars will have almost one thing in common, and that is the fact that a Moroso part will be on virtually every car. For over 50 years, Moroso Performance has built parts that have stayed ahead of the competition and been on board for some of the most historic runs and greatest season-long performances ever seen in NHRA drag racing. Moroso Performance, proud to be the posting contingency sponsor for oil pans this season, and this relationship with the NHRA Lucas Oil Racing Series also is enhanced with the Moroso Trackside Race Support Trailer, presented by Steve Grady at the Grady's Performance Trailer. Stop by the trailer and see just what is available that you may need to keep your operation running at maximum efficiency all season long. Your Moroso questions and inquiries can also be answered in person by a trained factory rep. Moroso Performance, since 1968, it's been our passion that keeps us driven. It's Will Smith and Mick Steele. Injected nitro cars, a pair. Coming to life on the line now. Round number 1 of qualifying for our top alcohol dragster competitors. Top alcohol funny car behind them. We need top dragster to the lanes now, please. Top dragster, need you. To the staging lanes, please. Come on down. Top dragster. Need you to the lanes, please. Mick Steele, your number 1 qualifier for the runner from right down the road in Kodak, Tennessee. Chase Copeland built automobile. Alan Johnson's combination of components sitting behind Mick Steele. Took the number 1 spot up in Norwalk earlier this year. And at that same race, Will Smith over here on the Jegs side of the racetrack put it all the way into the final round. Came up a little bit short against young Camry Caruso. The day that she claimed her first ever NHRA Wally. It has been a most interesting year in the North Central Division, North Central region, the alcohol dragster ranks. We have yet to have anybody double up in this season. Mick Steele on the left, Will Smith on the right. 5 seconds. 270 mile an hour shooters coming at you now. Will Smith over here on the right-hand side, the marketing director out of Alabama. Teaming up with Dave Arata. Dave's put this car in the winner's circle here at Bowling Green. Did it a couple of years ago. Let's see what kind of numbers we can get out of our first pair of cars. Oh, you can see it popping and banging, and it still goes 525. 273 miles an hour for Will Smith. Dave has got a smile on his face, but he also knows he's got some work to do. 555, 257 for Mick Steele. But 525, 273 miles an hour for Will Smith has certainly thrown down the gauntlet for everybody else here this weekend. Dave Arata and crew came ready to play as they have thrown down the number and taken that number 1 spot. Julie DeTas getting ready to come up. She'll be over on the left-hand side. We wait to make sure we get all the cars cleared off of the top end. We get the chase crews sitting down track to retrieve their drivers. But 525, 273 miles an hour. And I'm here to tell you, boys and girls, that is a pretty good run and a pretty good way to start everything off. Woo! Do want to remind everybody, if you're with us today, please remember to drive sober because you don't want to risk getting pulled over. We want to keep everybody safe and secure. We love having you here at Beach Bend Raceway Park. Love to keep having you come back here at Beach Bend Raceway Park. When you get ready to leave today or this evening or whatever time you might depart the facility, if you've been drinking, pass your keys over to somebody that has not. Because we want you safe and secure on your trip home. We want you safe and secure so you can come back and see us again. Drive sober, get pulled over. Julie DeTas and Chris Dimke getting ready to fire their machines up. Get the cars cleared off the top end of the racetrack as you can overshoot the last turnout down there. Takes a little bit of time to get the cars pulled back and headed off the top end. We can see them making that move down there now. And as soon as we get the green lights from the far end of the racetrack, we'll know that we're ready to go with Dimke out of California. Natasha, also out of California, but she comes to us from Europe. Julie already a winner this year here in the North Central Division as she picked up the opening race win up in Columbus, Ohio. The Randy Meyer tuned entry over there on the left-hand side. Chris Dimke, the Peenwright Boost Performance Machine. I'm telling you, Dimke, Jerry Mattern, and the crew, the Peenwright crew, they have been tough all year as well. The call goes out from the top end that we're clean and green. Julie's injected nitro car comes to life first. As soon as they give the official okay in the Dots Pretzels machine. Dipke's alcohol burning, blown combination. Over here on the right will come to life. Dipke and Julie. There's the blown car. That's the injected machine. Alcohol dragster racing, you can run a blower sitting on top of your power plant and burn methyl alcohol for fuel. Or you can have a fuel injected nitromethane burning combination, which is what Randy Meyer has got sitting in back of Julie Natas. Julie, whose father was a European drag racing champion, following in his footsteps, going to school in California, but also getting some drive in the Dots Pretzels machine. Driving style between the two cars, completely different. Dipke's car, the Peenwright Special over here on the right-hand side, it's like driving a stick shift. You leave the starting line, you got to bring the RPMs up a little bit. You got to slip the foot on the clutch, you got to let the clutch out. Don't want to over-rev the engine, don't want to bog the motor. Julie's car, like an automatic. You lead from dead island. Put the foot off the brake and mash the gas. Oversimplification, yes. RPMs up on 50 machine, 6,000 or so. Spin of them low. Dimke at the finish line, 5:27.273, but how about Julie? 5:18, 274 miles an hour. I'm here to tell you, kids, you're seeing some numbers today. 5:18 by Julie, 5:25 by Will Smith, 5:27 by Chris Dimke, 5:55 by Mick Steele, and he didn't have it planted all the way to the finish line. Holy guacamole. This is going to be some serious alcohol dragster racing here at Beach Bend this weekend. 5:18.274 for speed. Whew. Chris Dimke, 5:27.273 for his crew, the Peenwright car. That's a stout run as well, but Julie just got everybody's attention. Randy Meyer and crew, 5:18, 274 miles an hour. Dots Pretzels on board now. And let me tell you, boys and girls, if you haven't tried Dots Pretzels yet, you're missing out. Where do you get Dots Pretzels? Well, check at your local grocery store, but also check at your local Ace Hardware store, because that's one of the first spots that Doc started carrying Dots Pretzels when she came out with the concoction. Manufactured in North Dakota. They are a braided pretzel, and they got a little spice to them. And if you like Chex Mix, oh, let me tell you, I made a batch of Chex Mix last week and used Dots Pretzels. Adds a little bit of kick to your Chex Mix. Get some Dots Pretzels, boys and girls. You do not want to miss out. Now, we've seen a 5:18. We've seen a 5:25. We've seen a 5:27. We have three of the four cars down the racetrack at over 270 miles an hour. And you know what? Got a couple more to go. And all I can say about this pair is Woo-ho. Hammer on, buddy. This is going to be fun. Josh Hart comes rolling in. The TechNet entry. Advance Auto Parts. Bernie's Speed Shop. Runner out of Ocala, Florida. You may have heard of that place. And Troy Coughlin Jr., the Jegs machine. Troy, number 4 in the world last year. His injected nitro car over here on the right-hand side. Josh's injected nitro machine there on the left. This is going to be interesting. Josh claimed the win at Indy. Able to get around the young lady who is chasing a championship, Miss Megan Meyer. Troy over here on the right-hand side, the Jags entry. Yellow and black colors. Top dragster needs you to lanes, please. Top dragster need you to the staging lanes, please. Cop, get them ready. But right now we need top dragster to the staging lanes, please. 518, 525, 527, 274, 273. And that's what we've seen so far. 2 more dragsters to go. What are we going to see out of this pair? Like I said, Hart coming off the win at Indianapolis. A track where he has got to feel like nothing could go wrong. He's won the U.S. Nationals twice. He's won the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series back-to-back years as well at Indy. Love to come into Beach Bend and have a great weekend here. So I'm telling you what, it's a stout field. There's no gimmies here. Troy Coughlin Jr. right. Right there on the left. 527 and 523, 275. Look at Troy's 277 for top speed. Wow. Julie, number 1 at a 518. Troy, number 2 at a 523. Will Smith, number 3 at a 525. Chris Dempke at a 527. Josh Hart at a 527.2, just 2 thousandths behind Dempke. And Mick Steele, who, like we said, didn't keep it all planted all the way to the finish line. He's in there with a 555 and right at 260 miles an hour. Holy moly. This is going to be some fun. Wow. I have not seen a field locked in like this in a long time. That's a pretty good bunch of cars. And you got 5 of your 6 within a small, narrow margin of each other. Wow. Some fun we're having, huh? Yeah, I don't know about you, but I'm ready. Woo-hoo. Now we're going to switch from our alcohol dragster competitors to our alcohol funny cars. Now, an alcohol funny car, you're not allowed the option of running an injected nitro combination. Why? Because that's the rules. I didn't write them. We just have to play by them. In alcohol funny car racing, everybody runs the blown methyl alcohol combination. Bob Thomas, the Thomas and Muldowney machine, the champion's entry there on the left-hand side, and Rob Feister out of Crestwood, Kentucky. Feister lists his occupation as a pizza delivery driver. All I can say is it must be the high rent section of town, and tips must be awfully, awfully good. Top Dragster needs you to the lanes, please. If you're not there yet, Top Dragster needs you to the lanes, please. Top Dragster needs you to the lanes. Come on down, boys and girls. down from Michigan. Thomas out of Michigan. The Champions Machine, the Avenger body car. Thomas and Muldowney. If you're thinking to yourself, that Muldowney name sounds familiar. It's the same folks. Helping Bob out when they can, as they can. And Rob Feister. The FX combination underneath the Chevrolet Camaro bodied machine over here on the right hand side. For Bob, that is an older car and an older body. New Camaro bodies, worth a couple of hundreds, 3 or 4 miles an hour. If you talk to the guys that have moved from the older bodies to the new ones. Right now it's all about getting from point A to point B. Top dragster, we need you to the lanes, please. Top dragster, need you to the staging lanes, please. Thomas on the left, Meister on the right. They'll wing the RPMs up, 6,000, 7,000 or so. Nice one by Rob, 606, 227 miles an hour. Thomas off the throttle before he got to the other end of the racetrack. He goes 743 at 133 miles an hour. So Feister goes to the head of the pack, but that's just the first 2 cars. And we got more to come. Yes, we do. Thomas, 743 at $133. He was off the throttle there by the half-track mark, basically. Just coasting from there to the other end of the racetrack. Last year's champ, Ray Drew. Last year's runner-up, Phil Ez. Last year's #1 qualifier, Ray Drew. But you know what? It's a new year, it's a new day, and I'll guarantee you the weather's a whole lot better today than it was last year when they were trying to put these combinations together. Phil Ez getting ready to come up, the ultrasonic machine. Ultrasonic cleaning can turn cleaning into profits. As a business owner out of Amelia, Ohio, come up with a new way to get clean parts. The ultrasonic cleaners, use a small one, or you can get a big one, because they got a little bit of everything. Phil's been in the automotive industry for 30 plus years. He's used his knowledge and his talents and what he has found out over the years. Ultrasonic combination for the runner out of Ohio. Now sporting his biz on the side of the car. Phil, runner up here a year ago. There's the ultrasonic machine. Tony Bogolo alongside with Phil. Had a pretty good run this season. Not quite as good as what Ray Drew's had, but more about that in a moment. These 2 cars met up in the finals at Indy over the 4th of July weekend. Phil had some problems on the line. The car really never moved. Tony Bogolo was having a nice little drive down the racetrack. The car got just a little twitchy at the top end, took out the finish line cone. That was an automatic disqualification for Tony. basically snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. And Phil Ez, who was still sitting on the starting line, drove it down the racetrack to a leisurely win. Probably the easiest Wally he's ever picked up. One of the more unusual races throughout the 2019 season occurred between these two cars. The late model Camaro body over there on the left-hand side for Phil. That's a 2017 edition. Bungalo's got the 05 Camaro body over here on the right-hand side. You can look at them real close back in the pit area. You can see the aerodynamic differences between the two. We're looking to see if we can jag home another Wally this year. Bungalo looking for his first. Great run down track for the pair. 576, but only 225 miles an hour for Tony. Tells me the last few hundred feet of the racetrack, Tony was coasting. Phil Ez goes 584, but only 234 miles an hour. And you can see a little wisp. It looked like something coming out from underneath the Camaro body on Phil Ez's machine there on the Budweiser lane. And I would say there is a strong probability that neither car down at the other end of the racetrack has still got the rubber band attached. The blower belt, basically the heart pump for these machines. If you can't keep the blower belt on, if the blower belt shreds and breaks, well, it becomes a matter of the engine's not going to make enough power, or going to quit making power. And Tony Bogolo at only 225. Phil Ez at only 234. Neither one appeared to still be under power 100%. Down at the other end of the racetrack is Lance Van Halen and Kirk Williams. Get ready to roll in next. You can see the over-the-wall gang down at the other end of the racetrack, checking everything out as the crews make their way down to pick up our last pair of cars that made their way down track. Couple of runners from Iowa. Kirk Williams, Kirk and Chris, the Williams brothers, along with their dad out of Glenwood, Iowa. Learned a lot from the master of the sport over the years. And they have worked their way up through the ranks. Their Pontiac Firebird bodied machine. Lance Van Halen, another Iowa runner. The Hawkeye State machine out of Rawlings Chevrolet. And Laronis Motorsports, Lance and crew, having a pretty good 2018 season. Kirk having a great year with his hot rod, the Firebird here on the right-hand side. We talked about learning from one of the best in the biz. That was the late, great Vern Moats. Vern always said he could get an alcohol funny car to hook up on a dirt road. And if there was ever anybody that could do it, it would have been Vern. The boys studied under the master, learned from the master. Quite well for themselves. Going over to extended right, going over to extended hard. That'll be a play on race. Kirk rattles the tires a little bit. Lance Van Howen, how about a 570 lap? 254 miles an hour. That's a full pull for Lance. 5.708. 254. Good 60-foot times for Van Howen as well as he jumps up to the number 1 spot. Kirk rattled the tires. Out of the throttle by the time he got to the 100-foot mark. Still goes through in 10.68 seconds at a 74-mile-an-hour pace down the racetrack. But a nice round of applause for the folks on the golf cart there. Lance Van Howen and the Rolling Chevrolet crew. Good run down the racetrack. Good short time, 60-foot numbers, some of the best we have seen today out of our funny cars going down the racetrack. But a 570, 254 for Lance and the gang. There's Chris Foster and Ray Drew come rolling in next. Foster out of Davenport, yet another one of our Hawkeye State runners. Chris and gang, number 5 in the North Central region last year, as they did a lot of points chasing. Number 1 qualifier was Foster last year at Indy. Number 1 qualifier at Joliet. Ray Drew, likewise, number 1 qualifier at St. Louis, here at Bowling Green as well. Ray, though, has been the man on a tear this year, as he has not once but twice knocked out the reigning champ. Ray Drew taking out Sean Bellemere, the reigning champ in Joliet. Did it in Norwalk, Ohio as well. Well, you can pull up alongside Steve Bogstone machine and whoop them on the racetrack. Says a lot for the gang out of Hills Corners, Wisconsin. A Johnson-powered machine. The Mustang got bodied entry over here on the right-hand side. Ray, certainly capable of stepping up, taking that number 1 spot. Did again, so is Chris Foster. We've seen them both do it numerous of occasions. Get it backed up. Burnout group here on the starting line that they just laid down. Final pair of our alcohol funny cars here in the opening round of qualifying. We'll see him come back again a little bit later on. It'll be about 8,000 horsepower headed down track here momentarily. RPM's wound up, 6,500, 7,000. Trio come down. Sidestep the clutch. Work their way down track. Shifted a couple of times. Short wheelbase machine. Let me tell you, probably one of the roughest cars to manhandle. All a drag race. 558, 263 miles an hour. Ray Drew goes to number 1, 568 for Chris Foster, 257, and he slides into the number 2 spot. So right now, after one session in, it's Ray Drew 1, Chris Foster number 2, Lance Van Howen number 3. Tony Bogelow rounds out the quick half of the field with a 576. Then it's Phil Ez, Rob Feister, Bob Thomas, and Kirk Williams. But you know what? We got another session coming up here in a little bit. Put your hands together for both crews going down track. Those are good runs. 558, 568. Ray Drew and crew wasn't the straightest. Ray was driving the car, but like I said, 4,000 horsepower, short wheelbase. They are a job to handle going down the racetrack. Ray did a very good job. So did Foster over there on the left-hand side. And your number 1 and number 2 qualifying efforts pop up on the Jegs and the Budweiser scoreboards as their rewards. Our top dragsters getting ready to come out. This will be their final qualifying effort. We call Comp Eliminator to the lanes now, please. Competition Eliminator. Need you to the staging lanes, please. This will set our field in our top dragster category. Sponsored on the division level by Oakley Performance, Oakley Motorsports, Phil Oakley and his engine building crew, Diamond Pistons, the drivers chasing points on the division level for the RacingRVs.com National Championships. Of course, Joe and Patty Fisher, Angry Tom, son Zach, all the Fishers here this weekend as they are Division III regulars. RacingRVs.com, Oakley Motorsports, Diamond Pistons. A little bit of everybody's involved in our 6-second field of dragsters. And let me tell you, last night was interesting. Today, with the weather being what it is, probably going to be even more so. In the top dragster category, due to chassis certification, safety rules and regulations, you cannot make a lap, you cannot qualify with a lap quicker than a 6.100, a 6:10. If you do, that lap is disallowed. If you run into the 5-second zone, even a 5.999, if you run into the 5-second zone, that's a hand slapper. You're excused from the event, and you will not be in competition. Nope. Not going to happen. Last night we had 7 cars make a lap between 6.00 and 6.099. 7 cars that, while they were stout runs, they were quick runs. They were also runs that had to be displaced and the drivers put down at the bottom of the qualifying sheet. We qualified 32. We've had 34 cars make a shot down the racetrack. The bump right now is very pedestrian-ish, 1609. Those are the numbers you see on the scoreboard down track. And I'm here to tell you, those numbers are not going to last long. Red Fritch out of Columbus, Red's Automotive Service, the blown big motored Chevrolet. Karma Hopper over on the left-hand side, the nitrous oxide assisted Chrysler Hemi. Beautiful hot rod for Karma. Young lady coming up out of Walton, Kentucky. Karma on a 6:29 lap from last night. Red Fritch was likewise a 6:29. These 2 cars last night, their laps separated by 0.02 of a second. Karma's not going to improve. Let's see what Red Fritch does. Red takes his machine through 6:23. 217 miles an hour, picking up 0.06 of a second. Karma's car kind of washed out a little bit on the starting line. She goes 14:30. Mandel, your number 1 qualifier with a 6:11. He's a chassis builder. Danny Nelson, number 2 qualifier. He's a chassis builder. Pat Forster, number 3 at a 6:14. Bill Ernest, number 4 at a 6:15. I'm here to tell you, we get all said and done, it's going to be a very interesting field of race cars. Dave Maggard out of Dayton, Ohio, the American chassis car over on the left-hand side. A little bit of laughing gas for the big block Chevrolet. Ron Scott's Texas-based entry over here on the right-hand side. runner who works for Southwest Airlines during the week. Got his Pro Charge. Miller chassis car over here on the right-hand side. Both these cars down on the bottom half of the qualifying sheet right now. There for him last night. Can they improve? The air's certainly better. 634, 213, no help for Ron. 656, 204 for Maggard. Now sits at number 25. You want to be in the top half of the field? You want to be a top half player, you got to go 6.194 or quicker. And let me tell you, that's quick. Chris Carrico with the kids sitting at home watching. Fort Wayne engineer-based racer. Spitzer chassis car. Big block Chevrolet. And Pascal Lecomte. Pascal came up last night. Fired the car up, the Pro Charge. Spitzer chassis machine. The tube from the Pro Charger, the pressure tube leading from the Pro Charger to the air box on top of the engine came undone. And let me tell you, if the Pro Charger's not Pro Charging your engine's not making the power you need to be a player. So this will be his first and only qualifying effort. Hikes the front end up in the air, sets it back down. Chris Carrico goes through 6:23 at 203 miles an hour. And Pascal Lecomte with a 10:52 lap at 81 miles an hour. All I can say is he's going to be a very nervous driver. Because I'm here to tell you, I don't think a 10-second lap is going to be a qualifier for this field. Checking the top end out on the Budweiser lane. Make sure Pascal Lecomte's car was clean all the way to the finish line on that 10-second pass. Danny Nelson and Al Peevler sitting and waiting patiently. Peevler, the runner out of Illinois. Getting ready to make his run down the racetrack. Danny Nelson likewise, as we get the all clear from one end of the racetrack to the other. Our starter Brad out there doing a little house cleaning, a little mopping. Well, it looks like everything's okay. Cop Eliminator needs you to the lanes, please. Competition Eliminator needs you to the staging lanes. You can see our safety crew from the far end of the racetrack out there on the shutdown area. Checking things out, making sure everything is good, safe, and secure. And the truck heads back towards the other end of the racetrack. Looks Looks like the top end's going to be secured and ready to go. Yeah, looks like finally getting everything set and ready to go. Danny Nelson and Al Peevler. Going to see what they can do as far as blasting their way down this racetrack. Of course, Al over here on the jug side of the racetrack doesn't want to quite blast it as hard as he did last night. He's one of our 7 cars that made a run in that 6-0 zone. And the 6-0 zone is where you don't want to be. People are right now on the outside looking in. Danny over there on the left-hand side, that is a Vortec supercharged racecraft chassis dragster for the Bell Chassis Builder out of Arkansas. Danny, your number 2 qualifier. He was runner-up here a year ago. Nelson also uses a high gear only charge out of his transmission. Does things just a little bit differently from anybody else. He's successful with it. He's won here at Bowling Green before. Peevler wants to run a 16. Not a 6:05 like he did last night. Let me tell you, he can do it. About a 6:25 at 188 being safe. That'll move him up. 6:15 for Danny. Peevler goes 6:25.9. Cop Eliminator needs you to the lanes, please. Competition Eliminator. That's 6:25 for Peevler. Move him into about the number 18 spot right now. Tom Elliott. Blake Peevler. Still having problems getting down the racetrack. 6:15 by Elliott. He's up to number 8 now with that lap. Peevler goes 7:79. He went 7:19 last night. Good news is for Blake, he's in for now. Jeff Mandel, your number 1 qualifier, the Profab chassis entry there on the left-hand side. And Wayne Lambert. Last night, runner out of St. Bernard, Louisiana. 6:21 today at 224 miles an hour. That'll calm things down a little bit. How about Jeff Mandel, though? 6:11.0 last night. Here today. And again, Comp Eliminator needs you to the lanes, please. Competition Eliminator needs you to the lanes. If I was Jeff Mandel, I'd put a 6'11 on it, come up and run it. Jimmy Prevost and Winnette Hudgens. Winnette last night, a 6:16 lap for the Scoggin-Dickey Performance Center. Hot rod out of Clyde, Texas. Jimmy Prevost out of Illinois there on the left. The Budweiser lane. And his son Matt tuned a hot rod up last night to 6:33. 210 mile an hour. Prevost. Clearing the pipes. Over there in that big motor Chevrolet and for Scoggin-Dickey Performance Center. Winnette Hudgens here on the right-hand side. Winnette Robert. Division 4 competition. 6:11.0. 227 miles an hour by Winnette. That'll put her number 2. I can't correct it. It puts her number 1. She takes number 1 by takes it away from Jeff Mandel. 227 gives her the number 1 spot. 225 for Mandel gives him the number 2 position. As Jim Thorpe comes rolling in alongside Bill Ernst. Ernest out of Knoxville. Total garage store entry machine. Another Miller chassis car. Jim Thorpe, runner out of Mertzon, Texas. Beautiful hot rod. You know what? He's got a top Sportsman car, looks just like it. Well, paint-wise. If you had a top Sportsman car, look like a dragster, well, you'd be in the wrong class. Anyway, Spencer chassis machine for Thorpe there on the left. Another one of those 6-row runners. He's got this one back down to a good 16 run. How about a 6:13? 201 miles an hour, 6:29 by Ernest. No improvement. He went 6:15. 13 lap. He'll slide into the number 4 spot with that run. He'll be really shuffling the field around a little bit now. Mike Coughlin. Hot rod coming up alongside Ryan Keener. Keener out of Illinois is Adkins chassis car. Big motor Chevrolet, 682. Only 146 last night for Ryan, so you know it wasn't a full pull for 1,320 feet. Coughlin out of the Jags camp. 616 to 21 out of their blown Chevrolet, the Dan Page chassis hot rod. .615, 220. Coughlin picks up 100th of a second. 6:55 for Keenan. At 199 miles an hour. He'll slide up on the qualifying sheet somewhat. Those of you watching in on dragracer.tv, the CompuLink system right now has got a little bit of a hiccup in it. It is not rolling over our qualifying time. We will get that corrected prior to our first round of eliminations, obviously. But do not pay attention to the qualifying screen because drivers who were in the 6.0s last night that have come back with a good 6:11 or 6:13 or whatever today are not getting inserted properly in the qualifying sheet on our screen. So just kind of bear with us. We know what it is, and it's just a minor item, but still got to go in and fix it. Can't do it in the middle of the field. Ashley Johnson, Indiana, Kentucky. The young lady coming down. Hemi-powered Egan chassis car right side. Dan Norris. Dan with a 6:17 lap. Only 188. The chassis car there on the Budweiser side. 6:09 to 2:24. Just a little quick. How about Ashley Johnson, though? She takes the number 1 spot. 6.1 at 227 miles an hour. If you want to be your number 1 qualifier here this weekend, you've got a 7,000th of a second window to work with right now. And let me tell you, I don't care whose window you use, that's a very tight squeeze. Joe Baxter out of Texas comes up. Joe, another one of our 6-0 runners last night. He laid down a 6:07 lap. He's got to get it backed up a little bit. Danny Waddle Jr. over on the left-hand side. And he passed the champ in our top dragster category, the Accurate Concrete Machine. Baxter, Pro Charge car from the Lone Star State. About a 6'10" with a 5. Is he's your number 1 qualifier now by 0.02 of a second. And a 6'10" with a 7 at 220 for Danny Waddle. So side by side, 6:10 laps. Whew. You want some? Come and get you some. It's easy. Right. Top Sportsman needs you to the lanes, please. Top Sportsman needs you to the lanes. Pat Forster, 6:14 last night. John Biaggi over on the left-hand side out of John's Auto and Speed. And the land of Lincoln, the great state of Illinois. Biaggi there on the left-hand side. 6:19 his run last night. As Mom D looks on. Forster on a 6:14 run last night for the Pittsburgh, PA runner. Biaggi hikes the front end up and sends it back down. That car leaves so pretty. About a 6:18, 2:18. Biaggi picks up 100th of a second. So does Forster, 6:13 at 230 miles an hour. Now let me tell you, 0.05 of a second is what you've got to work with right now. You want to be your number 1 qualifier. JR, what Joe did a moment ago. Now J.R. Baxter out of Waxahachie, Texas, over on the left-hand side. He was another one of our 6-0 runners last night, a 6:09 lap. Matt Tackman out of Illinois, the Hanksterford lubricants machine. The man who spends his weekend turning wrenches on a fuel car. Matt on the right. 6:17 last night at 193. Sagman, 6:18 and a 6:099 by J.R. Baxter. He's gone 6:09 and 6:099. That'll put him down at the bottom of the qualifying sheet with more than 32 cars on the ground. JR, thanks for coming. Bob Henry's hot rod now, the Owasso, Oklahoma-based runner. Alongside JB Strasweg. Both these cars in the 6:15 range last night when they made their run. In fact, Bob Henry quicker by a foul. 6:15 with the 3. JB on a 6:15 with a 4. The Meyer Distributing entry over here on the right-hand side. The Illinois runner using the bottom. Bob Henry on the left. The Air Gas Energy Machine. turbo charge car. Both these cars very, very quick. JB coming off the big win up on Vandermeer Speedway a few short weeks ago, like 623, 201 miles an hour by Henry, no improvement. 619 by JB. 32. Fails to find any improvement down at the other end of the racetrack. 610 with a 5. Still your number one qualifying effort. Alan O'Brien and Tom Fisher. Angry Tom over here on the right-hand side. Gentleman who has gone through a multitude of health issues over the last couple of years. Looking for a kidney donor. Goes through dialysis daily. It's still out here running his 200-mile-an-hour race car. Alan O'Brien out of West Virginia. How about a twin turbocharged AMC powered? Yep, that's a Rambler motor. Underneath those turbochargers for Alan O'Brien. 629 at 211 miles an hour. Angry Tom working his way down track. 654, 207 miles an hour. No help for him. 640, 206 for Alan O'Brien's machine. A little puff of smoke down at the other end of the racetrack. Of course, he did that last night as well. Make the bend. Tom's off, Allen's off, Phil Oakley comes rolling in, the Texas Roadhouse team. Ooh, that sounds good right now. Texas Roadhouse. Give me a, what about a 10-inch filet, medium rare? Big baked potato? Yep, that'll work. Salad? Yep, I'm getting hungry. Phil Oakley, engine builder, sponsor of our top dragster class here on the division level. Bob Bay over on the right-hand side, the Alabama runner. Also chassis machine, lots of hand signals going on down here. Trying to get May lined up in the right spot. He went 618 last night, Oakley a 615. Tell you what, for all the competitors going to Indianapolis, all I can tell you is it's going to be interesting. Bump spot probably going to be about a 620, 621 maybe. High 32 car field's going to make it fun. How about a 606 by Robert May? Thanks for playing. Glad you ran the 618 last night. Phil Oakley goes through 627 at 195. No improvement there for Oakley last night. Zach Fisher comes rolling in now, the youngster out of the RacingRVs.com race team. Saw Tom go down track just a moment ago, the senior member of the family. Zach, the youngest member of the family, in his Chromeworks car. 619 for Zach last night. Mark Jones, number 2 in the world last year in the top dragster, RacingRVs.com points chase. But Mark last night laid down a run that surprised him. A 6:03 lap, and it was like, really? Where did that come from? Well, he's got to get it reined in. He does not want to be like J.R. Baxter and go 6:09 and 6:09. Mark wants to get a run above 6:10 right now. Put himself solidly in this field. Because I'm telling you, once you're in, you're in. You can win. We've seen winners come from the bottom half of the field. The number 32 qualifiers make their way to the final round and take home the Wally. Mark down track. How about a 6:26? Kelly sitting at home going, phew, thank you. 220 miles an hour as Mark gets his way. Zach Fisher goes cruising through 6:18, 2. 122 miles an hour. Here's the boss man out of the RacingRVs.com stable. Go Fisher. Beautiful. The Copperfish. RacingRVs.com machine over there on the left-hand side, where everything in the world is chroma-plated or powder-coated on so many cars. Joe electing to have everything copper-clad on his machine. The wheelie bar, the wheels, parts on the engine. Just a beautiful, beautiful race car. Certainly advise you if you have the opportunity, and invite you if you have the opportunity. Get a good look at the copper machine of Joe Fisher. He goes through with a 6:12 lap at 223 miles an hour, and that improves on last night's 6:20 quite well. So 6:10 with a 5. I do believe it's going to end up being our number one qualifier. And again, I apologize to those of you looking at the qualifying screen, as it is not correct in our CompuLink timing system. It failed to throw out some numbers last night. We've got to go in and do a manual correct on that so we can set our field. I'll go over all that with you here as soon as they get the qualifying field set. We're going to turn now to competition eliminator. And those of you that are stalwarts of drag racing, follow the sport, certainly are well aware of the fact that Comp Eliminator, probably the last true bastion of what Wally Parks envisioned back in the early days. Put together what you got, build it, let's go racing it. I mean, we've got blown cars, we've got turbocharged. Dragsters, rear engine dragsters, altereds, roadsters, a little bit of everything. And with the variety of the automobiles that we have in Comp Eliminator, we qualify them against the index, the national standard for their particular class in Comp Eliminator. And it becomes a how low can you go type of situation. Right now, our number one qualifier, Brad Plord, 75 under the index is what he ran last night when he went 6:28. Now, the index is a 7:04. The class is AA altered methanol. Got a blown 380 cubic inch Hemi and a 23 T-bodied machine. Brad, I understand, is going to be one of our first cars up. John Freck, meanwhile, the tool and die maker out of Ohio, little 4-cylinder Pontiac and a flyweight F dragster, will be alongside of him. Freck had some problems last night, did not get the car down the racetrack. We had 27 cars officially align themselves on the qualifying sheet, and I'm here to tell you we're going to shuffle the field big time today with our Comp Eliminator runners. John's going to be the first of our cars to go in and shuffle the qualifying program. And as soon as we get the official all clear from the top end of the racetrack, I do believe we'll be ready to go with Comp Eliminator. Final qualifying to set our field and determine who is going to run whom in the opening round of eliminations.
When you're on the track, it's all about trusting your equipment. So why not depend on parts from the guys who know them best? Ford Performance Parts are all about making sure you run faster, longer, and stronger. Be it crate engines, gears, superchargers, or anything in between, you can be sure of this. Nobody knows how to make the best parts for your Ford than engineers at Ford Performance Parts. Find them at performanceparts.ford.com or your favorite performance parts retailer. Get the best parts for your Ford, designed and tested by the engineers at Ford Performance Parts. Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be a participating sponsor of the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. Let our performance race tire technology help put you in the winner's circle. When you're looking for an advantage, remember the name Hoosier Racing Tire, because they truly are tires designed for champions. See us in the manufacturer's midway or contact the authorizing Hoosier Racing Tire dealer nearest you for product information to accommodate your racing needs. Is your goal an NHRA championship? Then Altronics has what you need. Altronics DataQuest system is the latest in state-of-the-art data recording. The DataQuest full-color touchscreen dash is the only system available that puts your data at the touch of a fingertip. DataQuest's new integrated switch panel allows complete control of all of your car's accessories directly through the touchscreen. And Altronics DataQuest is an NHRA contingency product, which means you get paid to win. With tech support experts available 7 days a week, Altronics is always there when you need them. For products that will get you to that final round, remember Altronics and DataQuest data acquisition systems. Order one now at www.altronicsinc.com. Altronics is always there when you need them.
Yeah, it looks like a little bit of cleanup way down there in the shutdown area, right up next to the wall. So they're telling me just a couple of minutes before we are back on track with Comp Eliminator, their final qualifying effort. Top Sportsman, you should be in the lanes for your final qualifier. Well, will be interesting to see how all of that plays out and sets in. We set our comp field and our Top Sportsman field. Following Top Sportsman, we will be into round number one of Super Comp. Following that up with round number two of our Mosier Engineering Sportsman Shootout. Then into round number two of Super Street, round number two of Stock, to give you a little bit of an idea. Great opportunity. Swing by one of our concessionaires here this weekend. We got pizza. We got barbecue. We got backyard burgers. We got hot dogs. We got French fries. We got corn dogs. We got tenderloins. I think the tenderloin man's here, isn't he? If the tenderloin man's here, that's where I'm headed here in a bit. I got to get me a tenderloin. They are good tenderloins. All right. Well, they lied to us. They told us to be like 2 minutes. I don't think I talked for 2 minutes. I think I talked for like 45 seconds. Comp Eliminator. Coming at you. AA altered methanol. Number one qualifier, Brad Plord. 380 cubic inch blown Hemi. Over here on the right-hand side, the Jegs lane, 191 cubic inches of Screaming Pontiac. Don Freck's going to make his first run down the racetrack as they had problems last night. Competition Eliminator. The category where engineering, ingenuity, and thinking outside of the box probably is as prevalent as any other class in NHRA drag race. Engines built to the nth degree. You will see some attrition in Comp Eliminator because drivers, tuners, builders are looking for every last possible ounce of performance they can get. And sometimes you push that envelope just a little bit too far. Brad Plord, John Freck. We get into eliminations. It'll be a matter of handicap racing. The slow car obviously getting to go first. John Freck goes 849. He's a dime under his 859 index at 136. You can hear Brad Plord's Blown Emmy working its way down track. That Brad Anderson combination shut off way early. Still goes 671 at 151 miles an hour. There's Jared Grenier, Superbod machine. A Chevrolet Cobalt that started its life off in a GM assembly line. Got converted to a front engine, rear wheel drive machine. And that unibody construction got boxed in and stiffened up a little bit, enough to hold 500, 600 horsepower out of a little 306 cubic inch combination. The Lupe Tortilla Cobalt over on the right-hand side. Jared last night at 872. Jenny Treadwell's alongside. That is a 6-cylinder, an inline 6-cylinder Chevrolet for the young lady out of Florida. Paralegal during the week. Drag racer on the weekends. Miss Jenny. Scott Rose and the gang. 797 last night out of that. Grenier working the gearbox in that East Superbod machine. Jenny goes cruising through 792. 500ths of a second improvement. Now 57 under the index. 153 by Grenier does not improve. He'll stay number 19. Jenny moves up a couple of notches now at 59 under the index as she goes into the number 10 qualifying spot. This will be our session that determine who is going to run whom in the opening round of eliminations a little bit later on. Another 6-cylinder power plant, this time a 250 cubic inch. Jay Dragster over there on the left-hand side for Ron Bone. Bone Motorsports. One of many of our sponsors. Brian Browell's got the little V6 powered dragster, the D dragster, over here on the right-hand side. Always a tip of the cap to the sponsors that make Comp Eliminator possible here in Division 3 action. Brown Bellhouse, one of them. Brian Brown not able to get a run down the racetrack last night. He shuts it off early. He'll coast across, but it'll officially put him on the qualifying sheet. Ron Bones' rod, meanwhile, 774. Picks up a 1/10 of a second from his 784 last night. 1582 by Brian Brown at a 47-mile-an-hour lap. That'll put Brian number 25. Rod at 61 under the index now, though, goes to number 6 in our field. Comp Eliminator Racing, Steve Ambrose, J Altered Automatic. How about a 300 cubic inch inline 6-cylinder Ford for Ambrose and Bob Huteman. The Varsity Ford, a 23T runner. Over there on the left-hand side, a 300 cubic inch Ford truck 6-cylinder. Well, an Alan Johnson Performance Engineering, hand fabricated aluminum head on it. Mike Farrell's B-Street Roadster, the small block Chevrolet. For the Louisville-based runner over on the right-hand side, Mike told me earlier in the weekend that certainly had some struggle with the car this year. Wow, Ambrose machine rocketing off the line and to the right. Steve, a great job of reeling it in. Goes 797, 141 miles an hour, 777. Mike Farrell picks up a couple hundred double seconds. Number 9 spot. Farrell moves up to the number 3 spot now at 65 under the index. So Brad Plord, Chad Vogus, Mike Farrell, Jason Grima, and the boys from down under in their Mustangs at number 4. Dave Dupp's car sits number 5. Gary Kokoro's H-altered automatic going to add his name to our comp qualifying sheet. This will make it a 30-car field. Jim Promozik's hot rod over here on the right-hand side. Out of Ohio. Jim had problems last night. Shut it off to an 881. Like to be down in that low 7-second zone. The Hemi-powered Chevy Cobalt. Over here on the right-hand side, a Kokoro. Another hot rod. Florida joining us here this weekend. Promozic problems again getting off the starting line. Kokoro's going to motor through 890 on the 922 standard, putting him 31 and change under the index. Jim Promozic Jr. in RC Racing. Nice race engines combination. Going to coast through at 23 seconds. Not what they wanted to do, and Promozic. Problems inside the car. Looks like he may need a little assist from our quad down at the other end of the racetrack. Brad Allen's B Dragster automatic. Todd France with the B Dragster automatic. Sit and wait patiently. Get ready to come up next. Green light's on the quad on the other end of the racetrack. Says, okay, we're rolling. We're good to go. Promozic's machine, just a little bit of a push. He clears the top end. Brad Allen, the auto dealer out of Indiana. Todd France, the auto painter out of Kentucky. Small block combinations for the pair of B Dragster automatics right now. Spitzer chassis cars a pair. You definitely want to have a very quick B Dragster automatic here in Division III competition. Why? Because there's a bunch of them, including the baddest in the land. Todd France right side, Brad Allen left. Full carburation up on top of small block Chevrolets. Automatic transmissions behind the power plant. Brad Allen hiking the front end up in the air, rocks it back on the wheelie bar, stays with it though. Goes 711 at 185 miles an hour, 686, 193 by France. He cruises down track. Todd moves up to the number 12 spot. Brad Allen with his 711 goes into the number 21 position. France down 53 under. And Brad Allen into the number 21 spot. Again, a quick check of the racetrack. You can see Allen's B Dragster, a little puff of smoke down there on the top end of the racetrack. The over the wall gang doing a quick check of the top end. Hopefully it was a puff of smoke from the engine that was contained inside the engine. And we have no cleanup to do there on the Budweiser side of the racetrack. But we'll let the safety guys and gals down at the other end of the racetrack check that out for us. As soon as we get a report from them, we'll report to you, and we'll get ready to fire up our next pair, Van Puckett and Craig Bourgeois. getting ready to come up next. I want to thank everybody that donated for our Norton's Children's Hospital, the Just for Kids, the Racers for Kids program. Ambulance had to head out as they have other commitments this afternoon. Thanks to everybody that contributed. Hope everybody stepped up to the plate. Always, always, always a good cause. Helping out those that need the assist, the kids that just coming into the world in the pediatrics hospital. Boy, that can do some amazing things these days. But a tip of the cap to everybody. Norton's Children's Hospital for everything, and to all of our friends here this weekend helping out as well. And a tip of the cap to Lester, getting the Racers for Kids program underway. Understand we had a pretty good turnout today and raised a few shekels for the organization. Cool. Want to thank everybody. Alrighty, top end's cleaned up. Van Puckett's F. Altered going to do his thing. And Craig Bourgeois, the points leader. Right now in the Comp Eliminator National Championship. He, Brad Plord, Frank Aragona Jr., and a few others. Going to be duking it out for the rest of the season to claim that championship, Wally. Last time had problems getting down the racetrack. Doesn't appear to be doing so today. No. 680 at 189 miles an hour. I'd say that gets him there. 799, 168. Goes from the bottom of the qualifying sheet to number 2. 73 under the index. He's right behind Brad Plord, 75 under run. Jumps right around Chad Vogus, who now sits number 3. And in with a 65 under lap. How about the boys from down under? Jason Grimma and the gang out of Agnes Banks, New South Wales. 400 cubic inch Ford, a B altered over there on the left-hand side. I'm telling you. You want to talk about a long distance award? We've got racers here from England. We've got racers here from Australia, Sweden. Everybody's coming together here at Beach Bend Raceway Park in Bowling Green, Kentucky. How about that? Greg Camplain. Greg had problems last night. His C dragster automatic. Little 325 cubic inch combination. See what he can do. Be down in the 7 seconds. High sixes would be even sweeter. The boys from down under not doing bad. 7 flat. How about a 692 by Camplain? Oh, that's going to shake the field up a little bit. 7 flat by Jason. 66 under the index. Camplain goes 67 under the index. Bourgeois goes 73 under the index. Whew. Chad Vogus at 65 under. We haven't seen that Chad just yet. He's going to lay back and see if he can snare that number 1 qualifying spot. Raleigh Competition Engine, C-Tech Aluminum Cabinets, Skillman Auto Group, Cohen Engineering. Some of the sponsors that help make it all possible here in Division III competition. Dave Dupps, C Super Mod Machine. Over here on the right-hand lane, and Randy Jones out of Monarch Beach, California. Alpha Omega with a Superbot automatic car. Cars hiking the front end up in the air, setting them down. Both cars drifted just a little out of the groove. Dupp shuts his off, and Randy Jones keeps pedaling hard. 794. Picks up 572 miles an hour. Goes down 59 under the index. It's good for number 14. Dave Dupps, a shut-off 880 lap. Qualified number 7 last night with an 820 run. Terry Smith, the A dragster automatic entry, 500 cubic inch Mopar. Terry, who went on a tear in our last race up in Indianapolis, if memory serves correctly. Made it down to the semifinals, I do believe. Made it into the final rounds. Came up just a little bit short that race in Indy. Lost to that little 4-cylinder machine of Chad Vogus, who we haven't seen just yet. Chad could be laying back, surprising everybody with a number 1 qualifying effort. We'll have to wait and see. Smith over on the left-hand side, 500 cubic inch Mopar combination. Here on the right, Terry Smith's first shot at the racetrack. He's going to put it in with a 650 at 188 miles an hour, 669 by Shamness. Smith at 58 under the index goes in number 50. Shamness at 57 under the index goes in at number 2. Brad Plord still leading the pack, and officially now a 30-car comp eliminator field. David Billingsley's V6 powered Chevrolet Camaro for the runner out of Illinois. And David Rampy, you're familiar with drag racing at all. One of the winningest drivers in all of NHRA motorsports competition. Rampy, who has run in the pro stock ranks, virtually every other category, save for Top Fuel and Funny Car. Now at the wheel of the Skillman Chevrolet Elite Power, Patterson Racing. Econo altered over here on the right hand. David Dunn going to be number 1. That could be interesting. What's he got inside that little Econo altered? About a 717 lap at 184 miles an hour. 813, 164 by Billingsley. Rampy jumps in with a 73 under lap, but that'll move him up to number 2 on the qualifying. Bourgeois now down to the number 3 spot. And the hits just keep on coming. Jason Cohen, Chad Vogus. And I got to tell you, right now, the guys are certainly looking at the ladder sheet, the number of cars qualified, and where they are on that sheet, because points and the championship chase, not only on the division level, but the national level, have certainly got some good implications. Franco Aragona has been making a hard charge. The hot rod out of New Jersey. Couple of wins. Chad Vogus gets shut off on the line as we've got a car that's gone long down at the other end of the racetrack. So no problems for Chad or Jason. Just have to turn the automobiles off on the starting line. Let the crew do their job down at the top end of the racetrack. Get our errant machine turned around and off the top end. Make sure everything's clean, safe, and secure. Jason Goins, a little G Cotto altered, getting ready to come up on the left-hand side. And Chad Vogus, K altered automatic. Neyland Park's chassis machine for Chad over here on the right-hand side. Took a 500 cubic inch aluminum Homod-style engine, put it on a bandsaw, cut it in half, made it a 250 cubic inch four-banger. Jason Cohen, meanwhile, he's got a little four-cylinder in his too, but his is an original Chevy four-cylinder, a little 190 cubic inch combination. Both out of Cohen Engineering, another one of our sponsors here in the Cop Eliminator ranks. Chad Bogan, back down to number 6. Does he want to be number 1? He's going to have to really put it low in the 40s. 148 miles an hour, not going to do it. 813 at 157 by Cohen. Cohen's going to stay number 9. Chad's going to stay number 6. Now, did he want to move up, or did he look at the ladder sheet and say, you know, that number 6 spot, that's not a bad place to be? There's Robert Bailey and Jeremy Bailey. I'm running in now, the father and son operation. Out of Indiana, Jeremy's C dragster automatic. Over here on the right-hand side, Bailey's A Econo car. Econo designation. Drive many years ago as a opening effort to get into Cop Eliminator racing. A single 4-barrel and automatic transmission. But I'm here to tell you, it's anything but economical. Bailey number 12, Jeremy number 21. What do they got in store for us? Dan on the left goes 6:64.1. Back-to-back laps within a thousandth of a second. Jeremy picks up 500 from his 7:10. He goes to a 7:05. He's now 54 under the index. On the qualifying sheet with that lap. Number 21 to number 17. Robert stays number 12. Jim Promozic Sr. comes rolling in now. His hot rod over there on the left-hand side. And Troy Galbraith. B dragster automatic. Troy laying back, seeing what everybody else can do. want to be number one? Ooh, and he clicked it early as well. 740. 123 miles an hour. Promozic goes through at 65 miles an hour and 11.99 lap. And I do believe we are coming to the conclusion of our comp qualifying. It's Jimmy Kimbrough's B Dragster Automatic. I told you we had a bunch of them. We have had a gaggle, a plethora, a handful, a collection of B Dragster Automatics. Kimbrough out of Florida laid down a stout 678 lap last night. His Pro Start chassis machine. Top Sportsman in the lanes, paired up and ready to go for your final qualifying effort. This should be interesting as well. Super Comp. You're on standby. Get them ready, boys and girls. Make some room in for you in the lanes as we work our way through Top Sportsman Super Comp. We'll be ringing your doorbell and inviting you to come on out and play. Up from Pace, Florida, contractor by profession, Kimbrough, longtime comp campaigner. He right now sits at number 11. His lap last night, a 678. We have certainly seen some shuffling of the field here in this final session. The drivers trying to pick their spot on the qualifying sheet, trying to determine where they're going to end up in that qualifying effort. Kimbrough over here on the right-hand side. $679. 198. Kimbrough doesn't improve, but he stays consistent. And that, in the number 11 qualifying, should be able to do you some good. That's Glenn Treadwell now. Glenn had a problem last night. Saw his daughter come up a little bit earlier as Jenny made her shot down the racetrack. And the Sorrento, Florida runner with his Ford-powered inline machine, the Econo Dragster. Redwell definitely looking to improve because last night it was a shutoff run. And that's a whole lot more better. 835 at 149 miles an hour by Glenn. That'll put him in the middle of the field. Number 17 at 57 under the index. So 2 shots at qualifying. Brad Plord 1. David Rampy number 2. Craig Bourgeois moves up to the number 3 spot. Greg Camplain likewise to number 4. The boys from down under in the Ford machine sit number 5. Chad Vogus 6, Mike Farrell 7, Dave Dupps rounds out the quick 8. Then it's Jason Cohen, Ron Bone, Jim Kimbrough, Robert Bailey, Jenny Treadwell, Randy Jones, Terry Smith, and Scott Shamness in our 30-car comp eliminator field here this weekend. Our Oakley Motorsports, Top Sportsman competitors now. We saw our 6-second, 200-mile-an-hour dragsters a little while ago. We're going to start off with Mike Higgy and Greg Kaufman. See what they can do. We put 32 cars down the track last night. Neither one of these drivers able to make a run. Higgy out of Middleburg Heights, Ohio, over on the right-hand side. 1 shot qualifying with the adjusted schedule. Mikey rolled in overnight. He'll get a shot down track. Greg Kaufman likewise, the Russellville-based runner. Owns his own construction biz. Owns Cutlass bodied entry. Certainly has that late 90s pro stock look to it, doesn't it? They make some pretty good top Sportsman machines these days. With the later model Pontiac, a little bit more aerodynamically efficient. For the runner over here on the Jegs side of the racetrack. Boys fanning the doors. Michael have one shot to get in. And down track, Todd O'Neill's 15:85. Certainly a very pedestrian-ish elapsed time that will go by the wayside relatively quick. Of course, Don also has the opportunity to step up to the plate with his very unique top Sportsman operation, but more about that when Don comes up. Right now, it's Greg, it's Mike. Two drivers want their opportunity to get into this 32 car top Sportsman field. Red lights mean nothing. Kaufman already off the throttle. Mike staying with it. And then he shuts it down to a 763 lap at 179 miles an hour, but that'll get him there. 11 for Greg, the good news is you're in for now. The bad news is it ain't going to stay. Heige 763 puts him number 21, and I'm not sure that will be a player when all is said and done. Bill Yates, Bill and Angie, their first shot at the racetrack. The Ohio-based runner, the Camaro-bodied machine over here on the right-hand side. Rick Korn, Hemi-powered Dodge Avenger-bodied car there on the left-hand side for the Paducah, Kentucky-based entry. Rick last night did get a lap in. He went 665 at 201 miles an hour. Angie over here on the right-hand side, checking to make sure that Bill's locked and loaded and ready to go. Brought this new Camaro out, struggled with it a little bit, but boy, they've gotten it tamed down. They have been able to make some runs out of this hot rod. Right now, it's all about getting into the show and staying. Red lights on this end right now mean nothing. Bill Yates goes 686 at 200 miles an hour. 668. Rick will stay 11. Bill Yates 686 puts him into the show. In the number 16 spot for now. And that should stay to play. Scott Linder, number 17 qualifier. Scott out of Iowa, electrician by profession. A very colorful Pontiac Grand Am there on the left-hand side. And Mike Mattia. Mike, who spends his working week working for General Motors, the durability department. 632 cubic inch, big motor, the Cutlass. Happy birthday to Mike. Celebrating his birthday with us this weekend. Mike right now is 12:15. That's what he ran last night. That's the bump you see on the scoreboard down there. Scotty Linder, the Grand Am. Also runs with a group called the Ozark Mountain Super Shifters. That was over in Eddyville, Iowa last weekend. Participating at the World Fuel Altered National. Little 8-mile track there east of Des Moines. Great facility. Scott had a pretty good run through the race as well last weekend. Right now, sit number 17, 693 at 198 miles an hour. Matty on the right-hand side, working his way through. Can he improve on a 12:15? I'm sure he can. How about a 7:05? That'll step up to the plate a little bit at 187 miles an hour. 690 by Linder. The good news for Scott is he went the right direction. The bad news for Scott is he stayed number 17. And unfortunately, the way things pair off here in top Sportsman world, number 17 runs number 1 in that opening round of eliminations. Now, That being said, we are going to shuffle this field around some more before all is said and done. Ron Biondo and Bob Wright come rolling in next, right out of Buchanan, West Virginia. The Cobalt over on the right-hand side, and Biondo there in the left. Trying to improve on a 713. Biondo trying to improve on a 665. No help for Biondo. He goes 674, 207. But Bob Wright steps up. Yep, he skipped it. Does he ever? 67 by Wright. He's number 12 spot. Remember he telling you Scott Linder wasn't going to stay number 17 very long? Well, he didn't. He's now number 18. Because we're shuffling this field around. And we will continue to do so. All the rest of the field still to come. Rich Smith out of Wentzville, Mo. The R.L. Smith trucking entry. Jake Camaro there on the left-hand side. And Jerry Albert's machine. From Mickey Thompson Tires, Jeg saw Jerry come up a little bit earlier in the Mosier Sportsman Shootout. He's going to be coming back here momentarily, or I shouldn't say momentarily. We've got 100 Super Comp cars to run, but he'll be back in a little bit to run round number 2, the quarterfinals in our Mosier Engineering Sportsman Shootout. Right now, it's all about getting into the show. Last night, he shut off to 14:31. And as you can obviously tell, looking at the Jegs and the Budweiser scoreboard, that's not a player. This should be. This will be. About a 687 at 200 miles an hour. 659 for Rich Smith. Both of them making big steps up. Rich all the way to number 10. Jerry goes into the number 19 spot. And again, we shuffle the field. Bob Mandel now gets moved into that number 17 qualifying spot. And I'll guarantee you, Robert doesn't want to stay there, so they'll be looking things over, seeing what they can do. I'm sorry, you have to pardon me for a moment. I was graced with the presence of a beautiful lady bringing gifts. Brewster's Real Ice Cream. Well, let me tell you, it's pretty good stuff. And since you have to eat ice cream before it melts, well, you know, I'm sorry. Not real sorry, but sorry. How's that expression go? Sorry, not sorry? Mike Sowers, first shot at the racetrack. Mike had some issues. Motor City Mike, the APD. Tied entry there on the left-hand side, and Jimmy Fallon. His new hot rod, the low ride. Top, 68 Camaro over here on the right-hand side. Hemi-powered car. 932 last night. There's 4 left. Much more. That's a pretty good pair. Hello. 646, 216 miles an hour, and I think that just made everybody happy. Or at least the fists in the air seem to. Light tower 780, 201 miles an hour. So Fallon into the number 6 spot with that 646 lap. Kurt Frederich gets moved to the bump, or gets moved to the number 17 spot, as our bump drops down to a 1045. We progressively make this field quicker and quicker and quicker. Robbie Irby and Scotty Wasco come rolling in next. Irby on the left out of Collierville, Tennessee, is new Camaro, replacing his old steady Corvette, and Scotty Wasco. Scott at the wheel of his Pontiac GXP. Lost a very tough opening round in that Mosier Engineering Sportsman Shootout. Not another one of the drivers looking to step up here in this session. A little bit of tail wagging the dog. He still goes 659 at 211 miles an hour. 659 lap by Scott puts him down number 11. Irby's 697 from last night holds him number 24. Bill Simmons now becomes the bump at a 1045, and we're going to continue to drop it down. We've got 1 car in the 10s, 3 car in the 8s, and 3 cars in the 7s. And we're what, a third of the way through this session? Cheyenne Stanley, the number 1 qualifier, the pro-charged Hemi-powered Mustang. Over there on the left-hand side, and Ben Ford. 406 cubic inch small motor, probably the smallest engine. Top Sportsman racing here this weekend. As we call Super Cop to the lanes now, please. Super Cop needs you to the staging lane, please. Round number 1 of elimination. Super Cop need you to the staging lanes, please. Ben Ford. Pontiac over here on the right-hand side. 670 last night for Bill. Cheyenne goes 620, 224 miles an hour. 659, 206 by board. With that 659 lap. Bob Wright now is number 16. Stephen Brenniger, number 17. Brenniger, one of the players in the finals last year, but we haven't seen him yet. Bob Mandel, best engineered winner. Beautiful, Hemi-powered, blown 55 Chevrolet. Out of Bob's Profab chassis shop down at Colioca. And Bad Eye Brenniger over on the right-hand side. Brenniger, 706 cubic inch Mustang. Sitting right now in the precarious number 31 position. You have to pardon me, I'm back to eating ice cream. It's melting. You want some? Hey, Brewster's have got lots. And it is delicious. Ooh, hang on, Bad Eye. Predator fighting that Mustang all the way down the racetrack. 647. No help for Mandel at 215. 669. Predator won it out of that bottom half of the qualifying. All the way to the other end. Goes 669 at 208. Right now that gives him the number 17 qualifying spot. Lucky guy. As he says that facetiously, by the way. Andy Horn's Mustang. Now up on the left-hand side. Runner out of Ohio, 656 last night. Kurt Frederick won it all in Illinois a few weeks back. A couple of final round appearances in between. Kurt has been certifiably hot. The Camaro over here on the right-hand side for the contractor out of Wisconsin, he and Leanne. Certainly chasing a pretty good dream this year. Potential national championship being dangled out in front of them, the racingrvs.com. Top sportsman category. Kurt right now has been bumped back down into the bottom half of the field. He's number 19. Kurt hustles down, 673, 207 miles an hour. Picks up a couple of hunts, 662 by Andy Horn. Doesn't improve on his 652 from yesterday. So Andy stays 7. Kurt stays number 19. Like I said, though, all you got to do is be in the show. If you're in the show, if you're in, you can win from literally anywhere. We've seen it done all year long. Dave Payani, excuse me. Runner out of Ohio at the wheel of his Grand Am over there on the left-hand side. And Bob Mandel, Senior Bob, at the wheel of his nitrous assistant at 55 shoebox car. And Robert sits number 20 with that red Chevy. Bob fanning the door to keep a little air circulating inside. He improve on a 675. He runs another one, 675.5. Back-to-back 6.755 laps. 669 by Payani. Moves David up into the number 7. Mandel sits number 21. Payani right now would be looking at a first-round matchup with Cheyenne Stanley. He's probably looking at John Taylor and a few other guys left to qualify and saying, please, guys, step up. Bump me out of that number 1 spot or out of that number 17 spot. John Taylor, one of those drivers that could do it, is 99 Dakota there on the left, 632 cubic inch, big motored Chevrolet. It's Jim Thorpe. Remember when he was up in his dragster a little bit earlier? I told you he had a Camaro painted the same. He actually has 2. This is the new 2019 Camaro. He has a 2018 version. Looks just like this. That's now for sale. If you want to go top sportsman racing, you might want to swing by and talk to Jim, because it's a pretty nice race car, and he'd certainly like to make room in the shop. It is for sale. This car debuted down in Noble, Oklahoma about a month ago. Came out of the trailer and flew straight and true down the racetrack, and he has fallen in love with it, let me tell you. Thorpe over here on the right-hand side. John Taylor on the left. Jim went 657 last night. He sits number 9. There's nothing wrong with the 18 version. A little bit more better. Thorpe goes through 6:52 at 220 miles an hour. Picks up a nickel with the shoots out early. He'll move up from number 9 to number 7. Taylor goes 7:02 at 195. He now sits number 28 in the show. The bump, Chris Osborne's 8:34. Steve Brediger and Justin Souders. Justin comes rolling in, his first shot at the racetrack. The young machinist out at Louisville. Souders, who went to the final round in Norwalk, came up just a little bit short against Gary Wojnowski. Hard to believe Gary's not here this weekend. Souders Camaro over here on the right-hand side. And Steven Brediger. Final round contestants on numerous of occasions. Brediger boys, married sisters. For real. Even there on the left, the all Ford Mustang, 632 blue oval power. Chevrolet Mustang. Justin trying to throw his hat into the ring. I think he'll do so. 669, 207 miles an hour, get it done. 669, 206 by Brediger. The bump spot now, Jonathan Smitty's 822. We are 4 cars away from a all 6-second field. There's Chris Osborne. He's not one of those 6-second cars. In fact, Chris Osborne's not even a player yet. Pack Racing Spring. Camaro on the left-hand side. Guy and Deacle on the right. The Indiana-based runner. Number 4 qualifier for the college professor. Yahoo. .734, 205 miles an hour by Osborne. Chris, the good news is you're in. The bad news is you're number 31. Deacle goes down track, 644 at 221 miles an hour. And I don't know what county we're in, but he just used. This is Barron County. He used the Barron County Tourism Department tourist map to get down the racetrack. Because I'm here to tell you, it was anything but straight from here to there. He was to the right. He was to the left. He was back in the middle of the groove. A little bit of everywhere. Eric Burnett comes rolling in now, the Professional Marine Service. Turbocharged Cavalier over on the left-hand side at Lester. Lester Johnson, the Racers for Kids. Excalibur 55 Chevrolet. Well, ain't that interesting? A little bit of a situation developing there on the starting line. As all of a sudden the staging beam decided it was time to head over to Brewster's Ice Cream for a little fresh ice cream. We lost our stage beam. It was AWOL or MIA or whatever the case might be. But if it did venture over to Brewster's Ice Cream store, all I can say is it had a pretty good treat. I had to finish mine real quick. It was melting. Those of you that were with us last night know that we had a skunk out on the racetrack from about the 300 foot to the 600 foot mark. It finally disappeared. I don't know what happened to it. Hopefully it is, burrowed away underground somewhere today and not going to bother anybody. Obviously, it's not under the infrared box here on the starting line. It looks like we're getting our stage beams back now. Should be ready to continue on. Super Comp needs you to the lanes, please. Super Comp, round number 1. Needs you to the staging lanes, please. Super Comp to the lanes. Well, our understanding is that one of our last cars went down the racetrack. The exhaust happened to catch the center block there. And when it did, it pulled the plug. And when it pulled the plug, it snagged a couple of wires. So we're on hold for a moment here while we get out our Master Electrician 101 how-to book and do some repairs. Looks like we're just going to replace one cord with t'other. Quick and simple, easy way to fix it. If you pull the wires out of one plug, and he most certainly did, you can see the wires hanging out. So we just plug in another cord and should be right back at it relatively quick. Super Cop. Round number 1 needs you to the lanes, please. Super Cop, round number 1. Need you into the staging lanes, please. Kind of looked like a state highway construction project down there for a while, didn't it? One guy doing all the work, 17 guys leaning on their shovels. Shh, I didn't say that out loud. You didn't hear it either. So I do believe we got the plug in. We'll check everything out, make sure it's functioning correctly. Super Comp getting ready to come at us after the conclusion of top sportsman qualifying. Super Comp and then Mosier Engineering Sportsman Shootout round number 2 will follow Super Comp. Then back into Alcohol Dragster and Alcohol Funny Car for their final qualifiers. Super Street round number 2, Stock round number 2. And our Oakley Top Dragster, Comp Eliminator, and Oakley Performance Top Sportsman Cars for round number 1. As again, with the weather forecast for tomorrow being what it is, we are attempting to get as much racing activity completed this afternoon and this evening as we can. Lighten the burden up on as many racers as possible. The call goes out to fire the pair. Let's get back at it here in our top sportsman final qualifying effort. Alrighty, and as we continue and work our way just about to the conclusion of our top sportsman qualifying, Lester Johnson and Eric Burnett, we're going to reload twin turbo machine to the Cavalier Burnett out of Charleston, Indiana, over there on the left-hand side. Not in the show. Lester's number 2. Gentleman who started the Racers for Kids, Children's Hospital fundraiser. Over here in the Shoebox Chevrolet, the Pro Charge, Hemi 555. Eric Burnett's car went immediately to the right. How about a 6:12 lap, 228 miles an hour for Lester. 863 by Eric Burnett. Lester Johnson goes to number 1, and the number 1 qualified bonus jet goes straight to Racers for Kids at Norton's Children's Hospital. It's a commitment he made last year. His qualifying buddies go to the Norton Children's Hospital up in Louisville and the Racers for Kids program, and he just solidified that number 1 spot with a 6:12 lap, taking it away from Cheyenne Stanley's 6:17. We've already seen Cheyenne. Jonathan Smitty and Bill Simmons coming in now. 2 cars not in the show. You look down at the scoreboard, it takes a 7:63 to get in. You need to be down in the 7.0s or better to lock yourself in this show right now. I mean, that's just putting it bluntly. You can crank a 6-second lap out of it, more power to you. John Smitty on the left-hand side. Steve Ward Escort there on the left lane. Nice to have Jonathan back with us after a wall scraping incident earlier this year up in Indianapolis. And Bill Simmons, the Grand Am, over on the right-hand side. Again, neither one of these drivers made a full pull last night. Neither one of these drivers in the show. They're both looking down there at the 763 going, ooh, I got to do that to get in. In fact, you got to do a 763 and a 734 or better. That's why I say 7.0 or a 6-second run to lock you into this show right now. Here we go. 674, 204 miles an hour by Smitty. 679 204 miles an hour by Bill Simmons. Smitty goes to number 22. Simmons goes into the show in the number 25 spot. It now takes a 7-0 to get into the show. 7:05 or 7:02. John Taylor's number 31 with his 7:02. Mike Batty is number 32 with his 7:05. Saw a little haze coming out of the back of Simmons' Pontiac down track. All right, looks like the call's going out now. Monty Weaver and Jeremy Jensen going to fire up our next pair of cars. Monty, your reigning division champ. Everybody's got a job during the week. Some are a little bit more intriguing than others. Monty Weaver during the week is a high voltage lineman down in Texas. You know, those big tower type poles? Got lots of lines running through them and often hanging off of them, carrying all sorts of electricity. That's Monty's job during the week. You think jumping into a 6-second top sportsman car got him concerned? Nah. He hangs 150, 200 feet up in the air. Stretching power line. Yeah. He's also your number 3 qualifier to 631, 214 mile an hour lap. Jeremy Jensen out of Clarksville. And another 63 Corvette. Comes rolling in. Jeremy, number 30, 698. He's the highest of our 6-second qualifiers. 6.981 at 175. Then you got a couple of players in the 7-0 range. Got a car coming up that's not in the show yet. 638, no improvement by Monty. 691 by Jeremy. That does improve him. Number 30 up to number 29. Monty Weaver stays number 3 in the show. Mark McDonald and Don O'Neill. Now McDonald, the dragstersforsale.com Mustang. Over there on the left-hand side, he's in the show number 9. Don O'Neill, the NGK Camaro. And we alluded to this a little bit earlier. A unique look at top sportsman racing. It is basically a factory showdown, pro stock, top sportsman car. The best way to put it. It is an ex-pro stock chassis. 2015 Camaro. It has a supercharged 427 like you would find in a Copo Camaro in the factory showdown battle. And it is running here in the top sportsman rank. And it's a 6-second runner. I mean, he's certainly well quite capable of getting into this field easily. But he's not in yet. And this is the final shot. 7:05 or better to get in for Don. He goes 681, 203 miles an hour. And everybody down there in the line goes, whew. So Don O'Neill's in number 26. Mark McDonald stays number 9. Does not improve on his 656. Lester Johnson 1. The money going to the Racers for Kids. Cheyenne Stanley, number 2. Bonnie Weaver ends up number 3. Well, now that Super Comp's coming up, and now that I've had these, they'd either brought me the ice cream. I'm gonna go find lunch. There's the Kindle line out there down by me. Super Comp, round number 1, and Warren Evans tell you all about it.
Thank you, Bob Unkefer. Round number 1, Super Comp. 890, the number down there. 2 go down, 1 comes back. It's that time of day. And our Super Comp category, we'll whittle that down in half. A little over 100 in the category. First pair up, going radical, left side of the track. That is Kevin Trusty out of Groveport, Ohio. Right side, the Jegs.com lane, that is Michael Shelton, the Shellfoot Racing McIlvain built car. There and away to go. Clean and green, both sides of the track. Underway, first pair, 005 on the left. 014 on the right, but the double breakout win goes to Michael Shelton. He's 889.5 at 172. That's 3 thou better than the 889.2 for Kevin Trusty. Mark Meyer comes up now. Older style dragster, got the injector hat there on the top, got those little aircraft style front wheels on the front. Meyer out of Fulton, Illinois. The Meyer Racing Chassis Concepts machine. About a 25-year-old car alongside the brand new high-tech chassis entry out of Zach Evans. Starts for Mark Meyer. Win light says another double breakout. This one decided on reaction time. Both of them go 889.5. Win light 026. Reaction time for Meyer is better than the 051 for Zach Evans. So, Meyer moves on. Brian Guthrie, John Sickish Jr., your next pairing. Guthrie in the Budweiser lane. That's the left side. Division II runner out of Cape Coral, Florida, alongside John Sickish Jr. Here in his home division, Division III, Belmont, Ohio. The home base there. The pull in at the same time, and away we go. 200's difference on the starting line. Advantage to Brian Guthrie. One line for Guthrie. He was 020 on the tree to the 042 for Sickish. Guthrie, your winner, 890 with a 3 at 181. Sickish got down there, took the stripe, and broke out by 4, 886. 4 under on the breakout loss. Kenny Carson, Adam Gerber coming up next. Carson left side from Lebanon, Ohio. Spends his weekends away from the racetrack at the racetrack. He is a crew member for Clay Milliken's operation. Carson left side, the American car. Adam Gerber right side from Massillon, Ohio. Also a Travis Colangelo built American race car chassis on the right. Again, 890 is the number. 3 thou difference at the starting line. Settled at the stripe win line on a pair of 884s. 884.7 for Gerber is better than the 884.6 for Kenny Carson. Carson got there first by 4 thousandths of a second. Breaks out by 1 thousandth more than Adam Gerber. Alan Evans Jr., Tony Elrod coming up next. Alan Evans left side, Clayton, Ohio, another high-tech car. Got Krusty listed as crew chief, Jason O'Terry. Big block Chevy dragster alongside Tony Elrod, the runner out of Howell, Michigan. We saw him earlier in Top Dragster. Now here he is in Super Comp. Sister Jamie behind the car. Little last second check of everything before Tony heads down the Jegs.com lane right side. finish line, turns on a win light. Elrod 889.9, 1 thou under at 165, got there second. Alan Evans Jr. took 4 down there and broke out by 4, 886. That's too quick. Brian Milam and Luke Bogacki coming up next. Milam left side from Lawndale, Illinois. We've seen Milam here in Division 3, also out in Division 5. He was out in Topeka earlier this summer. As was this guy, right-hand side, Cool Hand Luke. Luke Bogacki. Luke picked up the Wally out there at the first of 2 divisional races at Topeka. That followed his win in Chicago. A lot of late rounds here late this season as he looks to be making a push towards the championship in the Super Comp category. He's done it before. Can he do it again? Ball starts right here in round number 1. And Bogacki continues to march on. 892 for the win at 170 for Luke Bogacki. He was 019 up front to the 038 for Brian Milam. Milam was 891.6 at 169. Closer to the index, but the reaction time difference goes to Cool Hand Luke. Jim Blinkern and Pat Martin coming up now. Blinkern left side, Murfreesboro, Tennessee. The Blinkard Performance Mullis car. You remember Team Mopar from back in the day? These are the colors that they were sporting. Over here on the left, right side, Pat Martin for Armor Paving and Sealing. London Super category racer. Again, a coin flip at the start, 3 thou difference. Separate. Martin charging hard, trying to catch him. Gets it done. Another double breakout. Martin 887 at 175. Kicked him loose down there. Blinkern broke out by more, 883. That's 7 under at 165. Martin is your winner. Christopher Mullins and Michael Swan coming up now. Mullins left side. Young man, only 22 years old over here out of Lincoln, Illinois. Getting a little look-see there from, I think that's his dad over there, Harley. Michael Swan alongside. And Janice, Michael's wife, looking the dragster over here on the right-hand side. Michael and Janice, proprietors of Race to Win Motorsports. They are the ones who put up the bounty hunter opportunities for our winners in the super categories along with stock and super stock. A bunch of them already been claimed here this weekend. Luke Bogacki, but he already won here in round 1. Gets back to round number 2. Mullins and Swan. How about a 009 and a 007? Mullins gets the job done. He's 891.7 at the finish line at 173. He left second with a 009 light to Michael Swan's 007 up front. Tim Molnar, Jim Jerricaris coming up now. Molnar, Budweiser lane. That's the left side. Jim Jerricaris, Jegs.com lane. That's the right side. Molnar from Seville, Ohio. Jerricaris from Batavia, Illinois. Go, that's Jim Jerricaris. Win light for Jerricaris. How about dead 1 at the finish? 890 with a 1. Dead on 1 at 161. Molnar got down there. Broke out by 4 as he's 886 at 167. Now it's time for TJ left side. Troy Coughlin Jr. Delaware, Ohio. Carrying the yellow and black for Jake's mail order. Shannon Mingy pairs up alongside TJ. Shannon from Urbana, Illinois for the VFW. Bonniewell Automotive and Glasgow. That's an American car, right side. Coughlin and Mingy battling it out. Finish line said, he's going to beat TJ for the win. He was better at the starting line by 17 thou. Better at the finish line as he goes 891 at 175 for the win. Minji, 895 and done. Philip Smida coming back from his burnout right now. Smida, we saw him earlier today in round number 1 of the Moser Engineering Shootout, Super Shootout. Smida. So, as we're talking about Philip Smida, we see that Jennifer Liggett being shut off here on the right-hand side. Some fluid out of the car there for Dutch Stamper's dragster. So Jennifer will be pushed back. Smida gets the automatic win. He'll drive it out the back door, get ready for round number 2. 885 at 181. Doesn't matter, it's just a time pass. He was holding a couple of numbers. Jennifer Liggett, tough break there for the driver of the live wire dragster. Starting line crew will do a little bit of cleanup there. Looks like a pretty fair little puddle right there in the middle of the groove. Hopefully nothing too serious. As Mike Brumfield and Steve Hoyt wait their turn. So Brumfield on the left out of Centerville, Indiana. That is one of those new shorty style high-tech dragsters. They're in vogue right now. Steve Hoyt alongside. Hoyt, the veteran racer out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. You see Steve and Jan there behind the water box right now. Steve's carried little digits on that car as well as a super gas car, as he's been a top 10 player on the national circuit. So a little bit of cleanup going out there just past the starting line, and yep, we got the scraper out there and the torch, and we're gonna have to peel that back up and do a little drag on top of it. It's going to be a couple of minutes. Not sure if it's going to be enough time to get out and then back in, but you could certainly take your helmet off and cool off just a little bit before we get back to action. So quick drag of the track as our little scrape is finished there over here on the right-hand side. Looks like Brad Bushell coming back here, giving the drivers instruction that they can get suited up once again, strapped in, and ready to fire them up here as we resume Super Comp round number 1. So drivers, we are getting ready to go. If you did get out of your car or unbuckled or took your helmet off or whatever, action will resume here in just a second. Alrighty. Time to get started once again. Mike Brumfield backing up from his burnout left side of the track. Centerville, Indiana. The high-tech race cars entry alongside Steve Hoyt. Hoyt from Fort Wayne. The Don Lieber Motorsports rear engine big block dragster over here. Steve and Jan's entry. Getting set to carefully stage the cars and see who can pick up a win light, move on to the next round. Good drag race shaping up right now. 2,000 difference at the start. Hoyt for the win. 890 with a 9 at 177. Steve Hoyt is your winner. Mike Brumfield, 889.8. 2,000 too quick. And breaks out. Devin Eisenhower lines up now alongside Alana Haas. Eisenhower left side, top 10 in the world last year. For the young man out of Lebanon, Indiana. His other car, the Super Gas Camaro, carries that big number 1 as he is your defending national champion in the Super Gas category. Alana Haas alongside. The young lady out of Commerce, Michigan. She's hustling down track over here on the right. Wing light's going to flash for Alana. Eisenhower was better on the tree, 003 to 015, but it didn't fall his way as he is 1 under 889 on the breakout. Alana moves on via the breakout by Devin Eisenhower. Jerry Mellis, Rock Haas coming up now. Mellis left side, the M&M Mellis Brothers big block Chevy entry. He pairs up alongside Rock Haas. Rock trying to do what his daughter just did. Turn on the win light down there in the Jegs.com lane. Once again, 2,000 separate them at the starting line. Mellis was better, but he breaks out by 2. He took 2 and broke out by 2. Haas is dead 9 at the finish line. That's a 22 thousandths package for Rock Haas on the win. Ricky Molnar comes up now alongside Pat Lamont. Molnar, Seville, Ohio. Secretary by trade. Pat Lamont alongside. The Lamont Auto and Trailer Sales undercover chassis car for the runner out of Lakeville, Illinois. Spends a lot of weekends campaigning in the Midwest Super Comp Series. Red light start for Pat Lamont. Dane Fond Red, 007 too early. Ricky Molnar getting the win. Molnar 887 at 164. It's just a time pass. As Ricky is your winner. Pat Lamont red light start 881 at 172 to finish up his weekend in Super Comp. Scott Vandewalker and Sherman Adcock coming up now. Vandewalker left side, Portland, Tennessee. The self-proclaimed genius in the Viper. 570 cubic inches of Dodge power. Yanking the gears. The 5-speed Lenco in there. Alongside Sherman Adcock's dragster out of Fortson, Georgia. Vandewalker way down track. Here comes Adcock. Win light for Adcock as he goes 889 at 169. He's 1 under. Scott Vandewalker 2 under, 888 at 157. Now it's time for Larry Burnshausen and Chad Lamont. We saw Pat earlier. Here's his son Chad. Chad right side from Fox Lake, Illinois. Makes his living as a financial advisor. For Lamont Trailer Sales, he'll pull up Jegs.com side. Budweiser side, left side. That is the Gebhardt built chassis, Gebhardt freshened chassis of Larry Burnshausen from Manitou, Illinois. Good reaction times for both drivers. Larry is a little bit better. He's 012 to the 017. But doesn't matter. He breaks out by 1. He is done. Chad Lamont, your winner, 017 up front, 891 at the finish line at 163. Rick Hughes and Austin Richardson come up now. Hughes, the A&A transmission, Rolla Competition Engines dragster from Fishers, Indiana. He's alongside Austin Richardson. Richardson right side out of Greenbrier, Tennessee. 2018 American chassis race car for one of the Richardson boys. So he's ready. Here we go. Hughes and Richardson hustling down track. Will it be Rick? Will it be Austin? It's Austin. Better at the starting line by 400ths. 893 at the finish at 170. Austin Richardson, your winner. Hughes got down there, tried to get it back, still couldn't get there in time. He was 4 under, 886 on the loss. Tim Millwood, another one of the door slammers coming up, left side. Dodge Daytona. Pentastar power under the hood alongside Brian Casson. Well, those lights suck. 167 light left by a 10th over the other guy. 895 at 163 for your winner, Brian Casson. Tim Millwood, he'll just wad that thing up and throw it away. Scott Cook and Dan Foley coming up now. Cook left side, Foley right. Cook, the D5 runner from Festus, Missouri. Foley, the D4 runner from McKinney, Texas. William Green headed down track. Foley's better at the start, but the 890 at 164 for Scott Cook gets it done. He is your winner by 0.06 of a second. 895 and out over here on the right. Chuck Ridenauer and Shannon Brinkley coming up now. Ridenauer from Plainfield, Indiana. American Race Cars chassis ride. Shannon Brinkley, his brand new 2019 Miller car. Brinkley out of Highlands, Texas. Carrying the banner there for LeBurge Casino and Resort. Along with Escape at Houston, HoustonCheapFireworks.com, and a whole host of others. Ridenauer and Brinkley headed down track. Brinkley is 009 and 892 for the win. Shannon Brinkley, your winner at 172. Ridenauer breaks out. He is 3 under 887 trying to get there. He was behind at the start. Never caught up. Joey Fusting, Jimmy Smith coming up now. Fusting, number 4 in the division last year. That was 3 behind his sister Kimbra. See Kimbra looking things over. They're constantly trying to figure out which one mom and dad like best. Fusting out of Grays Lake, Illinois for Phoenix Industries. Had some parts trouble yesterday, got it put back together, and here he is, Jimmy Smith alongside from Walton, Kentucky. Well, one of these two is perfect. But it didn't matter at the other end. Jimmy Smith was trip zip at the start, but Joey Fusting, he was okay, 018. And 890 with a 3 gets it done. The breakout for Smith ends his day. Angela Neely coming up now for ATM Innovation. And Papa Motorsports, she is the chick in charge. She is the president of the company from Alvaton, Kentucky. Her competition, Sean Napier, Hendersonville, Tennessee. I'll get through this puberty thing soon. Napier out front. Here comes that high horsepower machine of Angela Neely. Neely breaks out trying to get there. She is 887, 3 under at 178. Sean Napier had the better light and a dead 8 at the finish. 890 with an 8 at 167. Sean Napier is your winner. Attention in the pit area. We need Mosier Shootout competitors back to the lanes. Mosier Shootout competitors back to the lanes. This will be round number 2. We're looking for 8 race cars back to the lanes. Mosier Shootout to the lanes. Mike Robolato, number 5 in the world last year from Albany, New York. He lines up next to Kathy Weber from Palm City, Florida. The Wildfire Racing L&W Roof Systems dragster. Kathy and Jim and Crystal all racing together this weekend. They are side by side as they head down track. Wind light's going to flash for Mike Robolato. He was 009 on the tree and 894 at the finish line at 172. 16 thousandths better than Kathy Weber. She was a little bit late at the starting line, a little closer to the index with 893. But Mike Robolato turns on the wind light. Shauna Brinkley comes up now. Shauna, one of the 8 best from last night, picked up a little cash in the Mosier Shootout for Racers for Christ and Draw as she went 8,900 on her second time run. Joe Tankersley alongside the Double Tank Racing GTO with Pontiac power. Another door slammer here in the category. Clean and green as they head down track. Here comes the dragster. In trouble from the start, 889 at 172, but that's not the story. The story was the starting line reaction time. Much, much better for Joe Tankersley. Gave him some room to work. There in the door slammer, Joey will be back for the next round. Michelle Furr comes up now. Furr out of Galax, Virginia. Another member of that ATM Innovation Papa Motorsports team. Madison Ellison alongside. Madison from Central City, Kentucky for Collector Tethers. See Dad Lynn there on the guard wall. Brian Horton alongside the car. Michelle and Madison going to battle it out. Win line. Which one of the young ladies is going to get it done? It's going to be Michelle Furr. Madison got down there, took 7 at the stripe, broke out by 5. Michelle, 893, trailed her across but took the win at 166. Michelle Furr advances. It's Kelly Keith coming up next from Herndon, Kentucky. Christina Perriman pairs up alongside from Riverside, Ohio. Another McIlvain car. McIlvain race cars putting together some great bracket racing, super comp, top dragster chassis along with door cars. In fact, right now sitting in the shop is Luke Bogacki's world famous Vega, the $1 million Vega. Getting some updates. Dean taking care of that. The Cool Hand Luke. Kelly Keith off and running. Christina Perriman never moves from the starting line. And Kelly Keith never looked around and broke out by a 1/10 and a half. 877 at 169. Christina Perriman sat there and watched the whole thing unfold. 13:04 at 98. Holy mackerel. Kelly Keith. Hide the sharp objects, right? Yeah. How about that? Wesley Wells and Lloyd Parfait, your next pairing. Wesley out of Greenwood, Indiana. Makes a lot of laps at Lucas Oil Raceway. Lloyd Parfait, the Southern gentleman from Crosby, Texas. Division 4 runner. Stopping by here on his way to the Big Go next week. The stops do their work. Here they come. Charge at the finish line goes the way of Lloyd Parfait. 898 at 164. Parfait your winner by 7/1000ths of a second. He was better at the starting line, gave him a little bit of room to work. Wesley Wells, 896 and done. Bill Jackson, the Jackson Scratcher Machine for Bill and Marianne and Nitro Joe. Bill Jackson, veteran racer, engine builder. He's got Tim Garrison alongside from Benton Harbor, Michigan. Jackson makes his way down track. Here comes Garrison. Jackson for the win. Bill Jackson, your winner, 893 at 166. Stellar 009 reaction time for Bill Jackson. Krusty backing up from the burnout right now. That is the green machine driven by Jason O'Terry. Clayton, Ohio, builds race cars now for a living, high-tech race cars. Allison Pros alongside from Terre Haute, Indiana. College student, American car. Mosier Shootout. 8 cars left. We need our Mosier Shootout competitors back to the lanes behind the tower. We'll run you out of the oval back here behind the tower. Mosier Shootout cars to the staging lanes behind the tower. Krusty left, Allison right. Win light says it is Allison for the win. Jason got down there trying to make up the disadvantage he had at the starting line. Couldn't get it done, broke out by 3 trying. Allison Pros for the win. Jason Hardig taking on Scott Lamar. Hardig, Lancaster, Ohio for Hardig Motorsports. Scott Lamar pulls up right side from Hawthorne, Florida for NPD and Canfield Industries. Once again, Mosier Shootout competitors to the lanes behind the tower. Mosier Shootout competitors to the lanes behind the tower for round number 2. Championship drag race shaping up. Too close to call off the starting line. Win light says it's going to be Jason Hardig, 891.4 to the 891.9 for Scott Lamar. Hardig, your winner by 5 thousandths, plus 1 at the starting line, 6 thousandths of a second. Margin of victory. Left lane. Rob Goins and Bruce Broker coming up next. Rob Goins, Orlando, Florida. Ford-powered machine. Left side. Right side, the 81 Camaro, the full-bodied car for Bruce Broker out of Brunswick, Ohio. We know the car is capable of running 890s. He's been a number 1 qualifier before. Can he do it this time? No, he breaks out trying 889 at 154. He took 4 down there and broke out by 1. 891 on the win for Goins. Austin McClure, Steve Bueller. That's your next pairing. Austin McClure, the young man out of Topeka, Kansas, left side. The Taliaferro built big block Chevy dragster. Alongside the Profab machine from Steve Bueller. Bueller from Freeport, Michigan. Also big block Chevy. Fourth out difference at the starting line. A double breakout win goes to Austin McClure. He's 889 for the win at 170. Bueller 888 at 175 on the loss. Gene Quinn and Leo's into the third. Quinn, Budweiser side of the track out of Gainesville, Florida. Leo Zinda, right side of the track from Clinton Township, Michigan. Dean and Leo headed down track. It's going to be Leo for the win on somewhat of an upset, as Leo was behind by 300ths at the starting line, but gets the win. Gene had a 008 on the tree, but no win light to show for it. Mike Jerusik, Todd McCann coming up next. Jerusik, Budweiser side of the track from Elyria, Ohio. An electrical contract for Powerhouse Race Cars. Todd McCann alongside Centennial, Colorado, the home base for the engineer. Super Comp cars just keep coming around the bend. Moser Shootout to the lanes. Moser Shootout to the lanes. Mike Jerusik coming up hard here on the left side. Can he get it done? No, he broke out trying though. 885, 500 at 181 for Jerusik. McCann held him off. He broke out by 1, 889 for Todd McCann. And he is your winner. Gavin Stanley and Michael Bailey coming up now. Gavin from Cynthiana, Kentucky. Ford powered machine, left side. I'm going to guess if it's got Ford power in it, it was built by Oakley Motorsports. Michael Bailey pulls up alongside from Midlothian, Texas. Big block Chevy power on the right. Gavin, Gavin. Win light says another double breakout. This time it's Michael Bailey for the win, as he has 4 under 886 at 163. Gavin Stanley breaks out by more, as he has 885, 5 under on the loss. Jake Smith and Jeremy Mason. Jake Smith, Budweiser Lane, left side from Liberty Township, Ohio. Another American race car chassis entry. Jeremy Mason alongside. The Miller Race Cars Built Machine out of Richmond, Kentucky. Mason in the Jegs.com lane, former division champion in Super Comp. Attention racers, final call for the Mosier Shootout. Final call, Mosier Shootout. If you're not there, you're late. We need you now. Smith and Mason, identical 006s. Mason couples that up with a dead on 5, 11 thousandths package. For your winner, Jeremy Mason, 890 with a 5 on the win. 11 total on the package. Ed Jerusik and Bob Prose coming up next. See Allison behind the car along with Bobby. Watching Dad go down the track. Bob Prose for Honey Creek Collision. Ed Jerusik alongside the electrical engineer out of Elyria, Ohio. Jerusik the Bud side, Bob Prose the Jegs.com side. Green light starts by both. One of them better by 300ths. Which one is it going to be? Another double breakout, this time decided for Ed Jerusik. 887 at 177. Bob Prose 884 at 174. Jerusik was 003 on the tree to Bob Prose's not quite there, 038. Dave Goins and Andrew Thomas will line up next. Goins, the DG Motorsports undercover car, Ford Power, left side. Andrew Thomas, Brazil, Indiana, the Spitzer car with big block Chevy Power, right side. One of these drivers is 016 and the other one is 15 better than that. Andrew Thomas, 001 on the tree. He is your winner. Andrew Thomas, 896 at 170. Dave Goins, he was okay 016, but 899 at the finish. Not going to get it done. Skip Walls and John LaBouse coming up next. Pair of Tennesseans coming up now. Walls left side for Low Car Incorporated. LaBouse right side, his Race Tech chassis car. LaBouse makes his living drag racing. Mosier Shootout, you should all be there. $3,000 flip at the starting line. $895 for your winner, Johnny LaBouse. $895 at 163. Skip Walls, 7 off, $897 at 171. Walls was 023, LaBouse 020 at the starting line. Now it's time for Todd Cincinnati, left side out of Clarksville, Tennessee. And Dean McIlvain, right side out of New Carlisle, Ohio. Cincinnati's had a pretty well documented, storied career here in Super Comp. National player left side. Right side, Dean McIlvain. The king of the backup on the burnout. 70 miles an hour out, 70 miles an hour back for the chassis builder. A lot of race cars in this category built by Mr. McIlvain. He's trying his best to get a win light, move on to round number 2. Cincinnati stands in his way, and Todd Cincinnati gets it done. Another double breakout affair. Cincinnati 886 at 172. He was 4 under. McIlvain 5 under, 885 and done. Greg Kaufman and Ryan Hart. They'll line up next. Kaufman left side from Russellville, Kentucky. Ryan Hart right side, Bartlett, Tennessee. Big block dragsters a pair, left and right. Two head down, one moving back for round number 2. It's going to be Greg Kaufman. He was on the safe side, 891 at 177. Kaufman, your winner. For Ryan Hardy, took 4 at the finish line and broke out by 3, 887, 3 under. On the loss, Jeremy Jensen and David Forbes. We are missing Mike Jerusik, Logan Galbraith, and Allison Prose. We just saw Mike and Allison up here on the starting line. But we are missing 3 of the 8 cars back here for the Mosier Shootout. We need you now. There's Logan Galbraith hustling up here right now. Jerusik and Prose need to make their way up here. Jeremy Jensen and David Forbes trying to get their work done. Pair of 891s goes the way of Jeremy Jensen. Jensen, your winner. He was better at the starting line. 017 to 022, 891.7. Takes out Forbes' 891 at the finish. Philip Oakley comes up next. Flip over here left side out of Philpott, Kentucky. If you're looking for a high performance race engine, look no further than the guy on the left side of the track, Philip Oakley. The Oakley Motorsports machine for Texas Roadhouse. They recently extended their support of Oakley Motorsports for another 2 years. Congratulations to them. Kara Forbes over here right side. Kara heads down track, see if she can turn on her wind light. She snugs up the finish line, moves over to the left. Oakley, your winner, 892 at 163. Forbes was out in front until she gave it back down there. 897 at 143 at the finish. Might have been a case of overthinking it just a little bit. Billy Walker and Megan Straswig coming up. Walker from Loganville, Georgia. Budweiser side. Megan Straswig for Cool Shirt Systems. Stay cool, baby. That's what it says on the side of the car. Megan trying to lay down a number here on the right-hand side. JB behind the car. And they see their daughter get it done. Megan 892 at 170. She was better at the starting line. Billy Walker was trying to get there all the way down the track. Never did. Broke out trying. 886, 4 under on the breakout loss. Nathan Nave and Dave Dahlem coming up. Nave, Walton, Kentucky. Dahlem, Tremont, Illinois. Dahlem back in his home state earlier this year, picked up the Big Wally at the Route 66 Nationals at Joliet. $2,000 difference at the starting line. Advantage to Dave Dahlem. Win light, Dave Dahlem. Another great drag race. Dahlem 891.1 gets the win. 891.9 and out for Nathan Nave. Dahlem was 021, Nave 023. So a great drag race goes Dahlem's way. Crystal Good from Palm City, Florida. She is part of that Wildfire Racing team, along with Jim and Kathy Weber. Jacob Elrod. He'll line up alongside. Former top 10 player in Super Comp, former world champion in Super Gas. Elrod out of Harrod, Ohio. Jamie stands along the left side of the car there, watching her brother get set to go. They've got a big money bracket race coming up, second weekend in September. Check it out. Up at Dragway 42. Check out Ace Ohio Events to learn more about it. Crystal Good, 027 on the tree. Elrod, Trip, Zip at the start. Perfect light for Jacob Elrod, 893 at 172 on the win. Crystal got down there first, broke out by 0.05 of a second, 889.5 on the loss. Jessica Bogacki and Paige Coughlin Jessica went a lot of rounds out at Topeka about a month ago. Gary's mom out of Carterville, Illinois. Paige Coughlin alongside, I don't even want to repeat something. Comes up here. So will it be Jess? Will it be Paige? I think it's going to be, I was wrong. Jessica breaks out by a ton. She's 872 at 170. Paige 1 under 889 at 182. Jessica didn't know where she was at the finish line and breaks out by more than a tenth of a second. Jim Weber, Jordan Aker will line up next. Weber, the L&W Roof Systems, Wildfire Racing altered over here, left side. Jordan Aker right side from Navarre, Florida. Air Force pilot, it says. That's pretty cool. And Aker makes that 008 reaction time pay off as he gets the win, 895 at 147 for your winner, Jordan Aker. Jim Weber, 891 and done. Car number Alrighty. Tyler Bohannon, left side of the track, Louisville, Kentucky. Alongside Andrew John. Bohannon has parked that Super Comp dragster in the winner's circle here at Beach Bend before. Has a chance to do it again. Another win light there for Tyler Bohannon, 891 at 164. Andrew Johnson also 891 at 175. The better light for Tyler. Moves on to round number 2 as we need top dragster. Top dragster to the lanes for round number 1. Top dragster, we need you to the staging lanes, please, for round number 1. Rick Pistoli and Zach Fisher coming up next, as this appears to be the final pair in Super Comp. Moser Shootout cars are behind the tower here, waiting in the wings. Alcohol Dragster and Alcohol Funny Car, they are right there as well as their second qualifying session coming up. Going to have one more winner here in the category. Let's see who it is, Rick Pistoli or Zach Fisher, down here for round number 1. It's going to be Fisher. Pair of 889s. 0.006 of a second on the double breakout goes the way of Zach Fisher, 889.7 at 170. Rick Pistoli, 889.1 at 177. Fisher was better on both ends of the track. Picks up the winning time ticket. So Moser Shootout awaits top dragster. Round number 1. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Top dragster to the lanes for round number 1. So, Comp, you need to be on standby call. Comp Eliminator, you are on standby call. Speaking of call, the guy that's going to call the action here in the Moser Shootout, round number 2, Mr. Bob Unkefer.
I got to call somebody? Who do I got to call? Call Ghostbusters. Wolfman Jack. I watched American Graffiti the other night. I hadn't seen it in years. It is timeless. Yeah, but it's a lot better than The Wizard of Oz. Our quarterfinals coming up, and our Moser Engineering Sportsman Shootout competition. Top dragster, we need you to the lanes. Alcohol dragster and funny car. Getting ready to make their second hit at the racetrack for qualifying. Super Street and Stock, just hang on a bit. We got to get everybody a shot down this racetrack. We will get right back to you just as quickly as we can. But round number 2 of our Mosier Engineering Sportsman Shootout getting ready to take place. 8 cars left. 4 pair to get down this racetrack. And we'll delve into our alcohol dragster final qualifier and our alcohol funny car final qualifier. And again, want to remind all of our racers, don't forget our Division 3 photographer, Kevin Pepper and his beautiful bride, Nancy. Been shooting photos all weekend. Alex been helping out as well, shooting some photos, and they're all available for you now to peruse over at the official D3 photographer's trailer at the top of the staging lanes. Check out everything that's available, your car in action. Don't know if Mike Wolfel will want one of his Chevy 2 in the air. I would. She was certainly hanging high when that Deuce left the starting line a little bit earlier today. Quarterfinals, 8 cars left. We're going to whittle it down to our 4 semifinals. And either Danny Waddle or Jerry Albert is going to be one of those semifinalists. But only one of them. Albert over here on the right-hand side is top Sportsman Camaro. Winner on the divisional trail, winner on the national event tour already this year. Danny Waddle picking up a win a year ago up in Joliet. He knows how to park in the winner's circle as well. Mullis chassis dragster over on the left, a 396 dial, Jerry Alberts. Camaro on a 443. Again, remember, we are racing here at our Mosier Engineering Sportsman Shootout to the 8th mile, the half-track mark of our quarter-mile facility here at Beach Bend. Jerry Albert, 444 on a 443 dial, 396 on a 396 by Danny. And that's how you get it done. Easy as pie. Danny Waddle's your winner, 396.6 at 180 miles an hour. Now we're going to flip over to the other side of the ladder and our stock and super stock contestants. Going to duke it out, see which one of them gets to come back and play. Logan Galbraith and Jeff Dona. Dona's super stock formula. The Firebird over here on the right on a 618. Logan on a 770. Oh, 400 cubic inch. 74 Pontiac over there on the left-hand side. Red line start, Logan. Jeffrey gets the win. And to the final 4 he goes. In our Mosier Engineering Shootout, 617 on a 618 at 109 miles an hour. Dead on 5 by Logan. After that 29 thousandths of a second, too quick start here on the starting line. Sedona's in. Waddle's in. Mike Jurasic and Phil Smida. Going to do battle now to see which one of them gets to come back and run Danny Waddle in the semifinals. Alcohol dragster, alcohol funny car. You should be in the lanes ready to go. Top dragster, our top dragster competitors. Need you to lanes, please. Round number 1. Top dragster. Need you to the lanes, please. Round number 1. Our Oakley Motorsports Diamond Pistons competitors is Phil Smite on the right-hand side. Gets the win. 615 by Phil, 699 by Jurassic at 124 miles an hour. So Phil will be a player. Jurassic's day is done, so Phil will run Danny in the next round. Jeff Dona will come back and run either the Pontiac of Todd Kuhn or the Camaro of Allison Pros. This Pros out of Terre Haute, Honey Creek Collision. Bumping in the Camaro on the right-hand side. She on a 741 dial. Kuhn on a 708. Allison's in. Creek comes down. Allison's green. Red light start by Todd. And a bevy of red lights here in the quarterfinals. 743 on a 741. Allison was 006. So Kuhn goes red. Logan Galbraith goes red. Mike Jurassic goes red. And they're out. So it'll be Allison taking on Jeff. Danny taking on Phil. The semifinals of our Mosier Engineering Sportsman Shootout as we keep whittling the field down. Alcohol Dragster getting ready to come up for their final qualifier. This will set our field and determine who runs whom. A little track prep out here in the Jegs lane, the Budweiser lane, and going to bring our dragsters out, see how we can end up setting this field. And 618, 520s. Virtually every car. Our tractor out there putting a little fresh rubber down, making sure the surface is clean and smooth and ready for the onslaught of our top alcohol dragster final qualifying effort. I got to tell you, after that opening round of qualifying with the 618 low and all the 620 or 518 low and all the 520 runs, I'm curious to see where we end up, how we end up. It is still a very nice day out there. I don't care what anybody says. August the 24th in Bowling Green, Kentucky, with weather like we've got outside right now, whew, I'll take it. And I will take it all day long. Of course, we've had it pretty much all day long. And again, glad to have everybody in the house here this weekend. Certainly appreciate you coming out. Boy, you've seen some great racing so far. Seen some upsets, too. Our alcohol dragsters will get their final qualifier in, head back to the pits and get ready for their opening round of eliminations coming up a little bit later on. Likewise for our alcohol funny car contestants. And we are into eliminations now on virtually every other category. On the grounds this weekend for our Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event. Short little drag here on the launching pad, and I do believe we are about ready to fire them up as we get into our final alcohol dragster qualifying session. One last pass right down through the middle of the groove. And I do believe we are ready. 6 cars taken to the track in the opening round of Alcohol Dragster qualifying. Julie Natas at the wheel of the Randy Meyer tuned machine. Number 1 at a 5:18, Troy Coughlin Jr. at a 5:23. And Will Smith, Dave Harada and crew, sit number 3 with a 5:25. Chris Dimke and Josh Hart sit number 4 and 5 with 5:27s, separated by 2 thousandths of a second. Mick Steele, 5:55, 257 miles an hour for the runner out of Tennessee. Getting ready to come up now, a Chase Copeland automobile. Chase Copeland built chassis, which is pretty much becoming a chassis of choice for many racers in the Alcohol Dragster ranks. Steele over here on the right-hand side has a number 1 qualifying credit in his past. Mick, who led the field in qualifying at Norwalk earlier this year with a number 1 effort. Still looking for that Wally to take home and put on the mantle. Could be the weekend for it right here at Bowling Green. Fire the cars up, put a little head, hit a little heat in the engine before they flip them over to nitromethane. You'll hear the cackle as the engine changes tunes. Boy, now she's running on nitro. Mick Steele, 5:55 in the opening session. Very short burnout. Very much Randy Meyer style of burnout. Just enough to clean off the tires. Just enough to build a little friction and a little heat at them. They don't have to be scalding hot. Just need to have them clean and sticky. .555 in the opening round. What's he going to do this time around besides lose fire? And that's not good. And for Mick Steele and gang, that's a tough break. Car losing fire. Not going to be able to make that final qualifying run. The Volunteer Chevrolet Copeland Race Cars entry getting pushed off the starting line and back to the side. And for Mick, he'll stay in the number 6 spot. Josh Hart comes rolling in now. Of course, our cars are assigned to run left, right, and left on their qualifying attempts. So Josh coming up for his run over here on the right-hand side of the racetrack, the TechNet entry. Joshua Hart putting together a pretty good crew down there, led by Gene Gallant. Number 5 on the qualifying sheet after that 5:27 lap earlier. Josh has got him in it to be a number 1 qualifier. Do want to send out a happy birthday to Josh's bride. Brittany celebrating her birthday while Josh is here playing. Working. But happy birthday to Brittany. Understand she's not with us this weekend. She'll be joining Josh next weekend, I do believe, up in Indy, where he is 2-time U.S. Nationals champ. And once again, the very short, very quick, just enough to heat up the tires, burnout for Josh Hart. Round number 1 of eliminations coming up a little bit later on today. We continue to work our way through our fields. First round of virtually everything. Our top dragster, comp eliminator, and top sportsman cars. In the books, Alcohol Dragster will be here in a little bit. We'll get this final qualifier done and their first round of elimination scheduled to go off about 6 o'clock this evening. Gene Gallant looks in. Make sure everything looks set on the engine. The boys clap their hands. See if Josh has got a number 1 qualifying effort. Not on that one. 530, 276 miles an hour. A little bit more speed, but a couple of hundredths off their 5:27 lap from earlier. So nothing changes. Josh number 5, McSteel number 6. As we work through this, our final qualifier. Josh's hot rod pounding the ground out there, setting off a couple of alarms, we understand, as the sensitive car alarms going off with the ground shaking as Josh goes thundering by. And as Josh's crew heads to the other end of the racetrack, your number 1 and number 2 qualifiers come up now. Swapping lanes from their runs earlier today. Julie now over here on the Jeg side of the racetrack, and Troy over in the Budweiser lane. Troy went 5:23. Julie went 5:18. Well, I do believe we're just about ready to fire the next pair. Joe says, go get them, boys. The fuel tank covers come off. The fuel tank covers are on there to protect the fuel and keep it as much to a constant temperature as they can without the sun baking down on it. The cooler the fuel, the more the power. Julie over here on the right-hand side. Troy on the left. Interesting to note that of the 4 races this year held already in the division or in the region, a Randy Meyer tuned and owned automobile has won 3 out of the 4. Julie in this car, the Dots Pretzels machine, won in Columbus to open the year. Camry Caruso, another driver for Randy Meyer Racing, got her first ever Wally at Norwalk about 3 weeks later. And Matt Sackman went back to the winner's circle at Route 66 Raceway in Joliet, Illinois, at the wheel of the Randy Meyer tuned machine. The only person that has stood in the way of a complete sweep was Josh Hart. And when he defeated Megan Meyer at Indianapolis, and if you talk to Rachel will tell you she should have won that one. But shoulda, woulda, coulda are the three triplets of drag race. Josh Hart pulled out Indy with a win. Another win at Indy. And boy, let me tell you, he loves that place. He'd love to go out of here this weekend, loving Bowling Green. And on a hot streak. But he's got people like Troy Jr., Julie, and Randy, and Will Smith, and Chris Dempke, and Mick Steele standing in his way. Here we go. .522, 274 by Julie, 519 by Troy. So 2 cars in the teens. Julie hangs on to that number 1 spot. 277.60 this time around for Troy. He was 277.66 earlier. So he's got a bracket car. Julie goes 522 at 274. And that's not too bad either. A couple of runs within 400 of a second. See Julie's car moving around a little bit down there at the top end of the racetrack. As Troy hustled right on down the left-hand side. So Julie number 1, Troy number 2. Will Smith 3, Chris Dempke 4. Both of those drivers appear to have set out this session. Felt very comfortable where they were. Will in the number 3 spot. Dempke in the Peen-Wright machine of Jerry Matter, number 4. Josh Hart 5, and of course Mick Steele with that broken-hearted run. Came up, got the burnout done, and the car just lost fire. So our field set with Julie and Troy, number 1 and 2. Will Smith and Chris Dempke, number 3 and 4. Josh Hart, number 5. Mick Steele, number 6. And with 6 cars in, there'll be a couple of interesting bye runs as we progress our way through eliminations. Funny Car getting ready to roll out now for their final qualifier. Kirk Williams comes rolling in now, the Williams brothers. Runners out of Iowa, 10:68 for Kirk, Chris, Dad, the rest of the gang. The Breeze brothers out of Omaha, super gas racers in and of their own right. Always helping out with the Williams brothers. Like we said earlier today, they learned and bought and purchased parts and pieces from Vern Motes, legendary Division 5 competitor, legendary champion. Lost Vern a few years back. And the Williams brothers, at least for me, spent the last 30 years watching them and Vern Motes race side by side. A lot of good memories. Kirk with a shutoff, 1068 in the opening round. This is a 560 race car. Could certainly shuffle and adjust our 8-car field a little bit. RPM's up. Listen to it shifting. There's that 560 lap I was talking about. 563. 257 miles an hour. Nice job of getting her from point A to point B and up into the number 2 spot. Did you listen to that car go down the racetrack? You could hear him shift it a couple of times. Once out there about the half-track mark, and again down about the 1,000-foot mark. All the while, he's got to keep a hand on the wheels, keep that car going as straight as possible with 3,500, 4,000 horsepower or so. Trying to send that car every direction they can. But put a round of applause together there for the Williams family and the Breeze brothers as they go down track. Nice lap, 563. Put them up into the number 2 spot right now in qualifying. But we're not done. As the Williams family goes down to the other end of the racetrack, we roll Rob Feister and Lance Van Halen up to the water boxes. Get ready to bring 2 more to life. So Ray Drew, number 1 with a 558. Kirk Williams down number 2 with a 563. Lance Van Halen laid down a very nice 570 in that opening lap. Van Halen out of Rhinebeck, Iowa, former UDRA alcohol funny car champ. For those of you around the middle part of the country, very familiar with the United Drag Racing Association. Lance Van Halen, longtime campaigner out of Rawlings Chevrolet, Lotus Motorsports. Brad Anderson combination underneath their new Camaro body. And Rob Feister for champion Chevrolet and Buick. Runner out of Kentucky, the hometown boy. Over there on the left-hand side, Rob with a little off pace, 606 lap at 227 miles an hour. Lance, who took a little time off in the middle of the year to deal with some family issues that arose. Good to see him get Feister goes through 663 at 204 miles an hour. No help for him. And Lance with an on and off the throttle, 714 lap at 136. So Lance will stay number 4. Feister stays number 7. As the teams head down to the other end of the racetrack to pick up their respective cars and drivers. Chris Foster and Ray Drew coming around the corner to give themselves an opportunity to get down track one more time. we've seen one Iowa team step up. That was Kirk Williams. They blasted out that 5:63 lap and moved into the number 2 spot. Here comes another Iowa team. Let's see if they can step it up as well. Chris Foster, Davenport, Iowa runner. Chris and Ray Drew have lined up alongside each other so many times this year. First time they did it was at Columbus, Ohio, back in the opening race when they met up in the final round. Chris was able to take that Wally. Ray Drew was runner-up. Since then, Ray's won Norwalk and also the event at Joliet. The 3 final rounds, 2 Wallies for the Mustang out of Wisconsin over there on the left-hand side. And that's just here in his home division, or home region, however you want to call it. And Chris Foster's hot rod down there just before the finish line. You could see it, you could hear it, you could feel it. He goes kaboom down there, and that's not a good thing. 5:54 by Ray Drew is at 263 miles an hour. That puts a couple of pretty good back-to-back laps down for your number 1 qualifier. And the man leading the chase, but obviously everybody certainly looking at Chris Foster's car. You can see just a little puff. You can see from behind the car a little bit of flame underneath it. And then all of a sudden the car going boom down there. You could hear it. You could feel it. All the safety devices that are mandated by NHRA, obviously being stressed a little bit as that engine started to come apart down there at the top end of the racetrack. Looked like he may have lost the blower relief panel out of the car over that spectator fence there on the left-hand side of the racetrack. A few other parts and pieces out from underneath the bottom of the car as he went cruising down the Jegs lane. 592, 193 by Chris as the car ate itself up going down the racetrack. Ray Drew with the 554 at 263, and the word from the far end of the racetrack. Chris Foster out of the car and is okay down there. Good news we always like to hear. The top end itself is good. So the containment devices mandated by NHRA and the rules and regs doing their job, as obviously there were some parts coming off the top of the car and parts coming out the bottom of the car, but the crew at the top end says they just got a few parts to pick up, and we will be right back into it. So for Foster, that is a tough break. For Ray Drew, that is a good run. Round 1 of eliminations a little bit later on will be Ray Drew taking on Bob Thomas. Kirk Williams picking his side of the racetrack against Rob Feister. Phil Ez should be taking on Chris Foster. Foster's got the parts and pieces and the crew to get her back together. It may be something simple. It may be something much more complicated. We'll have to wait and find out. And Lance Van Halen pick his side of the racetrack against Tony Bogolo, as that pair will come to life a little bit later on this evening for round number 1 in our alcohol funny car competition. Top dragster should be in the lanes, paired up for round number 1. So as soon as we get the official okay from the other end of the racetrack, it'll be round number 1 of our Oakley Performance Diamond Pistons Top Dragster field of race cars. Certainly is a stout field. Bump ended up being a 656, but we were only 2 cars away from an all-time quick field with a 633 bump. And had we been given one more qualifying session, and the 3 that we normally see on race weekends, in most all likelihood would have been accomplished. All right, so the equipment rolls off the racetrack. That means we are ready to go. Round number 1 of our top dragster field. Joe Baxter, 610 for the number 1 spot. We had 3 cars at a 610, 2 at a 611, 1 at a 612, 3 at a 613, and 6 cars with a 615 lap down the racetrack. Effectively, our top half for the field was 616 or quicker. That's stout. But, like I've said, on numerous of occasions, if you're in it, you can win it. Because it's all about being able to cut a light and run the number. Know your race car. Know what it's going to do. Pat Forster. Sunoco machine over on the left-hand side. Red Fridge here on the right-hand lane. The Columbus-based runner. Spitzer chassis car. Red on a 623 dial. Forster on a 614. Fridge qualified at a 23. Going to keep it there. Forster qualified at a 13. Going to dial up one to a 614. See who's got the better calculations going. B00, that was Red Fridge. He was 002, but then he ran 631 at 217. Forster was 17 on the tree. Runs a 619 on his 614 lap and gets the win. So Forster out of the number 7 qualifying spot. Moves to round number 2. Ashley Johnson taking on Matt Sackman. Ashley, your number 2 qualifiers. We call it Comp Eliminator. To the lanes, please. Competition Eliminator. Need you. To the staging lanes, please. Ashley over on the left is Hemi-powered. Hagen chassis car. Qualified into 610, dialed up to a 612. Sackman qualified with a 617. He's got it down to a 612 as well. That's enough to make a person scratch their head and go, huh? See how it works out for the Hankster first. Hot rod over here on the right-hand side. Win light, gotta go to Ashley Johnson. 612, taking 12 thou stripe. They were dead even off the starting line, separated by only 2. Ashley goes 612 on her 612. Sackman goes 613 on his 612 dial. Just enough. Margin of victory difference down there at the other end of the racetrack for Ashley Johnson, your number 2 qualifier. To work her way back. So number 2 qualifier has advanced. Your number 7 qualifier has advanced. Tom Fisher, Oakley got to do battle now. The Oakley Motorsports, Texas Roadhouse. Hot rod over here on the right-hand side. And who sponsors the category on the divisional level. Taking on Angry Tom, a.k.a. Fireball Tom, a.k.a. Tom Fisher. RacingRVs.com. Patriarch over on the left-hand side of the racetrack. 665 the dial for Tom. 610 for Phil Oakley. Pretty good handicap start. Going to go to the Fireball over there on the left-hand side. Tom rolls in, lights the top bulb, waiting on Phil to do likewise. Phil Oakley goes 598. 210 miles. Tom Fisher a 659 lap, and from the number 28 qualifying spot, Tom Fisher gets the W. Phil Oakley, all I can do is give a moment of silence. That's his second 5-second run of the year, and I do believe, according to the new rules and regs, he is finished for the year. Robert May comes in. Runner out of Alabama there on the left-hand side. Taking on the chassis builder, Jeff Mandel. Here in the right-hand lane. Jeffrey on a 6'11", Robert on a 6'10". And it'll be Mandel getting the win, 6:15 at 2:23. Robert May goes 6:15. 19 thousandths of a second difference between the two of them as they cross that finish line stripe. Both of them being very cautious down there at the top end, but a 6:15, 223 mile an hour run for Jeff Mandel gets him in round number 2. Again, Comp Eliminator needs you lanes, please. Competition Eliminator needs you. To the staging lanes, please. Mike Coughlin and Ryan Keener. Keener over on the left-hand side, the Illinois-based runner. The Atkins chassis hot rod and Coughlin here on the right. Again, a Dan Page chassis machine. Got the blown big block in it now. And the Pro Charge, the fuel-injected combination. Oh, I'll guarantee you Phil Oakley's already on 598's already on the internet. Give a chase. Mike may be in trouble. He is. Robert Bay. Covered by microphone. Bill Ernst and Karma Hopper. Karma over here on the right-hand side. Ernst puffing a little smoke down there out of the header. But your number 10 qualifier gets the win. He goes through 622 on a 21, 50 on a 28 by Karma. She was dancing around down there at the top end of the racetrack. 6 cars down track, 4 out of the top half of the field, 2 out of the bottom half so far. Tommy Elliott, Jimmy Prevost. Rolling up down. Tom and Suzanne, the Artisan Hot Rod out of Brooks, Kentucky, over here on the left-hand side. Qualified 6:15 and dialed in 6:15. Prevost ran a 6:33 and a 34. And got her dialed in a 6:34. 200-mile-an-hour bracket cars. B-double-O, take double-O. On days when Tom Elliott's not racing, you'll find him on the golf course, chasing that little white ball. Right now, Prevost over on the right-hand side, off and running, but it's Tom getting the win. 6:19 on a 6:15. And your number 14 qualifier advances. Prevost goes 6:39. On his 6:33 dial. And comes up a little bit short. Al Peevler's hot rod now, the Illinois-based Peevler trucking entry, taking on Jim Thorpe's machine. Thorpe up in top dragster. We'll see him come back in top Sportsman in a bit. Thorpe up from the Lone Star State of Texas out of your number 8 qualifying spot is gorgeous. That Spitzer belt machine over there on the left-hand side. People are on a 6:15 dial. He got one good lap down the racetrack, and that was the 6:25. What was the old song? Wishing and hoping. That may be Al Peevler's tune playing inside his hot rod right now. He's got a Sirius XM radio tuned in to the 60 channel. How about that? 6:15, 2:23. People are out of the number 24 spot. Takes out your number 8 qualifiers. Jim Thorpe goes 6:16 at 200 miles an hour. So we are halfway through our field, and we have 5 cars from the top half and 3 from the bottom. Telling you, all you got to do is qualify for these fields and then be able to drive. That's another very important part. Ronnie Scott over on the left, another Texas runner. Got the Miller chassis car taking on JB Straswig, the Meyer Distributing dragstersforsale.com entry. Here on the right-hand side, the Oakley Motorsports powered hot rod. JB doesn't want to do what Phil just did, I'll guarantee you that. Ooh, I can see that car squirm just a little bit. Still gets the win. 6:21 at 201 miles an hour. Ron Scott got down there, took the stripe. Run 6:34 on a 6:36. Breaks out at the other end of the racetrack by 20 foul. Top Sportsman needs you to the lanes, please. Top Sportsman needing you to the staging lanes now, please. Round number 1. Top Sportsman needs you to the lanes. Come on, come on. Comp Eliminator, you should already be in the lanes. Top Sportsman, we need you now to the lanes. Bob Henry. Here, Gas Energy. Oklahoma-based entry there on the left-hand side. Taking on Alan O'Brien. That's the twin turbocharged Rambler-powered machine here on the right-hand lane. And oh yes, Martha, it is Rambler. 481 cubic inch AMC combination. Couple of hair dryers on it. Hair dryers being the drag racing vernacular, if you will, for a couple of turbochargers. Bob Henry goes 6:26. That's good for the W. 198 miles an hour. 6:25 by O'Brien. Actually his best run of the weekend. 400ths of a second. Danny Nelson now taking on Mark Jones. Chassis builder, the high gear only, the Vortex machine. Over on the left-hand side, Mark Jones, the dispenser car. The conventional Roots style blower on top of the big block Chevrolet. Mark, one of our 6-0 players yesterday evening. That was low car on the totem pole, 6:03. Obviously in top dragster with a 6:10 quickest you can go. Mark had to come back today and final qualifying. Get down track. Danny Nelson's high gear machine making its charge on the top end, and Nelson gets the win. 6:19 on a 6:17. 6:32 by Jones on a 6:29 down. So Danny Nelson moves on from the number 9 qualifying spot. Eleven of our 16 winners have already been determined for round number 2. I should say those who are going to come back and compete in round number 2. Blake Peevler getting in from the number 33 qualifying spot. Chris Carrico, your number 16 qualifier. Posted some photos online a while ago of the side of the block in his race car. Holes are not something you want in the side of your racing. Not unless they're designed to be there. Dave Maggard gets the win, 6:55, 2:02, 6:34 by Peevler. Blake was 009 on his best run of the weekend. Number 1 qualifier, Joe Baxter, getting ready to take on Dan Norris. Baxter qualified, 6:10, got her down 6:11. Norris qualified, 6:17, got it down 6:10. Some wacky stuff here, huh? He was better at 20. It's going to be Joe or Dan? It's going to be Joe. 6:11, Dan on the dial with an 8, a 20 thousandths package for Joe. 6:10 with an 8 on a 35 thousandths package for Dan Norris. It's like you have a 35 thousandths package going 6:10 at 225 miles an hour and get your you-know-what handed to you on a silver platter. I mean, to tell you, that's just not even nice. I mean, no way is that nice. Zach Fisher taking on Wynette Hudgens. Skogenicky Race Shop entry in your Division 4. Moroso trackside rep. Wynette on a 6:10 dial. Zach got her dialed up a couple hundred. How about a 6:20 for him? So a blink of an eye handicap start. Top Eliminator, you should be in the lane. Top Sportsman, you should be in the lane. Zach Fisher gets the win, 6:48 on his 6:20. Wynette goes 6:23, 228 miles an hour. And I don't know if Wynette was consulting the Moroso catalog, the Skogenicky Race Shop catalog, or doing Uber Eats. Whatever it was, she wasn't watching the tree. Joe Fisher now taking on Wayne Landry. Wynette's going to look at that time slip and go, really? Yep, really. Another car going just a little bit long down there at the other end of the racetrack. We'll hold up Wayne. We'll hold up Joe here for just a moment while we get the top end cleared and safe and secure. So the top end's cleared. Wayne over here on the right-hand side on a 621. Joe on a 615 dial. Patriarch of the RacingRVs.com and the boss man who agrees to be your national championship top dragster supporter, primary backer. The Copperfish car of Joe, 621, 193 miles an hour, 625 by Wayne Landry. He cruises through the top end of the racetrack, 7 thousandths of a second behind Wayne, or behind Joe. Danny Waddle and John Biaggi. Mom out there looking on. That'd be Dee, by the way. She gets John backed up in his burnout tracks. Biaggi coming off a strong race over in Topeka, Kansas. Not that long ago. Got to get around Danny Waddle, though, the Pickerington, Ohio. Concrete. Company owner. Danny out of the number 3 spot. Got her down to the 612. Biaggi out of the number 19. 618. Biaggi gets the win, going 620 at 207 miles an hour. Waddle with problems. Slows up to a 626 at 187 miles an hour. So Biaggi out of the number 19 qualifying spot continues his march. Interesting to note that out of our 32-car field in our Oakley Motorsports Diamond Pistons top dragster competition, 10 cars from the top half of the field survived the opening round and 6 from the bottom. So keep saying it, but it is so true. You're in, you can win. Brad Plord, your number 1 qualifier. I got to tell you, Brad was your number 1 qualifier for a reason. Odd lot number of cars. Brad knew that with the odd lot number of cars, the number 1 qualifier would get the bye run in the first round. Bye run in the first round affords you the opportunity to do what he's doing right now. Start the car under its own power, stage it, accept the green light, and come back for round number 2. So that number 1 qualifier, A, picks you up the number 1 qualifying bonus. B, gives you the bye run in the opening round. C, it saves wear and tear on parts and pieces. So D, overall, it is a cost-effective move since you do not get penalized for being the number one qualifier in comp. Save the wear and tear, save the parts and pieces, come back for round number 2. Hopefully be able to just continue to go rounds. Clint Treadwells, 6-cylinder Ford, getting ready to take on Jim Promozic. The Hemi-powered Chevy Cobalt. Promozic over here on the right-hand side. Competition Eliminator, a category where first one to the finish line is your winner. Based on qualifying, Glenn Treadwell's the better of the 2 cars. But we're slipping down track for a reason. Promozic, who has struggled getting off the line all weekend, runs through his 773 at 135, 896. Treadwell gets the win and moves on. David Rampy taking on Todd France now. As Glenn Treadwell survives the opening round. Rampy, your number 4 qualifier. Knows that Todd France over here on the right side can jump up and fight at any point in time. Francis B. dragster automatic trying to chase down Rambo. Top end, not going to get it done. 729, 173. Rampy there first by 16 thousandths of a second. 687 by Todd. 191 mile an hour run down the racetrack. So Todd's day is done in comp eliminator. Rambo moves on. John Frex, a little 190 cubic inch Pontiac combination. Getting ready to take on Randy Jones, the Alfa Omega Swiss entry. Randy Jones from California doing the burnout. The A Supermod automatic should be pairing up with John Freck, but we see Freck's car down here alongside the tower. Scrambling going on. It looks like it'll be a single run for Randy Jones as Freck's machine not going to be able to answer the bell here in the opening round of eliminations. Cruise on down the boulevard to about the 1,000-foot mark. Shut it off. Seems to be about the norm for comp. Click it, coast it. You can take your first half numbers, extrapolate them out into what the car should have run or would have run in that round of eliminations. As Randy moves on to round number 2 with a off throttle 858 at 118 mile-an-hour pace. A tough break for John Freck and gang. Craig Bourgeois taking on Jared Grenier. You'd think a couple of guys from Louisiana could have planned better. Grenier from Labadeville, Bourgeois from Metairie, and I've never pronounced his name correctly for Grenier. Everybody listening in down in Louisiana going, come on, Unc, you're just a damn Yankee. You know, I'm not supposed to know how to do these things. Yeah, well, you try to get it right. Bourgeois chasing the national championship. Right now wants to get around Jared. Jared right now driving for Stan and Sheila. Wants to get around Win. Their new E-Supermod machine, the Chevy Cobalt there on the left. Grenier will be off and running. Bourgeois is going to have to sit and wait over here on the Jeg side of the racetrack, the Nostalgia Style Dragster. Engine out in front, some great big old wire lace wheels out there as well. Well, I don't know where Jared Grenier was going down there at the other end of the racetrack, but he was all the way over into Craig Bourgeois' lane, and Craig able to get the win. Down at the other end of the racetrack, going 687 at 171 miles an hour. Grenier's hot rod crossed the finish line stripe down there and just kind of kept drifting a little bit to the right, to the right, to the right. Bourgeois was looking over at him, paying attention to him, and eased on over to the right-hand side of the Jegs lane as well. Grenier then able to lean it back over onto his side of the racetrack. Over the wall gang down there checking out that left-hand side. Make sure there wasn't anything on the racetrack affecting Grenier's E-Supermod machine as he went through at the other end. Jenny Treadwell taking on Brian Browl as our next pair does their burnouts. Brian right now is the great unknown in Comp Eliminator. A normal, very stout qualifier. Brian's machine has stumbled a couple of times trying to get off the starting line. Jenny Treadwell, your number 16 qualifier. Her little 6-cylinder Chevrolet coming up from Florida. Jenny's got the inline 6. Brian's got the V6. Brown driving through some tire shake this time. And he's going to be able to get around. No, he's not. 8-9 35. Brown with the red light back here on this end. I missed it. So intent on watching the back of Brian's car as it leaves the starting line. I missed the red light start. 0.02 of a second too quick. Jenny gets the win automatically over there on the left-hand side. And a tough break for Brian as he was making inroads on getting down the racetrack. Just not able to do it quick enough throughout the day today. Problems in qualifying, just put him in behind the 8 ball, and sometimes it's just tough to get out from behind there. Troy Galbraith, Jason Cohen. Another little 4-cylinder, 32 Bantam machine, the Cohen Engineering car. G. Connell Walter, Jason's Bantam over here on the right-hand side is going to be off and running. Troy's going to be giving chase. Dragster automatic, little mouse motored, small block V8 over there on the left-hand side. .3-second handicap start. Going to go to Cohen over here on the right. Yeah, tip of the cap to everybody at Cohen Engineering, one of our sponsors for our Division 3 Comp Eliminator battles all year long. Our Bell Housings as well. Billingsley's Car Wash. Liberty Gears. Champlain Machine Shop. Total Seal Piston Range, just some of them. Cohen's going to go first. Little 190 cubic inch Chevrolet. Off and running. Troy Galbraith goes 672, comes up short at the other end of the racetrack. 8:16 at 154 by Jason. And that 8:16 lap at $1:54. So Cohen gets the win. Need Warren to put his headphones back on and tell me if this microphone is working. Worky, worky, worky. Okay. No crackling. Hot. Lane and Van Puckett. Going to do battle now as they continue on. Greg Champlain working their way down track now. They tell me my volume is fixed. I didn't know my volume was broke. 703 by Greg at 183 miles an hour. Move him into the next round of eliminations. 799 by Van. Buck 69 to speed. Comes up a little bit short down at the other end of the racetrack is Steve Ambrose. Mike Farrell. J Altered automatic. The inline Ford 6-cylinder. For Steve Ambrose at the wheel, Bob Huteman. Now working with Steve on the car. The old Ambrose, Argenta, and Huteman machine. We lost one of the members of that trio a few years back, Mike Farrell's B Street Roadster. But be sure and send out a hi to Mike's beautiful bride at home listening in. Sister in upstate New York listening in. Well, for that matter, to everybody in the Farrell family listening in or across the country. Everybody on dragracer.tv. Glad to have you on board here from Beach Bend Raceway Park, Bowling Green, Kentucky. A beautiful day. I mean, the Chamber of Commerce did us proud today. Tomorrow's not looking so hot, but today's a good day for the Chamber of Commerce. Mike Farrell over on the right-hand side, your number 8 qualifier, Ambrose. Took a bit of a ride earlier today. As the car came off the line over there on the Budweiser side. Made a move towards the center stripe. Kind of like that, but he was able to reel it in. Can he get around Farrell at the other end? No. Mike Farrell gets the win, 779 at 161 miles an hour. That one may hurt a little bit come more in the next round of elimination. 783 at 160 miles an hour for Steve Ambrose. As he works his way down track. Comes up just a little bit short. Here in the opening round of Comp Eliminator, Matt Welkers. Hemi Fide, Barracuda. 26 entry, number 28 qualifier, Ron Bowles. 250 cubic inches of inline Chevrolet. Spitzer chassis car over there on the left-hand side. Talked earlier about some of our sponsors. We're all a competition engines. C-Tech aluminum cabinets, Ray Skillman Auto Group. Indy Gears, T&E Auto Haulers, Bullet Cams, Billingsley's Car Wash, John Holt Race Car signing on this year as well. Handicap Sergeant Walker, the Heavy Cuda. Here comes Ron Bone. Working his way down track, sticks the nose of the dragster out in front, gets the win, 809. 141 miles an hour, 919 by Walker. Qualified with an 890, so he was well off his qualifying run. The Promozic Senior up on the left-hand side is front engine. B Dragster automatic and Scott Shamness. His B Dragster here in the right-hand lane. Kankakee, Illinois-based machine. Kankakee. .676 by Scott Shamness, the runner out of Illinois. Notice I left the city out of it that time. 676. 173 miles an hour for the runner out of Kankakee. See, I can do it. So Shamdos moves on, and Brad Allen and Robert Bailey going to do battle now to see which one of these dragsters gets to stay and play for the next round of elimination. Top Sportsman round number 1, you should be in the lanes. Top Sportsman round 1, need you to the lanes, please. Bailey's going to give up just a small heavy jump start. Brad Allen tries to pick a little too much off the line, lights the red bulb. Bailey's gets you in automatically, goes 719. 139 miles an hour, 707 to 184 for Brad. So Bailey will stay and play for at least round number 2. Jimmy Kimbrough. Taking on Gary Kokoro now. A couple of gentlemen coming up from the Sunshine State of Florida. All the way to Bowling Green, Kentucky to do battle here in the opening round of eliminations. Oh, Kokoro's Cobalt goes into a little tire wobble. That's going to open up the door for Kimbrough to go scooting right on by. 7:25, 146. Gary inside that little H-altered automatic Cobalt. You could see it as the car settled back down after the wheel stand. Leaving the starting line and went into a little wobble. Sometimes that happens with the little cars on the big tires. And, well, it didn't work out so well. Here's Terry Smith. Terry, runner-up at Indy at one of our points races about a month ago. And the boys out of Agnes Banks, New South Wales. 400 cubic inch B-altered Ford Mustang over on the left-hand side. Number 2 qualifier. Jason. Grima. Well, I got to figure out how to pronounce that name correctly. Grima. Grima. I'm going to go with that. Terry Smith's 500 cubic inch Mopar machine. Runner out of Ohio here on the right-hand side. Getting ready to say, sounded like somebody lost fire there for a second. Couldn't tell which or who. Terry Smith giving chase. Can he chase down the boys from down under? Yes, he can. 656, 179 miles an hour. 723 by Jason. Comes up a little short down at the other end. Alrighty, we need our Mosier Engineering Sportsman Shootout semifinalists. Back to the lanes, please. Danny Waddle, Allison Prose, Jeff Donut, and Phil Spida. Need you back to the lanes, please. Chad Mogus, who got shut off. And then restarted and run as we had to put him on hold for a moment. A little bit of extra heat into the engine. He's going to be your winner here. Jeremy Bailey, Sea Dragster Automatic, jumps right up on, rattles the tires, lights the red bulb, but there wasn't a whole lot right for Jeremy that time around. So Chad gets the win. Your number 3 qualifier gets to stay and play at least one more round. Bailey's day is done. David Billingsley taking on Dave Dupps. For those of you that like to do a little wagering on your drag racing, I'll bet you $100 Dave gets to the finish line first. Now, whether it's Dave Billingsley or Dave Dupps, I don't know, but if you'll take the bet, I'll be more than happy to go for it. Billingsley out of Illinois, the Camaro on the left-hand side. Dupps on the right, the Supermod Chevy Cobalt. Why is it I can never get anybody to take those bets? Really? Billingsley went in a little deep, caught it, pulled himself back out, and left just the top bulb lit. Up goes in and says, I'm ready, let's go for it. Off the starting line, separated by 0.02 of a second. Billingsley, though, able to get the win at the other end, 8:10 at 155. 8:51 by Dupps at 132. Dave off his qualifying pace. And Billingsley with his best lap of the weekend. He goes 55 under. On his 866 high-altered automatic index. And again, we need our semifinalists. Allison Prose, Danny Waddle, Phil Spida, and Jeff Dona. Back to the lanes, please, for the semifinals of our Mosier Engineering Super Shootout. Gents, if you would, please, come on down. This is our top sportsman field, getting ready for their round 1 of eliminations. Bob Wright doing his burnout, the body shop owner out of Western Virginia. Over here on the right-hand side to Jegs Lane, he's going to be dialed in 667. Johnny Taylor, 703 out of the former Pro Stock Truck Dodge Dakota. Modified slightly since his departure from the Pro Stock Truck ranks. Johnny Taylor's now got 632 cubic inches, a big rat-motored Chevrolet underneath the hood. Taylor out of Naples, Florida. Got not one but two of the old Dodge Dakotas. One in Super Gas, one here in Top Sportsman. Taylor says, don't shut the door on me yet. It's warm in here. Somebody forgot to order air conditioning in this Dodge. Taylor on a 703. He's going to go first. Little Dakota for the gentleman who owns Gulfside Elevator. Engine builder Mike Thompson. Been with him for a number of years. First pair, round number one, our Oakley Motorsports Diamond Pistons. Top Sportsman field. John Taylor off like a rocket ship. Bob Wright's got his work cut out for him, but gets it done. 671. Taylor was double O. Perfect. Off the starting line, then takes too much stripe. 701 with a 5 on his 703 dial. Got down to the other end of the racetrack just a little too quick. Perfect light. Couldn't parlay it into the win. Bob Wright gets it. Moves on. Round number 2. Kurt Frederick, Bob Mandel. Going to roll in next. Frederick, as we told you earlier, has been on a roll. Picked up the win in Joliet at Route 66 Raceway. Couple of runner-ups sandwiched before and after. Includes the latest one up at Brainerd, Minnesota. Taking on the brand new 55 Bel Air, Bob Mandel. Got the blown Hemi sticking through the hood of this week's Best Engineered Award-winning car. Absolutely stunning race car. 647, Mandel's going to let Fredericks go first. Here comes Mandel's, that shoebox Chevy. Got enough for Kurt at the top end? Yep. 648 on a 47, taking 12 thou stripe for the win. 673 by Kurt Fredericks on his 672 dial. And comes up a little bit short. Meet our semifinalists. Semifinalists are Mosier Shootout. Allison Pros, Logan Galbraith, Allison Pros, Jeff Dona, Danny Waddle, and Phil Smythe. I need you to lanes, please. Semifinalists. Allison Pros, Jeff Dona, Danny Waddle, and Phil Smythe. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Need our 4 cars left in our Mosier Super Shootout. Back to the lanes, please. You're going to run right after our Top Sportsman cars. Semi-finalists, Mosier Engineering Sportsman Shootout. Need your lanes, please. Allison Pros, Jeff Dona, Danny Waddle, and Phil Smythe. Come on down. Andy Horn's Mustang. Runner out of Delaware, which, well, we all know Delaware's in Ohio, right? 645 cubic inch Ford, taking on Mike Sowards. Motor City Mike over on the left-hand side. Sowards dialed in, 678. Andy on a 658, couple of tenths difference between the two of them. At least on the dial-in side of things. Horn's in. Waiting on Motor City Mike. He's in. Andy Horn, by 9 thousandths of a second, takes himself out of eliminations. Then around 657. He's under by 9. He's too quick by 9. 676 by Sowards, good for the win. 202 mile an hour run. Ron Biondo's Lumina. Coming up next, left-hand side, Jeremy Jensen. 63 Corvette. Going to see what he can do over here on the right. He's going to go first by a couple of tenths. 691 the dial for Jeremy. Biondo's Lumina on a 673. And again, Allison Pros. Jeff Dona, Danny Waddle, and Phil Smythe are 4 semifinalists for the Mosier Engineering Super Shootout. Need you to the lanes, please. Allison, Jeff, Danny, and Phil. Need you back to the lanes, please. Hang on there, Jeremy. That's not looking good. Biondo scoots on by, gets an easy win, 725 at 130. Jeremy Jensen's Corvette left the starting line, and it looked more like a country dance step leaving the starting line than it did the 63 Corvette trying to go straight. You know those country dance steps where you got one foot to the left, one to the right. You turn it all around and you shake it all about, or whatever that thing is. Well, whatever it was, it didn't work for Jeremy. Let's put it that way. Bad Eye Bridiger. The Mustang up on the left-hand side, taking on number 2 qualifier. Boy, he was number 1 for a long time, but during the last session of qualifying, towards the end of qualifying, Lester Johnson stepped up. Took the number 1 qualifying bonus so he could pass a little bit more money on to the Racers for Kids program. Norton Children's Hospital up in Louisville, the recipient. Bad Eye on a 667 dial, the Mustang left side. Cheyenne and his Hemi-powered Mustang over here on the right-hand side on a 622. Cheyenne Stanley, 623 on a 622. Bad Eye Bridiger goes 666 on a 666. Slice it, dice it, chop it, fillet it, or anything else. When you run 666 on a 667, you're effectively punching your own ticket out of here. And that's what Bad Eye did. Bob Mandel's Profab 55 Chevy. Up next alongside Jim Thorpe's Camaro. This is Jim's new Camaro. He's got a 2018 car that looks just like it. Want to go top Sportsman racing? Jim right now says the shop is getting a little crowded. If you're interested in a new Camaro top Sportsman car, his 18 model is for sale. He's had the 19 model Camaro over here on the left-hand side. Jerry Haas machine. Had it for about a month. Debuted it down in Noble, Oklahoma not that long ago. He says this car just fits him a little bit better. But he's got the 18 up for sale. If you're interested, goes by and see Jim. I'll guarantee it's got the best of everything. Thorpe on a 653 dial. Mandel Schubach Chevy on a 676. Going to be off the run. 652 on a 53, too quick by Jim Thorpe. 675 on a 676. Thorpe is under by 10 thousandths of a second. Mandel is under by 8 thousandths of a second. You take the 10, subtract the 8, that leaves you with a 2 thousandths of a second margin of victory for Mandel that time. Can you say, great googly boogly, that was close? Okay, so you don't have to say the great googly boogly, but that was sure close. 2 thousandths of a second close. Scotty Wasco. Pontiac GXP up on the left-hand side, and Bill Yates, Bill and Angie. Rolled through the gate, got one shot at qualifying with 680. Themselves in the show. Getting a little burst of laughing gas as she makes the final adjustments inside that right door. Goes around, locks the left door, checks the parachute. Looks the car over, says, okay, go get him, Bill. So Yates on a 686, going to go first. Scott Wasco. Pontiac on the left-hand side. Red light starts, got it. Bill Yates gets the win automatically. Wasco steps off the throttle, saves the wear and tear. 693 by Bill. 178 miles an hour. Super Street, need you to the lanes, please. Super Street. Round number 2. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Super Street, need you to the staging lanes, please. So Wasco goes red by 5 thousandths of a second. His race weekend is now finalized. Rick Corn's Hemi-powered Avenger. Getting ready to take on Robbie Irby's new Camaro. Tennessee runner. Coming over from down around the Memphis area. Irby on a 698 dial is going to go first. Corns. Hemi-fied Dodge Avenger. Here on the right-hand side. Irby left, Corn right, handicap start to the Camaro. Both are going to give chase. Red light start for Rick Corn. Robbie Irby goes 007 green, 699 on a 698. Nice little tidy 20 thousandths package. Corn lit the red bulb on this end of the racetrack and took himself out. Scotty Linder's Grand Am taking on Ben Board. The GTO over on the right-hand side. Benjamin and his dad. A 406 cubic inch combination. Boy, can that sucker fly. 660 the dial for them. Linder on a 688 for the Iowa-based electrician. Dead even out of the gate. Win line's going to go to Ben Board. 662 on a 660. 685 by Scott Linder on a 688. on the reaction times leaving the starting line. Both of them 22 thousandths of a second away from perfect. Belinda got down to the other end of the racetrack just a tad too quick. Benjamin let him take the stripe. Says, thank you. Thank you very much. Bonnie Weaver, 63 Corvette over here on the right-hand side, the split window. 639 the dial for the reigning Division 4 champ. Justin Souders on a 668 for the Louisville-based Camaro. Again, Super Street, round number 2, needs you to lanes, please. Super Street, round number 2, needs you to the lane. Wow. How about a 12 thousandths package for Justin Souders? Dead on his 668 dial with an 8 and 004 on the tree. Bonnie Weaver had a 25 light, which will win you a lot of races. Just not that one. 636, 223, trying to track him down at the other end of the racetrack. Lester Johnson, your number 1 qualifier. Now gets ready to take on Dave Payani. Payani's Grand Am on a 668, a half a second plus handicap start. Over your number 1 qualifying Shoebox Chevy and Lester. Dialed in at a 610. Waiting on Dave to roll in. Lester being very, very patient. Now Payani's in. Lester rolls right in. Puts the pressure on Dave. Tree comes down. Lester goes 008 at the hit. Front 613 on his 610 for the win at 214. 666 for Payani on his 668 dial. Guyan Dinkel and Steven Brediger. Saw Bad Eye bow out earlier. Brediger over on the right-hand side is all Ford Mustang, the Oakley Motorsports. Prepared power plant underneath the hood, and Dinkel's Pro Charge Cavalier there in the left lane. Number 4 qualifiers, Dinkel. Got her dialed at a 645, Brediger at a 668. And double breakout's going to go to Guyan Dinkel, 644 on a 645. 666 by Brediger on his 668. Take the little numbers, the big numbers, put them all together. Margin of victory for the college club. 2 thousandths of a second. Jonathan Smitty and Jimmy Fallon doing battle now. Smitty's going to go first. Off and running. Fallon just a tick behind, leaving the starting line, but gets the win because Jonathan goes too quick. 672 on his 674. Got to the finish line first, took a huge chunk of stripe. Fallon with a 6:59 at 203 miles an hour. So Jimmy gets to stay and play. Smitty's day is done. He had the better light, just a little bit too much stripe down at the other end. Bill Simmons. Pontiac Grand Am now getting ready to take on Mark McDonald's Mustang. The dragsters for sale.com. Mustang 67 vintage machine over here on the right hand side. Once again, need our 4 semifinalists: Danny Waddle, Allison Prose, Jeff Donut, Phil Spina. To the hot car staging age, please. McDonald. .662, 200 miles an hour, good for Mark. 680 at 203. Super Street needs you to the lanes as well. Round number 2, Super Street. Needs you to the staging lanes, please. Round number 2, Super Street. Need you to the lanes, please. Mike Batty and Don O'Neill. Next to the last pair. Don on a 683 dial. Batty on a 704 in the Oldsmobile. Mike getting in as an alternate. Debbie fanning the car. Trying to get the tire smoke out of the cockpit. Don O'Neill with his factory showdown. Pro stock top Sportsman car. Sitting on a 683 dial. See what he can do. red light start by Mike. Don O'Neill's going to get a freebie. Move on to round number 2 with a 686 on his 683 dial. 188-mile-an-hour lap, 721 by Maddie after the red light start here on this end of the racetrack for Don. Staying and playing at least one more round. Super Street needs you to the lanes, please. Super Street. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Jerry Albert, Rich Smith going to do battle now. Albert for Mickey Thompson and Jegs. The yellow and black Camaro over on the right-hand side. 686 the dial for Jerry. Rich there in the left lane. Earl Smith trucking entry out of Wentzville, Mo. Coming over from the St. Louis area. Happy birthday, by the way, to Brett Kepner. Understand he's celebrating a birthday. Well, Brett's probably not celebrating a birthday, but I'm sure the rabbits are. Ooh, and Smith rattles the tires a little bit. Jerry Albert shoots out early, 7:05 at 156 miles an hour. And that, boys and girls, I do believe will put a wrap on round number 1 of our top sportsman category. Super Street, you should be in the lanes for round number 2. Stock Eliminator, get them ready. You'll be coming in shortly right behind Super Street. But first and foremost, our semifinals of our Mosier Engineering Sportsman Shootout. Allison Pros and Jeff Dona doing battle. See which one of them makes their way into the final round. And Danny Waddle and Phil Spida. Door cars on one side of the ladder, dragsters on the other. One thing we do know is it will be a door car dragster final round. Which dragster and which door car? TBD. To be determined. Semifinals. Mosier. Super Shootout. Door cars to do battle. See which one of them gets to come back and run a dragster in the final. The interesting thing to note is that in the Mosier Shootout, if you run the product from Mosier Engineering, your payout effectively doubles. In this pair, Allison Pros has the Mosier product. Jeff Dona don't. And in our dragsters, one does and one doesn't. Allison's off and running, and a red light start by Jeff. Allison goes double 09, 743.7 on her 744. And the young lady goes to the final round. 6:16.1. Coda actually misses a perfect lap by 4/1000th of a second. Unfortunately, 3 of them are on the wrong side of green. Now, is it going to be Danny Waddle or is it going to be Phil Smida? With Allison Pros having Mosier Engineering product on the car. We know that Danny Waddle does too, and that Phil Smida does not. Qualified for the Mosier race by virtue of points earned throughout the season in your respective category. When you get and qualify for the Mosier Shootout, the running product, payout doubles. Waddle on the left, 394. Phil's on the 17 dial. Finish line stripe is going to be Danny, and it is going to be an all Mosier equipped final round. 008, 395 on a 394 by Danny, 619 on a 617 for Phil Smida. So it'll be Danny Waddle's dragster, Allison Pros Super Street car, doing battle for the finals of the Mosier Sportsman Shootout Championship. The big check, $5,000. $2,000 to the runner-up. Pretty good old payday. Tip of the cap to everybody at Mosier Engineering. Super Street coming around the corner. I've got to take a break for a moment. Mr. Ruggles going to stand in and tell you all about Super Street. Round number 2 getting ready to roll in next.
All righty, we're going to dance to the beat of Super Street. The slowest of the .90 classes, but definitely a lot of excitement as well in the class. Quite a variety of vehicles. All righty, we got the fuel flowing through the veins of these racing engines as the drivers are all amped up and ready to go. Try to survive another round of treachery. Nitro Joe out there ready to open the gate for him. All righty, 1090s. We'll just leave it right there until we run out of Super Street cars. Well, let's turn some tires and light some spark plug wires as Alex Miller steps in out of Mansfield, Ohio, Jegs.com lane. And Ray Dew, the construction manager with the Nova. All right, we need stock left side of the ladder. Stock left side of the ladder. Meanwhile, Alex Miller and Ray Dew, it's their time to shine. They're in the shark tank. They're going swimming right now. Oh, my, oh, my. Well, both lights are green as they are basically trimming the tree pretty tight down there. 008, a pair wind light. Alex Miller, he kept it on the top side of the hill with a 1092. Ray Dew rode the submarine across the finish line with a 1088 breakout. Ronnie Maggart plugs in. Running for Maggart's Auto Hoosier Tire out of Lebanon, Tennessee. He'll take the Budweiser lane as Ray Miller, the Monza, the bright yellow Monza, is the competitor. Out of Mansfield, Ohio, Ray Miller, the decorated racer, trying to survive this round of Super Street. All right, here we go. Ronnie Maggart with that big horsepower trying to pull alongside that Monza. Finish line captures them both. Wind light. Ray Miller, 004 on the tree, 1093 out the back door. Ronnie gets there 6,000ths of a second too quick on the breakout. All right, Jay Smith out of Taylorsville, Kentucky. Local state racer, 79 Malibu, swings in for the Jegs.com lane. So Dale Schaefer out of Chester, West Virginia, getting some attention from our starting line crew down there with the Maverick. All right, looks like everything's okay for Dale Schaefer as he sits in the cockpit. Did not see what was going on behind him, but they are going northbound. Who's going to secure the next round W? Stay tuned. 8 mile done, 1,000-foot done, quarter-mile wind light. Comes on for Jay Smith with a 1093. Jay was behind on the tree. Schaefer goes 1095. Lost that race by 14 10,000ths of a second. Rocky Van Note, the 71 Vega Wagon out of Red Key, Indiana. Left lane, Matt Riley in the Jegs.com lane out of Springfield, Kentucky. Second generation Camaro is on their way with the wheels up, wheels down. Matt showing off the oil pan. Here comes Rocky, rocking the accelerator pedal through the floorboard. Wind light. Matt Riley on the double breakout. Riley is 1085. Rocky Van Note is 1082. Van Note 6th thou behind on the tree on the double breakout. So they'll hunt for the exit ramp off Route 1320, and we'll bring in Brian Horton out of Walbridge, Ohio. Frank Jenkins running the Budweiser lane, already staged up with that beautiful race car. A couple green ornaments hanging on our Christmas tree. Racer's Delight. Finish line, the dump zone. Little smoke out of Brian's car down here. The wind light, Frank Jenkins with an 1105. 021 lights a pair. Both of them killed the power about the 1,000-foot mark as they coast across the stripe. Dalton Deffenbaugh steps in. From Lebanon, Indiana, the silver and black vinyl top 69 Nova SS with a big block Chevrolet in the Budweiser lane. Nick Vogelsang in the Jegs.com lane out of the land of Lincoln, 67 Nova. Well, we know a Nova's going to win, but who's it going to be? Will it be Nick or Dalton turning on the wind light? Right now they got to lean on that Christmas tree and not bend it over and break it. Dalton taking his time, sliding in there. Somebody leaned on the tree a little better than the other. Dalton Deffenbaugh trying to get up alongside that Nova. On the double breakout, give the win to Nick Vogelsang. Nick goes 10.896 to Dalton's 10.890. Good racing, double breakout affair as Michael Shelton. Bob Schmidt had a front row seat to that pair of race cars. Mike Shelton in the trucks. Got it pointed to the left a little bit. The 96 version of the S10. And Bob Schmidt running for Bob Schmidt Performance. 72 years young, having a ball in the retirement years at the racetrack here at the beach. Michael's got to roll up in there. There we go. Yes. Both of them grabbing the green spray paint can and spraying the bottom bulb on the tree. Here comes the finish line, the dump zone, the decision zone, wind light. Mike Shelton playing it safe for the win with a 1095. Bob Schmidt was behind on the tree, had to keep the pedal down on the breakout route with a 1084. So Denny Napier fanning the door over there, a little bit of that smoke out of the 77 Vega office area. Denny Napier, the Pataskala, Ohio racer. He'll hook into the Budweiser lane. Gary Horseman says, Jegs Lane, just give me a lane. Just give me a chance with my 61 Ford Falcon. The Show Me State, going to try to show off by making the wind light dance on the Jegs.com lane. We got a race. We got a dandy. Oh, 3:30 done. 8th mile check. 1,000 foot got him and letting him go. Finish line captures him. Wind light Denny Napier. 11 thousandths margin of victory. 1093 for Napier. 1094 for Horseman. 2 thou separated him out of the gate. 11 thousandths separated him at the finish line. Outstanding racing in Super Street is Jimmy Daniel. The 63 Tempest bringing it up from Montgomery, Alabama to show it off. He looks left. There's Brandon Cincinnati in the way to round number 3. The Malibu wagon out of Clarksville, Tennessee. Brandon settled in, seat belts tight, firm grip on the steering wheel and the button. So Brandon put the low beam on that Christmas tree. Jimmy's still thinking about it. Now we're going. Got to roll in just a few more inches and it'll be game on. It's go time. Jimmy Daniel and that Tempest just about turned loose. That big Pontiac horsepower top end. Can he get there? Well, he got there first, but he got there on the breakout route. 1084, wind light Brandon Cincinnati taking it easy with a 1092 and the win. All right, 2 more pointed north. Wayne Kelly out of Mount Vernon, Indiana, the pool contractor with the Beretta. Sitting alongside in the Malibu is Dick Sperry. Wheels up, wheels down for Dick Sperry as the throttle stops, settled that wheel stand down pretty quick. Wayne Kelly trying to catch up, saying, wait for me, Dick. Oh, double breakout. Wayne Kelly takes the win, 10.851 to a 10.841. Dick Sperry took the finish line, and it gave him that L on the time slip. All right, stock class. Need you back to the lanes, please. Second call. Tony Tanner, Kelly Sperry. Plugged into the Christmas tree. So the Cutlass of Tony Tanner trying to take out the 64 Nova of Kelly Sperry. Oh, baby, the wheels came up high for Kelly and the car went left. The steering wheel got grabbed pretty quick and spun back to the right, and we continue on down track. And I'll tell you what, after all that, Kelly Sperry turns on the wind light. Tony Tanner had 200ths on the tree, goes 1098, and Kelly Sperry went down there and stole his stake right off of his plate down here with a 1094. So Kelly Sperry advances. All righty, that went pretty quick. All right, we got more coming, I believe, or not. So not quite finished yet, as Jason Satterley bringing the first gen Camaro up to do battle from Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. And the versatile tough racer out of Canfield, Ohio, Mr. Phil Smida. So Jason Satterley running that small block with a lot of torque to get the job done here on the 1090 class. Phil Smida, a little bigger bullet in the chamber over there in the Cavalier. All right. It's you, me, and the Christmas tree. They're going to try to vaporize the bulb and buy some real estate down here so they can buy a bigger piece of the real estate down at the finish line. Here we go. All right, through the tunnel goes Jason Satterley, Phil Smida, and Jason trying to get out of this round, and Phil Smida with that 004 bulb and 1109 run. That has got to be the tightest margin of victory, 3/10,000ths of a second. So one of the tightest races I've seen today, 3/10,000ths, as Phil Smida sneaks that one out down there from Satterley. All right, a few more super streets come squirting out of the corral as Allison Prose, fresh off of making a run down the racetrack not too long ago. The student out of Terre Haute. First gen Camaro, spin the tires, like those spark plug wires. Allison will be in the jegs.com lane, and Steve Domain out of Derby, Kansas. Steve, one of those Division 5 racers with a lot of accomplishments in their career. So 1090 continues on. The delicate balance of making the car run the 1090 through the throttle stops. A lot of these cars very capable of running much quicker than the 1090. It's just trying to tame the horsepower to run the number. All right, we're ready. Oh, hang on to your hats here. Tighten those seat belts. Steve Domain turning the power loose down here to try to catch Allison top end. Identical reaction time. Steve goes dead on with a 7 for a 29 pack, and Allison Prose gets down there a little too quick with a 1083 on the breakout. All right, Louis Murray doing the Texas two-step here on the bye run. Louis 009 out of the gate. How about 1091 for Louis off the Super Street Index, 1090, 009 on the tree. Louis is going to be feeling real good about that. All right, T.C. Morris has raced here quite a few times over their illustrious career out of New Haven, Kentucky. E-stock automatic. They'll take the jegs.com lane as Casey Miles executing the burnout. Done that already with the E-stick. So 11:33 for Casey versus TC's quicker dialed 1080. As stock continues on here at the beach. What a beautiful day at the beach. All right, super gas, super gas. First call needs you back to the lanes. Super gas, back to the lanes, please. T.C. Morris, Casey Miles trying to get out of this round. T.C. Morris trying to pull up alongside down about the 8th mile, 1,000 foot. They're waving bye-bye to that area, and the wind light comes on for Casey Miles. Casey 0-12 on the tree, 11:39 out the back door as T.C. had 3 numbers in that reaction time. It is tough to turn on the wind light at the finish line. TC ends up running that 10:87. So again, Super Gas needs you to the staging lanes if you would please. Super Gas. So Brad and Dwayne doing a little touch-up out there in our starting line area. Brad says, hold them up there, gang. We're not quite done yet. So again, touch-up done out there by Dwayne and Brad. Super Gas, we have called you back to the lanes. Meanwhile, we continue on with Dave Walther and Steve Zorney. Steve in the 2002 Dakota K-Stock Automatic and the E-Stick of Dave Walther, the 69 Camaro running for DW's Auto Truck Service, and McCormick Motorsports for Steve Zorney. So Steve's going to be looking for an 1181. Dave will be looking for that 1074, but the good reaction time is the first game plan as they'll approach the starting line area. All right, staging process halfway there as Steve and Dave grabbing a few more inches down there before they take off. And we're gone and away. Good shape, both of them. Dave Walters trying to take that 69 Camaro and get alongside that Dakota down there as the decisions need to be made about right now. Wind light, Steve Zorney goes 1183 off that 1181 as Walther was better on the tree, but runs 1079 off that 1074. That was a tight one down there. 35 10,000ths was the margin of victory for Steve. So Steve took that stripe first as we move in with Dale Holquist, the Crosby, Texas racer running for Elite Glass. He'll put the 1090 in the bank down there as Kevin Wells steps in with a Nova, and he'll throw an 1120 on the blackboard. G-Stock automatic and a D-Stock automatic left to right. Tree staggers down, the way they go. Dale looking to catch up, looking. Kevin tattoos the tree and takes the win with an 1126 off the 1120 dial. Dale down there runs dead on with that 7, but he had 3 numbers in the reaction time, and that is hard to recover as Kevin Wells advances. Brian Irwin out of Westerville, Ohio, 94 Camaro. The C-Stock automatic, dialing that 1098 on the jegs.com lane. Bill Simsprot. Spinning the tires out of the burnout box. Simsprot K-Stick, 1165 dial for Bill as he'll take the Budweiser lane. The 66 Nova SS. Running for the Simsprot family racing team. Bill's been at this a long, long time. National record holder many times over. All right, trees dropping down. We're looking good. We're looking good at the start. Brian Irwin trying to catch a hold of that Nova down there at the finish line, and in the finish line survey says win light Brian Irwin. Had about 300ths on the tree, runs 1099 off the 1098 dial, and 1164 breakout route for his competitor off the 1165 dial. Lynn Johnson, the C-Stick 69 Mustang, running for Lynn's Auto Body. Got that big block Ford to get the job done. They'll take the jegs.com lane, put a 1040 on it, as Tommy Mattingly will wear the 1188 dial out of Louisville, Kentucky. L-Stock automatic, 65 Dragon Wagon. Oh, baby, 2 green apples hanging on the tree. What better could you ask? Now they want the win light. That's the next wish on the list. Who will get it? It'll be Tommy Mattingly. Tommy carves some advantage on the reaction time, goes 1191 to Lynn Johnson's 1043. Both of them 3 over, but the win light shines for the Bud lane. Dan Williams steps up to the plate. The 69 Nova dialing a 1002 on the Bud side. A-Stick, he looks out the passenger window, and there is the Bow Nose Auto 1080 dialed Firebird. And the Ship Racing Team, the Ship is just about ready to sail. Randy Lynn's away. Dan Williams putting the plug in for the win. Did he get his wish? Dan Williams hung in there long enough. Goes 10:15 off the 10:02 dial for the win. Dan hit the tree, and Ship just, got a little tardy getting out of the gate. Boy, that'll cost you most of the time, as Gary Summers, the T-Stick Super Stang 5, the 77 Mustang, 1356 dial out of the Bud lane. Josh Green plugs in the Green's towing 67 Camaro with a 1094. There goes Gary. Josh says, wait for me. I want to go on vacation too. Well, basically, they want to go into the next round. Both of them. One of them goes. It's Josh Green, 11 flat, as both of them taking their time leaving down here. And Josh gets the win down there, as Donnie Beeler and Tom Reese had a front row seat to that pair that went down the racetrack. Tom Reese, the K-Stock automatic, Cincinnati, Ohio, 92 Camaro racer, 1184 the dial. Right side, 1110 for Donnie Beeler in the Bud lane. So it's Corvette and Camaro. Tom Reese is down in the next county. Donnie Beeler's trying to catch up. Win light will be awarded to Donnie Beeler. 1116 off the 1110 dial. 042 on the tree as Tom Reese just missed the win light by .010 as Brett McFarland and Mike Taylor slip into our racetrack. They've got their table reserved. The table is set for Brett McFarland. He'll put a 1007 on his tab as Mike Taylor with a 1208. The K-Stick of Mike Taylor and Brett McFarland. The A-Stick dialing the 1007. 1208, 1007. Numbers are on the blackboard. Oh, Mike Taylor wanted it too bad as he's on the red-eye flight northbound. Meanwhile, Brett McFarland is on the flight to the next round. Mike Taylor runs it on through, ran a 12:02 on the breakout off the 12:08, and Brett goes 10:05 off his 10:07, but Brett's got the important invitation to the next round. Gary Hershey and Brina Frank. Out of Wisconsin comes Brina Frank's 2019 Camaro, baby blue. Well, we won't call it baby blue, but it's blue. Dialing a quick 942. Factory stock B as Gary. Factory F stock automatic. Dialing 1108. The 71 Buick Skylark. The engine builder out of North Vernon, Indiana. Brina's got to trust that race car. Wheels up, wheels down for Frank. The power is starting to come into play. Gary's waiting for that Camaro down there. Wind light. Brina Frank gets it done. 943 off the 942 as Gary goes 1109 off the 1108. 16th thou margin of victory for Frank. Good tight race. Love it. Randall Campbell and Shane Smith move into the one-way runway. 1061 for Shane Smith. Randall Campbell, O stock automatic, dialing 1220. Waiting on the tree. Shane's still waiting. Here we go. Shane Smith picking him up, laying him down. Trying to get through there, through the dump zone wind light. Shane Smith, 1069 off the 1061 dial for the win. Slight advantage on the tree. Randall goes 1231 off the 1220 dial. 49th thou margin of victory. Next up, the 83 Camaro out of Kentucky. Jeff Smith, the wheelman, with an 1139 dial on the jegs.com lane. Jeff Atkinson, the Jeff Taylor Performance. Copo. Factory stock C, dialing 941. Jeff Smith will be up into Indiana before Jeff goes to work. We're green, we're gone. Jeff Atkinson's got a lot of real estate to make up. Can he get there? Yes, he does. Atkinson showing some patience. 942 off the 941. He had about a 400ths advantage. Smith breaks out with an 1137 off the 1139. Should have left the spare tire in the trunk. Mark Howell's up next. MJ Quinn, the competitor next door, with the 83 Camaro G-Stock automatic, dialing that 1118 in the Bud lane. Mark Howells with the Duster. E-Stock automatic. Got that red marker out, and he put it on the board down there on the canvas, 1074. All right. Got to keep the freight train going down the highway here as Mark Howells is slowly going in to finish out the three-stage stage process, and MJ Quinn goes on the red side of the tree. First, MJ goes 1138 cruising down her. Mark Howells 1093, but Mark Howells is your winner via the red light by MJ Quinn. Sometimes as a racer, you want to unscrew those red bulbs on the bottom of the tree down there. You get a little anxious. You know you got to. But sometimes you get caught. So a little bit of grooming going on over here in our Budweiser lane as the train is pulled into the train station just for a little bit. So Super Gas, hopefully you are finding your way into the parking lot in the staging lane. All righty, looks like the starting line area gate is open now. And we'll just keep on keeping on. The terrain gets rougher, the stairs get climber as we go deeper into eliminations here at the beach. So the L-Stock automatic Cutlass of Amanda Fouts. We'll start getting those tires warmed up as Vern Buchanan has already started that process with a 73 Mustang. G-Stock automatic with an 11-12 dial for Vern on the Jegs lane. And Amanda Fouts dialing that 1193 L-Stock automatic. The dental hygienist. This looks like a lot more fun than being at work at the dentist office. 88 Cutlass. As the sun kind of sets lower and lower, makes it a little tougher if you're sitting in that right lane. Tell you what, Amanda's checking out the timeout time there, but Amanda got in. There goes Amanda. Here comes Vern. Ooh, I don't know if Vern's Ford power plant's going to get the job done down here. We'll watch together. I'll tell you what, when Amanda put that 002 up here on the Christmas tree for a reaction time, makes it tough on Vern. Amanda goes 1198 as Vern was just never in that one. Chris Stevenson out of Tipton, Indiana, the 68 Firebird F-Stock automatic, plugging in 1104 as Austin Alves, 69 Nova G-Stock automatic. He's got an 11. He'll throw another quarter in the jukebox. Well, the Christmas tree is getting a lot of attention by Chris and Austin. Wow, monster wheel stand for Stevenson, showing off the oil pan. Now he wants to show off the wind light. Boy, this is a good race coming at us down there. Finish line will sort it out, and it'll be Austin Alvey on the double breakout. Austin went 1123 off the 1125. Chris goes 1101 off the 1104 dial. Chris took the stripe, but Austin gets the win. John Osborne moves in, the 71 Buick GS out of Rhineyville, Kentucky, dialing with the 1104 F-Stock automatic. Mitch Kite, G-Stock automatic, the airline pilot. He's got the Barracuda with an 1115 dial. Here we go. Tell you what, these racers are not giving it up. Look at the smoke coming out of John Osborne's hot rod, just about shy of the 330, and it's not giving it up. Well, Mitch Kite has the win, 1121 off the 1115, and John, reaction time wasn't good. The car was not happy, but still goes 1106 off the 1104. But I'll tell you what, Mitch does advance. Took care of the mosquitoes for a little while. I think we're going to have to give that some attention. A little bit too much smoke going on down there from about the 330 on down, and it just continued on down our Route 1320. So we got to check that out, make sure that was over there in the Budweiser lane. So the safety safari coming in from the top end just to make sure before we fire the next pair up that we are good, but they are checking that left lane out as we speak. So unfortunately, we got to pull the parking brake for now. So it looks like Brad and Dwayne are out just a little bit out of that left-hand lane, doing a little bit of scrubbing, pouring a little liquid down there to try to get things back in order. And it looks like the tractor's going to roll out. So as our cleanup continues here at Beach Bend Raceway Park, don't forget to stop by Photos and More as Kevin and Nancy Pepper have been freezing the moments in time through the lens. So make sure you check out Photos and More as they've been very busy shooting cars this weekend. Make great gifts. This Christmas is far off, but it really isn't. So Photos and More, they'll put those race car pictures on just about anything for you, so check them out. There, Nancy and Kevin with Photos and More. So it looks like we're getting just about ready to put some race cars back on our one-way runways. The tractor is making their way back to their parking spot. That's always a good thing. A little bit of a cleanup situation, not too bad. All right, Hannah Line and Julie Bierman will square off, reading from right to left. Hannah Line coming down from Minnesota. The student 69 Camaro, the D-Stock automatic. 1077 is the dial for Hannah. And Julie Bierman out of Xenia, Ohio, the Y Bridge town, 68 Firebird, E-Stock automatic with a 1083 dial in the Budweiser lane. So stock round two has been pretty interesting. We got a few that have got the invitation to round three. We got some more invitations to hand out. Good little race going on down the racetrack, and the win light will come on for Hannah Line. Hannah Line won't have a date with the interstate yet as Julie Bierman bows out. Hannah goes 1086 for the win as Brian Rogers and Darren Morris quickly hustle in. They've got the lane reserved for now. Brian Rogers, D-Stick, dialing 1068, the jegs.com lane. Darren Morris is 99 Firebird out of Bardstown, Kentucky. Not too far from here. The A-Stock automatic with a 1073 dial. Trees filled out. We're ready. Oh, baby. Wheels up for Rogers. Car came down, went to the left. Brian settled it back to the right, going through the tunnel now. Win light will be awarded to Darren Morris. Morris 1078 off the 1073. Darren had the tree. Rogers goes 1069 off the 1068, but just gave up too much when he left at the Christmas tree. Rick Winchester, I-Stock automatic. Second gen Camaro out of Westchester, Ohio, an 1190 dial. He looks left. There's Todd Kuhn. F-Stock automatic, 1128 dial. The Kuhn Racing Fuel and Tire sponsored Pontiac Power Plant. Ooh, nice. Oh, they're hunting for that win. Who's going to get it? It will be Rick Winchester. 1191 off the 1190 dial. Rick got the light. Kept it on the high side of the hill for the win. Todd breaking out with a few numbers under. Unfortunately, arrived a little early. Joe Bellinger, Brandenburg, Kentucky. First gen Camaro. Double A stock automatic, 1047 dial right side. Jim Boudreau, the Bud Lane. Out of Tewksbury, Massachusetts. A stock automatic, 1013 dial. And Jim checking out the skyline as he had the front wheels in the air for quite a while. Joe Bellinger hustling down track, win light. Joe Bellinger, 1048 off the 1047 dial for the W as Jim Boudreau breaks out by 8 thousandths of a second. 6 thou separated him on the reaction time as Jerry Wallace steps up to the plate. Out of Zebulon, Georgia, running for Advanced Power, 69 Camaro, F-Stock automatic, 1113 dial right, 1116 dial for Phil Mandela Jr. the chassis builder. And Phil Mandela checking out the skyline. Thought, hey, that's a good idea. Meanwhile, Jerry Wallace sticking the business right lane. Who's going to make the light shine? It will be Phil Mandela Jr. Dead on the dial with a 7. He was behind on the tree, 5 thou. Jerry took the wind light down there, or took the stripe, but the wind light went to the other lane. Bill McClister, Jamie Greening, the truck, running for Greening Motorsports, and the stick with a 1207 dial. And Bill McClister's 2004 GTO F-Stock Automatic, 1108 dial. So Jamie from Missouri. Bill taking a little longer journey to get here from Shore Acres, Texas. Bill McClister got caught leaving just a tad too early, and Jamie Greening says, that's all right, I'll take that win and keep going. Jamie, 1204 off the 1207. Bill McClister, 1141, as he was on a slow roll across the finish line. Tough break for Bill. You hate to put your own stop sign up, but that's what happened. Reggie Winkles out of St. Augustine, Florida, making the drive up out of Division II, the 84 Camaro. K-Stick with an 1175 dial. He'll take the sunny side of the racetrack as Chris Utzler's 74 Apollo. K-Stock Automatic with an 1172 dial, so they're on the loop there. And I'll tell you what, Reggie Winkles had an interesting launch there as he's got it lined out now and tracking pretty straight down there, but the wind light comes on for Chris Utzler's 1178 run off the 1172 dial. Margin of victory 12 thousandths for Chris Utzler as he played the finish line just like he'd planned it. Another wagon out of Independence, Kentucky, Ken Friedman, in-stock automatic, 1249 dial. Steve Welker, 69 Camaro out of Tower City, Pennsylvania, Division 1 runner with a 1095 dial. So Steve, he'll get to go to the movie second. There goes Ken. Here comes Steve. Steve Welker's going to have to hope that it works out down at the finish line because he had a little bit of issue getting out of the gate, and Ken Friedman gets the win light with a 1254 off the 1249 dial. Steve made a race out of it as Friedman won it by only 96 ten-thousandths of a second. Lance Line steps in, 69 Mustang, another one of the Minnesota racers. Lance Line from the Line Racing family, 1013 dial for Lance. A-stock automatic, Terry Fritz, factory stock A, the Cobra Jet Ford with a 922 dial. There goes Lance. Here comes Terry. Terry powered on down the track trying to catch Lance Line. Oh boy, both of them were taking it easy on the Christmas tree, and Lance Line gets the win. 1014 off the 1013. Terry Fritz goes 932 off the 922 down there. So the line machine goes on. Rob Holmes up next, the sheet metal fabricator out of Dayton, Ohio. 1134 dial with the iStock automatic, and he'll take on Justin Soldat's Mustang. Justin will ride that Mustang, the O-Stock automatic, 1268 dialed hot rod. Tell you what, we're seeing some great racing here, and the drivers are doing the best they can to make the race last for a quarter of a mile. And here we got another pair doing it. Win light, Justin Soldat by 81 ten-thousandths. Dead on the dial with a 7. Rob was 1 over with an 1135. Man, oh man. This is exciting racing going on. What a show. Racers are bringing it and putting it on. Gail Pinkston up next, retired Pinkston Automotive sponsored 67 Camaro, F-Stock automatic, 1122 right. Kenny Bomar, Budweiser lane with a 1030 dial. Double A stock automatic, here comes Kenny. Kicking that car for all it's worth to try to pull up alongside Pinkston. Kingston, winner, 1125 off the 1122 dial. Kenny, 1037 off his 1030 number. As Gale got the light, and he used that advantage to get that all-important W. Ken Vaughn out of Columbia, Tennessee, the Corvette. C-stick, 1053 dial. He'll look left. There is Joe Santangelo, the decorated racer. I've got a lot of entries for his accomplishment in my database. 1043 dial, B-stock automatic for Santangelo. Whoa, baby! Good thing Joe had them wheelie bars on there because he used them, and they held up just fine. Who's going to get the win light? Ken Vaughn takes down Santangelo. Wow, Vaughn goes 1053 off the 1053 dial. Won that by 19 thousandths. Mercy. Hey, we got a little sun dog up there in the sky. Maybe Santangelo was looking at that. John McCarthy Jr., Bud Lane, Q-Stock Automatic 1333 dial. As Jegs.com will welcome Jim Kakels, E-Stock Automatic 1097 dial. 1970, 442 with an Olds power plant. John's got the El Camino. He says, that's just fine. I like my El Camino. Green light number 1. Green light number 2. Jim's like, hey, this is not fair. John's almost down the next county, and I've just got to take off. Can Jim get there? Yes, he does. How about 1105 off the 1097 dial is McCarthy. 1341 off his 1333 dial. That was a tight one. 29 thou at the stripe. That was cool. Here comes Joey Ship, F-Stock Automatic 69 Nova. He'll wear the 1140 dial. As John Livingston on the windshield, it says 1147. That's what it says on the Budweiser lane. I-Stock Automatic for Livingston, 91 Camaro. Oh, synchronized wheel stands. How about that? Oh, 8th mile, they're saying bye-bye. 1,000 foot, see you later. Quarter mile, win light. Who's got it? It'll be Joey Ship, 1147 off his 1140 number. 1155 off Livingston's 1147. Joey Ship got the light, and he's got the invitation to the next round. Mercy. That was cool. You racers rock. Bring it. We're not done. We got a ways to go yet. But we're having fun at the beach. Well, I'll tell you what. Looks like Super Gas is lined up clear out of the end of the gate out to I-65. Well, not quite that bad. Are you ready, Bob?
Yeah, we'll give it a shot again.
Well, Bob's got his voice all rested up. He's ready to go. Bob Unkerfer.
Supergas rolling in next as we roll 990s up on the scoreboards down at the other end. Shannon Brinkley and Tom Small are going to do battle now. The Steve Schmidt race engines. Camaro for Small here on the right-hand side. Brinkley out of Le Bouge Casino. Division 4 racer. Le Bouge Casino down in Lake Charles, Louisiana. Pretty nice place. Golf courses, casino, great restaurant. Certainly invite everybody to make their way down to southern Louisiana, Lake Charles Way, and check it out. Check in and check out Le Bouge Casino. Shannon down on the left, Tommy on the right. Cut the light, run the number. It's that easy. Or so it seems. Win light's going to go to Small. 9901 beats a 9904. 009, the margin of difference down at the other end of the racetrack. Small had a little bit better light. And parlays it into the wind down at the other end as Travis Giddens rolls in. It's 85 El Camino there on the left-hand side. And Jamie Southards out of Kings Mountain, North Carolina. Corvette over here on the right-hand side. Off the throttle stop now. Trying to chase down that Elkie. Over on the Budweiser lane. Gets her done. 992 for Southards. 158 miles an hour. 986, Travis Giddens. A little quick down at the other end of the racetrack is Jim Perry, number 7 in the world last year. Going up against Randy DeLuca's Fleet Line. Gorgeous, 1950 Chevrolet. Took DeLuca and crew a little bit of time to get the car figured out to what he wanted to be able to run the 990 number, but they're certainly on their game these days. Got a tough one though in Jim Perry's S10, the Tennessee racer there on the left-hand side. Big motor truck trying to close in, top end, gets it done. 989.8 beats a 989.1. 7 thousandths of a second difference between the two of them. Down at the other end of the racetrack as Mark Sanders comes rolling in. Ron Lord, Mark Sanders. Laura on the right, the Oldsmobile. Sanders on the left, the PK race car. Chevrolet Cavalier, and it's going to be Sanders. Gained your win at 987. 161 miles an hour. Osby Burrington taking on Bo Butner. Bo's Corvette on the right-hand side. Bo's liking his super gas stuff. Thinks it's easy. 996 beats a 994. 14 on the tree. 22 thou margin of victory. Osby Burrington's like, you know what? Well, never mind. Bob Locke's early model Corvette, the accountant out of Indiana. John Taylor, we saw him up in his other Dodge Dakota in our top sportsman. Round 1 of eliminations. He's back now in his other Dakota here. The runner in the elevator business out of Florida. For John Taylor, life is a series of ups and downs. The elevator business, get it? Yeah, okay, thank you very much. 991, 160. As he gets the win, 989 at 155 miles an hour for Bob Luck. Joe Harper's Florence, Mississippi-based runner, and Matt Tankersley. We call alcohol to the lanes, please. Alcohol needs you to the lanes. Round number 1, Alky Dragster, Alky Funny Car. Needs you to the lanes, please. Just say we're calling alcohol to the lanes. Can I get some delivered? Nah. Matt Tankersley, 991 for the win at 145. 989.6 by Joe. Got down there, takes a stripe by 37 to break out by 4. Joe look at that time, slip and go, no. He might say a few other things to go along with it, but no, certainly comes to mind. Alcohol dragster, alcohol funny car. Round 1 of eliminations. Need you to lanes, please. Morgan Napier's Ohio-based runner, the Pataskala Flash. Junior S for Morgan. Gene Quinn's Corvette, Junior S. Well, that's what you got to call Morgan, right? Morgan getting, there she goes. Now she's in. Pediatric nurse over on the left-hand side. Working her way down track, trying to take out Gene Quinn's Corvette. Can she? Will she? Yes, she will. 991. 157. Quinn goes 984 at 159 miles an hour. Connie Rudy's Gremlin and Rock Haas. A couple of very great people. A couple of very nice race cars. Connie Rudy's Gremlin, the big block Chevrolet combination. Rock Haas. Big block Don Davis built Corvette. Connie goes red. Unfortunately, when the color of the bulb on the Christmas tree matches your car and your car is red, oh, that ain't good. 986 by Rock at 159 miles an hour as he cruises through. Connie with a 994 at 141 is Tom Keenan. Now Larry Riddell roll in. Riddell out of Evansville. He is your local cat trainer. And I don't mean like in feline, I mean like in caterpillars. Like in bulldozers, graders, all that kind of stuff. Big motor for Larry, and he's your winner. Keenan lights the red bulb by 9 foul of a second. Alcohol dragster, alcohol funny car. Need your lanes, please. Alky dragster and funny car to the lanes. Riddell off to the red light start by Keenan, runs through 995. 153 miles an hour. Keenan with that 991 lap as Janice Swan survived a lucky first round. Now she's got to use driving skill to get around Jerry Helfinger. Helfinger's roadster over here on the right-hand side. Former Gator Nationals champ. Janice at the wheel of her little Opal lights up the board. How about dead on 6? 156 miles an hour. 23 on the tree. 29 thousandths back. Helfinger turned her loose with a 993 lap at 156 miles an hour. And it was a little too late for Helfinger as Lynn Ellison rolls in now alongside Teddy Barlow's machine. Barlow on the right. The Camaro out of ATM Innovation. Down Gallatin Way, Ellison's Central City. Super Gas Corvette over there on the left. Then Ellison with the 992, 156 mile an hour lap. Good for a 13/10,000ths of a second margin of victory. Barlow goes 998, 156 after the red light start. As Leo's into the ring shop. The ring and pinion shop. Kevin Adams alongside his Chevy 2. Coming down from Terre Haute. Kevin's beautiful little 67 edition. Leo's into the ring and pinion shop. Always kid Leo. To being a marriage counselor. Well, he is, in a way. Made ring and pinion. Once you give him the ring, you're going to get the opinion, right? Ooh. Well, you can go ahead and elbow him. It's okay. Zinda there, the left-hand side, off and running. It's an old joke, but I still like it. 993 and 152. Kevin gets the win, and Leo Zinda probably come up and give me his opinion here in a little bit. 989 and 164. Leo out in super gas action. Jeff Jensen's hot rod, the Corvette in the left lane. Jeff Webb's hot rod, the Corvette in the right lane. I will take Jeff in the Corvette first to the finish line for 100, please. Alcohol dragster, alcohol funny car. Round number 1. Need your lanes, kids. Come on down. Webb on the right, Jeff on the left. I'll take Jeff in the Corvette with a 40 reaction time first to the stripe. I win. Jeff Jensen gets it. 988 on the 990, 47 on the tree, 166, 983 by the other Jeff, as he was 40 on the tree as well. Steve Hoyt, Pat Martin, Roadsters a pair. Hoyt in the Corvette there on the left, Pat Martin on the right. $990s coming at you. Martin goes 004 red. Steve Hoyt gets the win, 987 at 172. The gal in the window in the office next to me. She's got alcohol. Call alcohol. Okay, call me some alcohol. Thanks. John Sickish and Dave Dollop. Oh, baby. Dollop's Corvette, Sickish Corvette. And it's going to be Dave getting the win, 992 at 150, 1001 at $1.65. Alcohol dragster. Alcohol funny car. We need our alcohol cars to the line, or to the lanes, please. Tyler Keeley getting ready to take on Carl Root. Tyler's Corvette there on the left-hand side. Like the LED tail lights. They look good. Carl Root Chevy 2 for the Washington, Illinois based runner. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. I'd like to have a 004 light and be second off the line. Well, it doesn't make any difference. Tyler Red was 004. He gets the win, 991 at $1.57. Carl is 002, runs 993, letting Kahili have the stripe. Tyler goes, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Alan Bush's Cavalier left side. Kitty Threat. Here on the right, the Corvette. $971. Kenny may have been a little quick on that one. Just a skosh. $991 at 163. Alan Bush is good for the win. He'll move on to round number 3. Come back with a group of 24 of his fellow competitors. Larry Burnshausen and Jerry Duke coming at us next. The Duke brothers. The Beretta here on the right-hand side. Burnshausen. Little Vega wagon. Out of Manitou, Illinois. I'm learning. You beat me over the head enough times with a baseball bat, I sooner or later get the idea. Duke on the right, Burnshausen left. It's going to be Jerry Duke and the Duke brothers. Nashville, Tennessee. The Duke brothers out of Nashville, Tennessee. Just sounds natural, doesn't it? 991 at 160 miles an hour. 989.8. Burnshausen takes the stripe by 22 foul to break out by 2. Down at the other end of the racetrack is Steve Wedlow and Jesse Cerna. Bo, Luke, and Jerry. The Duke brothers. Steve Wedlow and Jesse Cerna. Steve at the wheel of his Mustang. Little 351 cubic inch combination. 994 by Jesse, good for the win at 157 miles an hour. Whitlow's 985 lap, a touch quick down at the other end of the racetrack is Devin Eisenhower and Racing Jason. Holy camole, how'd these two square off against each other? Number one in the world on the left-hand side and Racing Jason. And our prayers certainly go out for Racing Jason and the entire Lynch family. We know his dad is fighting some pretty gnarly health issues right now. Prayers for Racing Jason. Runner out of Cedar Hill, Tennessee. Always a tough competitor. Lining up alongside the guy who was the best in the world last year, young Devin Eisenhower. This is quite the pair. Worth the price of admission right here. Both drivers, cars on and off the throttle, stop, top in, closing in. Devin gets the win. 10:01, 151, 10:07 by Racing Jason at $142. And still, and again, our thoughts and prayers go out to Racing Jason and the Lynch family for his dad. Find some health issues. Blake Richardson comes in now to take on Jeremy Mason's machine. Little 66 Chevy 2 out of Richmond. Big 632 cubic inch rat motor underneath the hood. It's Blake, it's Jeremy. It's Jeremy, it's Blake. It's Jeremy for the win on a double breakout by 7 thousandths of a second. 989.8. Beats a 989.1 by those scant, paltry 7 thousandths of a second. Johnny LaBouse and Tom Diamond come rolling in. And we need Danny Waddle and Allison Prose, our Mosier Engineering Shootout final round contestants. The hot car staging lanes behind alcohol, if you would, please. John LaBouse, Tom Diamond. It's LaBouse. 992.5 beats a 992.2. 10 thousandths of a second, the margin of victory. John was better off the line by 13. To win by 10. Jeff Lawson right side. Tim Gillespie left. Tim Gillespie's Pontiac powered, Ford bodied, 33 Roadster there. Runner out of the Buckeye State. Lawson trying to keep everything here in the Bluegrass State of Kentucky. His 27 Ford Roadster bodied machine. Chevy Roadster bodied machine. Gillespie there on the left-hand side, out in front, looking over his shoulder. Sizing up Jeffrey, goes whoop, 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 and gets the win, 992 at 147. 9.902 for Jeff Lawson at 152 miles an hour. Comes Jacob Elrod, the Sunoco, Hoosier Tire, a Bruzy transmission, and Bacon Corvette on the left-hand side. Joey Ship on the right. Race